Summary.
Please listen in order. Adalwis, keen first. Griffa has taken her place as the leader of the Ring of Nine. She works tirelessly towards the goal of putting Max on the throne of the kingdom. Ansel is struggling with his protector's magic and trying to keep Griffa safe. Max finds an interesting journal that puts before him a puzzle he must work out. King Kedin is having second thoughts about Galnar's plan for the Regventus. Galnar is struggling with his magic and keeping his plans on track. The kingdom is headed to war with both sides trying to organize their forces.
Prologue. Agatha sat in a large chair in her daughter's room, smiling at her. Her daughter twirled her skirt in front of a long mirror. "Do you think this was the right choice of dress?" asked Malin, turning to look at her back. "I do." "You look lovely, my dear," replied Agatha, standing up. Malin turned and hugged her mother. "I am so happy." "I am very glad for you." "You do like Jacob, don't you, mother?" "Of course I like Jacob. Who could not like him? He is kind, caring, and quite funny. Not to mention he is extremely handsome." "The real question is, do you like him?" asked Agatha, taking her daughter's hands. "I love him. I love him more than I thought possible. He loves me too. I know he does. He is even willing to take my name and live here with me," said Malin. "How does Jacob's father feel about him taking your name?" asked Agatha. "He is very accepting of it. Jacob is the third son. His older brothers are already married with children." "Well, your father is over the moon about the decision. I know he said it didn't matter, but I think he is disappointed I never gave him any children to carry on his name. You will secure his legacy." "Father could never be disappointed in you, mother. He loves you," said Malin, looking at her mother with concern. "I know he does. I have no doubt in his love, but his family is an old one. It would be hard to see the name disappear forever, and not just for your father. It would be a loss for our people. You are carrying on two important lines, Malin. You are the future of the blood of Adalwin and your father's family." Malin nodded. "In fact, a couple of months after the wedding, I would like you to accompany me to ring meetings." "Why?" asked Malin, looking confused. "I am thinking of stepping down soon. I would like to spend time with your father. He is talking of building a second home in the valley. I would like to be able to see Vaughn more often. You will need to start learning how to lead the ring." "Me? You want me to lead the ring?" asked Malin with wide eyes. "Yes. Who else do you think would follow me as leader? You are my daughter." "I thought maybe Vaughn might come to abscond and lead. He would have been your heir for the throne." Agatha chuckled slightly. "Your brother is firmly settled at the valley for now. He does not have a desire to lead or rule anything. I love him, and he is a good man, but he is unsettled and is not one who would enjoy such a task as leading the ring. He would not do well with much responsibility." "And you think I will? I am not like you. You are wise and commanding. I am silly and spoiled. How can I lead?" Agatha took Malin to the bed and sat down. She pulled Malin down to sit beside her. She looked at her daughter. "You are a little spoiled, but you are not silly. You are light-hearted like both of your fathers. I have been lucky in that both Alistair and Brian could make me laugh. I needed it. I am too serious at times. You are wise in your own way, Malin. You will not lead like me. You will lead like you. You are your own person. I believe you can do this. You will have to do it." "I know. I understand the responsibility I have. I will not let you down," said Malin solemnly. Agatha smiled and squeezed Malin's hand. "Now, no more of this. It is your wedding day. We shouldn't be talking of such serious things. Today is a day of celebration." There was a knock at the door. "Yes?" asked Malin, looking at the door. "Can your poor father finally see his beloved daughter?" asked Brian through the door.
"Yes, come in, Papa," said Malin. She and Agatha both stood as Brian walked into the room.
He stopped and smiled sadly. "You look absolutely beautiful, my darling. I can't believe you are all grown up and getting married." Malin walked over to him and took his hand. "I am, but I am not going anywhere. Jacob and I will live here at the manor." "I know, but things will be different," said Brian, patting her hand. "Don't mind your sentimental father. I am very happy for you. I actually have a present for you." Malin smiled as Brian took something out of his pocket. It was a long chain with a locket on it. "I had this made for you," said Brian, placing the locket in her hand. Malin looked at it and saw that locket was an oval. On one side was the sigil of the line of Adalwin, a sun. She flipped it over. On the other side was a large falcon with its wings spread. Malin opened the locket to find two very small portraits painted inside. On one side was her mother with her father Alastair. They looked very young. Malin had seen a few portraits of her father before, portraits families had saved as they fled Oromist. On the other side was a portrait of Brian. Malin looked up at Brian, smiling as he took the locket, closed it, and slipped the chain over her head. "I wanted you to have something that represents who you are. You are the daughter of Queen Agatha and her consort King Alastair. You have the blood of a Dalwyn running through your veins, but you are also my daughter. You may not have my blood, but I have loved and raised you. You are truly my daughter and a Keen. The legacy of both of these great families lives in you, Malin. I am very proud of you." Malin threw her arms around Brian. "I love you, Papa. I am sorry I never knew my father, but I will never regret being raised by you. I am your daughter, and I shall always be proud to be a Keen." Agatha came over and looked at Malin's locket. She opened it and stared at the portraits for a moment. She turned to Brian and took his hands, kissing him on his cheek. "You truly are one of the best men I have ever met. You have kept us safe and loved us. I do miss Alastair, but I love you, Brian. I am very happy to be your wife and a Keen." "I know, my love," said Brian. He kissed Agatha gently on her lips. "Now we need to go. You can't be late to your own wedding." "Why not?" asked Malin, smiling. "They can't start without me." Chapter 1. Griffa stood outside Keen Manor under the portico, stomping her boots, trying to make sure she wouldn't track snow into the house. She didn't need Mabel fussing at her this evening. When she was sure she had dislodged all she could, Griffa opened the front door and stepped into the entryway. She took off her cloak and hung it by the door. She walked quickly to the dimly lit parlor to stand in front of the fire. Ansel, who was seated in a chair near the fireplace, stood up and came to her. He took her hands and kissed her lips. "Have you been in a meeting all day?" he asked. She knew he had been in his own meeting in the afternoon with a small group of magical families who lived throughout the forest. "Yes, I'm trying to get everyone to agree on one course of action. The problem is everyone has their own ideas of how we should do things. We all want the same thing, but can't decide how to get there," said Griffa, rubbing her hands and holding them up to the fire. "How did it go in the forest?" "About as well as can be expected. The families are willing to hear us out. They aren't sure about joining a fight they think won't affect them, but they are willing to talk about options. They want to meet with you," said Ansel. Griffa blew out a puff of air. "I'll make time within the next month. Between the ring and trying to get the valley on board, I barely have time to read or study about other things I need to know. I told Max and Issa to focus on blood potions, but I still want to know more about Protector's magic." "Why exactly?" asked Ansel. "I have told you the basics. I am bound to Max magically because of his bloodline and title. I believe my magic offers him some sort of protection, but that's about it." "We need to know more. You were able to shield Max and me from a vast number of spells and curses in the forest, even in an injured state. I'm not saying you aren't strong, but that wasn't normal even for the strongest magic user. Knowing how much you can protect Max, yourself, and anyone else while we are in a fight is something we need to know," said Griffa, going over to a chair and sitting down. "I can take you to my home sometime if you would like. There are probably some old books in the study. I believe we have a collection of old journals from Protectors as well." Ansel turned from the fire and looked at Griffa. "Of course, I don't know why I didn't think of that. My mind is slipping. I didn't think I was old enough for it," groaned Griffa, laying her head back in her chair. Ansel came over and kneeled down in front of her, taking her hands. "You are working too hard. You barely eat or sleep. I haven't seen you for more than an hour at a time. Griff, you can't go on like this." Griffa looked at him tenderly and placed her hand on his cheek. He took her hand and kissed her palm. "I know. I am tired. I just feel like I have to do everything I can to help the kingdom. The reports from Oromist are alarming. What if they start going into the outer rings soon? There are so many unprotected people who don't know what is coming for them." Ansel looked up her with a sad smile. "I know, but you can't save them by yourself. You won't be able to do much at all if you run yourself into the ground. Why don't you go up to our room, take a bath, and get ready for bed? I will bring you some food." "You are too good to me. I have missed you lately," said Griffa. She put her hand again on his cheek. He raised up to get closer to her. "I've missed you too," Ansel said before leaning forward and kissing her. Griffa pulled him on top of her in the chair, hungrily kissing him back. It had been too long since they had been together. A small cough interrupted them. Ansel leaned back and looked behind him. He stood up and turned around. "Max, what do you want?" asked Ansel in a frustrated tone. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt anything. I was just seeing if Griffa had gotten home. I wanted to share something with her from my readings today."
Can it wait until tomorrow? Griffa hasn't been home all day. She needs to rest, implored Ansel.
Max raised his eyebrows. "I don't want to interrupt Griffa's rest, but she asked me to tell her if I found anything." "It's okay, Max," said Griffa, sitting up in her chair. "Come tell me what you and Issa found out today." Griffa heard Ansel blow air through his nose as he sat down on the sofa. Max walked over and sat in a chair close to Griffa. "I've been reading a lot about blood potions and intent. I think it could have an effect on how the magic reacts and what happens after," said Max. "Really? I haven't come across anything like that. By intent, you mean if you have good intentions or bad intentions when using blood magic?" Griffa leaned forward in her chair. "Yes, intent can make a big difference according to some books. Those who wish to do harm may be in for consequences of the evil they do, while those who wish to do good may be spared from some more nasty consequences. The problem is I can't find a lot on people who wish to do good with blood potions, because they have a rather bad history," explained Max. "It would make sense, though. We know magic is a living thing, and it feeds off of us. Our emotions and feelings affect magic, so why wouldn't it be the same with a blood potion?" "That's very interesting, Max," said Griffa excitedly as she stood up. "We need to see if we can find some more books or writings on how blood potions have been used. I wonder if there is something somewhere in storage behind the map room." Griffa tried to stand up to go look when Ansel caught her arm. "Griffa, this can wait. Let Max handle this. He can look tomorrow. You need to eat and rest. I'm sure Max would love to spend tomorrow going through old books. Issa can help him. That sounds like a good plan, doesn't it, Max?" "Yes, of course. I have nothing else planned. I'm sure Issa will help. She loves looking at old books," said Max, standing up. "I'm supposed to go meet her soon to talk, so I'll ask her." Max left the room, going towards the conservatory. "Talk? Yeah, I've walked in on them talking plenty lately," said Ansel, watching him go. "Well, I'm going upstairs," said Griffa, standing. She walked over to stand close to Ansel. "Perhaps you will join me for a chat of our own." Ansel looked at her and nodded. "Let me grab you some food, and I'll be right up." Griffa walked up the stairs to her room. She changed out of her dress and into a nightgown. She tried her best to clean her hands and face. She sat down and looked at herself in the mirror, and saw that her eyes looked tired and sunken in with dark circles underneath. She pulled her hair out of her braided bun, and it tumbled down her shoulders in crazy, messy curls. She ran her fingers through her hair and pinched her cheeks, trying to give her face some color. She looked a mess, and she knew it. She laid her head down in her arms on her vanity. She had been working too hard. She was exhausted. There was always so much to get done, and not near enough time to do it. Every minute that went by, the forces in Oromist got stronger. Every minute was another minute closer to so much misery being spread in the kingdom. Griffa heard the door open. She propped her head up on hands to see Ansel come into the room. He held a tray with some bread, meat, and cheese, and a glass of wine. He sat it down next to Griffa on her vanity. "Eat. Whatever it is you are fretting about, you will feel better about it after you eat," said Ansel, walking behind her and rubbing her shoulders. Griffa picked up some cheese and popped it into her mouth. "How did you know I was fretting about something?" "I've known you your whole life. I think I know almost all your moods by now. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. Let others do their jobs. If we are going to save the kingdom, you are going to have to trust others to do what they need to do." "I know. You're right. I will take some time to rest." Griffa ate some bread as Ansel gave her a disbelieving look. "Don't look at me like that. I will. I have another ring meeting tomorrow, but I don't think it will go as long, and it's the last one for a week. I plan to just do some light reading and maybe look at that potion from Oromist one more time, but that's it." Ansel rolled his eyes at her as she drank some wine. Griffa stood up and faced him. "I would also like to spend some time with you." She encircled her arms around his neck and pulled his face close to hers so she could kiss him. He responded by placing his arms around her and pulling her against him. She could feel his eagerness in his kiss. He slowly guided her backwards towards their bed while placing kaizes on her neck. Griffa helped him take off his shirt. "Griffa!" he breathed to her ear as she placed Kai's on his jaw. They collapsed into the bed. Ansel had moved to Kaising her mouth again, his hands wandering down her sides. She buried her hands in his hair. His hands had just started inching down her leg towards the hem of her nightgown when a knock at the door made Ansel's hands stop. "Ignore it," he said against her lips. There was another knock, this time louder. Ansel didn't move, but he turned his head slightly and said loudly, "Who is it?" "It's Jonathan. A message has just come for you, Ansel. The falcon is still here waiting. I think it wants a reply." Griffa gave a groan of frustration. "You better go get it." Ansel kised her lips and got up from the bed. He opened the door slightly and took the note. He walked over to the bed, opening it as Griffa sat up. Ansel sat down next to her and read his message. "It's from the Waywards who live in the forest. They say a few families want to meet with me in the morning. They think they can sway everyone on our side. He wants an answer tonight if I will be able to meet," said Ansel. "You better go write him then," said Griffa as Ansel looked at her. "What? I'm not going anywhere. Do what you need to do and then hurry back." Ansel picked up his shirt and slipped it back on. "I'll be back in 10 minutes." Ansel kised her before he left. Griffa lay back in the bed and sighed. It had not been an easy time for either of them. They had both been working constantly since harvest time. She knew one day it would be worth it. When Max was on the throne and all was safe, they would have time. She sometimes wondered what their future would look like. Would they get married? Would they have children? She knew Ansel would need a child who could carry on the line of protectors. Griffa needed her own child to carry on the Keen name. She laughed to herself. They had been together for less than 5 months, and she was already thinking of them married with 2 children. Still, she couldn't imagine herself loving anyone but Ansel. Griffa snuggled up under the bed covers, thinking of a happy future with Ansel. Her eyes became heavy. She tried to keep them open, waiting for him to come back. She wanted him, but she was so tired. She turned over in the bed and looked towards the door, hoping it would open soon. A few minutes later her eyes became too heavy, and she closed them. She was quickly fast asleep. Chapter 2. Golnar sat in his room listening to Till and Philo bicker. He closed his eyes to their racket and tried to focus his thoughts. They had heard no news from the other side since the incident in the late summer when the Oramus guards failed to kill the young king. Golnar had moved forward with his plans, releasing almost all the magical-blooded folk in the first ring of Oramus. Soon it would be time to turn to the people in the outer rings. He needed nothing to get in his way. "So you don't have any other contacts that can get us any word on what is going on with the old magical folk?" asked Till. "None. I have written to a few other families, but I have received no answers." "What about these spies and shadows the palace is so proud of? Can they find nothing?" questioned Philo angrily. Golnar opened his eyes and looked at Philo. His spies and shadows had not talked to him recently, meaning they had not seen or heard anything. Whatever was going on with the old magical folk now was well hidden. "My sources have been silent since before harvest time. Perhaps the old magical folk are holed up in their safe communities for the winter. Maybe they are waiting until the spring to make any moves," said Golnar. "I doubt it. We tried to kill their king. From what I know of Ansel, that won't go without some action," said Philo, looking at Golnar. "And whose idea was that to run in at a moment's notice with no real plan, Philo? You were so sure you could get to the king, and look what happened." "You were sent back here bloodied, beaten, and ashamed," said Till loudly. "No one could ever predict what happened that night. I or anyone else alive has probably never seen anything like that happen. We were close." Philo stared at Till coldly. "But close doesn't count," acknowledged Golnar. "It's a good thing, too. I want to see this young king's power for myself. Killing him is no longer our goal. We need to take him alive. We need to find out what makes him so powerful. He is young. Perhaps we could sway him if we get him away from his protectors and advisors. If we have their prophesied king on our side, maybe we could turn some old magical folk to our way of thinking." "Do you have a plan on how to get to the king?" asked Philo. "Shouldn't you, as our military commander, come up with a plan, Philo? You are being paid handsomely for your services," said Till. "You don't think I have done my share of the work?" asked Philo, standing up and pointing at Till angrily. "I'd like to see where you would be with all these magical folk you have released without me training them." Golnar rubbed his head. "Sit down, Philo. Both of you need to stop arguing. This does us no good. We will all need to work together to make sure everything goes as planned. We do need to think of a way to get to the young king, but we have time. We will have our moment. Right now, we need to focus on releasing all magical users in the city and the reorganization of Ormust." Philo sat down and said, "I will not be treated as thought I have not pulled my weight. What happened in the forest was not my fault." "We know that, Philo. You have done well with trainings and equipping our soldiers. You have been paid well with a home and a place on the council. What more could you want?" asked Golnar. "No one has been able to locate my son," grumbled Philo. "It's been almost half a year now, and I haven't heard anything." "He might not want to be found. Worry not. When we have recreated Regventus into the kingdom we envision, he will turn up. He will not be held accountable for any unwise decisions he might have made. Our deal for your son's safety still stands," reassured Golnar. Philo nodded. "I can write to a few more of my old friends and see if anyone responds. There may be those who will trade news for the right price that I haven't contacted yet. We may not be able to meet with the council because travel is difficult in the winter, but I will contact our viceroys and see what news I can find out," offered Till. "Yes, let's think of solutions and not turn on one another. Maybe my spies will have news for us soon. They will not relent until they find something. Now I have to go meet with our king, so you will have to excuse me." Golnar stood up. Till and Philo both stood up and walked with Golnar to the door and down the stairs. When they got to the entrance hall, they went their separate ways. Till to his home, Philo to train his soldiers, and Golnar to the palace study. Golnar walked up to the door to the study, nodding to Kedden's guards. He raised his hand and knocked twice. "Who is there?" inquired Kedden from inside. "It is Golnar, my king," replied Golnar. "Enter." Golnar opened the door and walked into the room. Kedden was at his desk, writing. "Good afternoon, Golnar," said Kedden without looking up from his desk. "Have a seat. I'll be with you in a moment." Golnar didn't like being ignored by this king he had made. He doubted the letters Kedden was writing were of any importance, but he held his tongue as he sat down in a seat in front of Kedden's desk. "Who are you writing?" asked Golnar. "Viceroy Clay and the great surrounding. We need more wood in the city. I am hoping his land can provide us with materials within the next 2 weeks." Kedden continued to write. "Surely a servant could write such a letter for you, my king. You don't need to trouble yourself on such trivial matters." "The safety and comfort of my people are not trivial matters. I don't mind doing it. I want to make sure the people of the kingdom are taken care of. We need the wood, and the great surrounding needs the funds." Golnar did not like this Kedden before him. He needed the Kedden who would rather drink with friends or spend all day with Turin than work on kingdom matters. He needed a distracted Kedden who would let Golnar and the council do whatever they wanted without his interference. Kedden finished his letter and sealed it. He looked up at Golnar with a smile. "Thank you for waiting. Now, I wanted to talk about your plans for the 4th and 3rd ring of the city." "What about them?" "We have gone over this with the council, and Viceroy Till is on board. What questions could you have?" "I have many questions. You say you plan to release all magical-blooded folk in the outer rings. Do you plan on training them the same as the 1st ring?" "They will be trained. We have identified several 1st ring residents who are advanced enough to lead trainings. They will be overseen by Philo Quick. I don't foresee any problems." Kedden nodded. "What happens once we train these new magic users? Will they stay where they are now?" "For the time being, yes. After we are sure we have released all magic users, we will work to reorganize the city based on magical ability and skill of those born without the gift," replied Golnar. "What about those with magical blood who do not want to be released? Will they be forced to take the elixir you have made?" asked Kedden. "Why would anyone with magical blood not want to be able to do magic? I am sure this will not be a problem. You probably already know this, but there are those in the outer rings who do not trust the powers in the palace. They may not want to drink some potion we are giving them. They may not trust it," said Kedden. "I am well aware of how wary those in the outer rings are when it comes to those who live in the 1st ring and the palace. We will win their trust. We will do demonstrations of the potion's safety and effectiveness. We can offer money or food if need be. We will find a way to make sure all take the elixir." "You didn't answer my question. Will it be forced on anyone?" "I'm not answering it because it's not a question that needs to be answered. It will not be anything we have to worry about. In fact, you don't need to worry about any of this, my king. You have your hands full with more weighty kingdom matters, and your wife, she will have your child by spring. You will want to devote more attention to your queen," said Golnar, trying to distract Kedden. "Queen Turin is very well looked after by me and her attendants. We are not speaking of the queen or my child. We are talking about our city and our people. I have many concerns about these plans of yours. I haven't even gotten started about those with non-magical blood. What happens to them in this new order of yours? I've only heard vague answers that they will be taken care of." "What does taken care of mean?" asked Kedden. His tone was getting too close to irritated for Golnar's liking. "Taken care of means they will have their role. They will have work if they want it and a place to live. Many will be far better off than they are now. The council and the viceroy of the city have already decided this is the way to go. You may be the king, but you do not rule alone," pointed out Golnar through clenched teeth. "I know that, Golnar, and I am not wanting to argue with you. I just want to know the plan. I want to make sure my people are safe and provided for. These questions should not draw your ire. They should be easy to answer. I am only looking for reassurance that we are all acting in the best interest of our city and our kingdom." Golnar smiled tightly at Kedden. "You are taking an unusual amount of interest in the kingdom lately. You shouldn't let your new crown go to your head. Remember who helped it get there in the first place." Kedden looked unfazed. "I am well aware of your work to crown me as king of Regventus. I will not forget it, Golnar. I do not wish us to be at odds, but I was a poor lord of the kingdom. I was inattentive to the council and Regventus. I want to amend for my mistakes. I am not saying I am against you in any way. I just want to be included from this point forth. I would like to be updated on how things are going and what problems arise. I want to be told before the next phase of your plan happens. I would also like a written document of this plan." "Is that all, my king?" asked Golnar, trying to keep his anger in check. "Yes, for now," said Kedden, picking up his quill. Golnar got up and turned to go. As he walked to the door, he was stopped momentarily by Kedden saying, "Golnar, you may have put me here as king, but I have the approval of the people and friends on the council. It will benefit you to work with me and include me in your plans." Golnar looked at Kedden and nodded. As he left the throne room and walked up the stairs back to his room, Golnar thought he would need to meet with Camellia Bells and Queen Turin very soon. The king needed to be distracted before it was too late for Kedden. Chapter 3. Ansel waited outside the Ring of 9 meeting hall. Griffa had said they would be done by mid-afternoon. She wanted Ansel to take her to his home to look for more information about Protector's magic. He didn't really care for his home, but he checked on it regularly. Maybe one day one of his descendants would use it when they visited Abscon. Maybe happier memories than his would be made there. Ansel had grown up as the only child of Baran, the Protector before him. Ansel's life growing up in a house with his father was not something he liked to think about. His father was usually displeased about something. It might have been his wife not being able to give him more sons. It might have been Ansel's lack of concentration during training one day. It might have been because the sun was too bright or the day too cold. Baran was always in a bad mood, and he usually took it out on Ansel. Ansel was taken out of his dark thoughts by the opening of the door of the meeting hall. Ring members walked out in pairs or trios. Griffa came out last with Hector. Their heads were close together as they talked. Griffa spotted Ansel and waved. She and Hector walked over together. "Griffon tells me that your meetings with the families of the forest have gone very well, Ansel," said Hector. "They have. I think most are convinced that action must be taken soon. How they will participate is still up in the air, but I think they are open to many possibilities at this point," replied Ansel. "Hopefully we can convince the powers in the valley as well," said Griffa. "Talon seems receptive, but we will have to win over the rest of the council. They may fall under the ruling of the Ring of 9, but they also seem to do as they please most of the time." "We will get there, Griffon. They will come around," said Hector encouragingly. "Probably not without a trip there, but we will discuss that later. I wish you a good afternoon, Hector. Ansel and I have some work to do." Griffa grabbed Ansel's hand. Hector nodded, bowed, and then walked away. Griffa and Ansel walked towards his home. "You think you will have to go to the valley soon?" asked Ansel as they walked. "It is seeming like it. They want me there in person to talk over things. Talon is particularly adamant that I come. I hopefully won't have to stay long, but we will see." "I hate to be away from you," said Griffa. "Why would you be away from me? I will of course come with you if you travel that far." Ansel glanced at Griffa as they walked. Griffa squeezed his hand. "You don't need to leave Max unprotected. You can send a couple of guards with me. I have been to the valley many times. I even have a small house there. I will go for probably a couple of days, or at least no more than a week. I'll be back before you know it." Ansel didn't like the idea of Griffa traveling that far alone. He didn't want her to be gone that long without him. He physically felt ill at the idea. "We can talk about it when it is arranged, but maybe Max should go as well. He needs to meet other magical folk. The valley is almost as large as Abscon. I'm sure if you took the king it would help you in your discussions," said Ansel as they arrived at the front of his house. They turned to walk to the front door. "It is something to think about. I'm a little apprehensive about having Max outside of Abscon after the last time in the forest. Perhaps we can let down the magical travel restrictions here in Abscon for a short time and talk the valley into doing the same. That way we wouldn't have to be unprotected in the forest here or in the mountain pass there." Ansel nodded as he performed the charm to open his door. They walked into the small entryway. The house was dark and cold, but it was clean and in good condition. Ansel had a married couple come by once a week to see to it. "I haven't been here in a while." Griffa looked around. "I guess the last time was when I fell off my horse behind your house in the field when I was 17. You carried me in here even though I said I was fine." "You weren't fine. I think Chiron said you had a pretty decent head injury. Maybe that's why you don't remember." "He fixed you right up, though," said Ansel, guiding her through a door and into the small parlor. Ansel waved his hand, and a nice fire started burning in the fireplace. Griffa walked over to warm herself. She took off her cloak and put it on a nearby chair. She looked on the mantel at the portraits that rested there. Ansel had taken all portraits of his father away, but had left portraits of his mother in their place. Griffa studied a portrait of his mother taken not long before her death. "Your mother was a pretty woman. She looks sad and tired in this portrait, though," said Griffa. "She was sad and tried. My father made sure of that," said Ansel, standing behind Griffa and looking at the picture. "I'm sorry to bring you here, Ansel. I know your memories in this house aren't the happiest." Griffa turned around and looked at him. "They aren't, but they are in the past. Let's go to the study and see what we can find that might be useful to you," said Ansel, turning and walking to the left. Griffa followed him as he opened a door to a small study. It held a large desk with 2 chairs and bookshelves filled with books. Ansel waited as Griffa entered the room. She went to the shelves behind the desk as Ansel walked in behind her. "So, any idea where what I'm looking for might be?" asked Griffa as she studied the shelves. "I know the journals are at the top there, just to your right," said Ansel, pointing. Griffa looked up as Ansel raised his hand. 5 old books slowly made their way down, and Griffa grabbed them out of the air. She took them to the desk and sat down. "These look very old." Griffa carefully opened a book and studied the writing inside. "Some of the writing is very faded, but I will be glad to take them home and see what I can make of them. That is, if you don't mind." "Of course not. Take whatever you think you might need. There are a couple more books over here that my father had me read when I was younger. They are about the duties of a protector," said Ansel, walking over to a shelf on the left side of the room. He grabbed a couple of books and brought them over to the desk. "You are welcome to take these as well." Griffa looked over the books, while Ansel looked around the room. He remembered the many times he came in here to be told off and punished by his father. He still felt uncomfortable in the room. The smell of it alone brought back many unpleasant memories. Ansel went to the desk and sat down in one of the chairs that faced the desk. He watched Griffa as she read. He wondered what his father would make of Griffa. Barn had never known her beyond the very young girl he had seen maybe once or twice. Ansel thought his father would probably think Griffa too bold and outspoken. He would have warned Ansel away from her, saying she would never make a proper wife despite her excellent family. Ansel didn't care. If his father was still here, Ansel would tell him he would make his own decisions. Griffa would be his only choice as the woman he would spend the rest of his life with. One day he would ask Griffa to marry him. If the gods were good, she would say yes. He would spend every day proving he was worthy of her. Griffa looked up at him. "Have you ever read these journals, Ansel?" "No, I wasn't allowed to touch them when I was younger and my father was alive. I didn't spend much time here after his death," replied Ansel. "You should read them. They might be helpful to you, especially when Max becomes king," said Griffa, closing the book and standing up. "I'm getting cold. Perhaps we should warm up a bit in the parlor and then head home." Ansel nodded his agreement and gathered the books for her. He carried them into the parlor and laid them on a side table as Griffa came in and stood in front of the fire. Ansel walked over and stood behind her. He placed his arms around her, and she leaned into him. "I'm sorry to bring you to this place. I know you don't feel comfortable here, but I'm glad you keep it in good repair," said Griffa, looking at the fire. Ansel moved his hands to Griffa's arms, kissing the side of her face. "I don't mind being here today, not with you. I finally have you all alone. I feel like we keep getting interrupted every time we have a moment together at the manor." Ansel moved his hands up to her shoulders. He looked at the buttons on the high neck of her dress. "I know," said Griffa, not taking her eyes off of the fire. "It feels like there is always something to do or somewhere to go. If I have a free moment, you have something to do. If you're at home, I have a meeting." "I have nowhere to be now," said Ansel softly as he hovered his hand over the back of Griffa's neck. The top 3 buttons became undone on her dress. He exposed the back of her neck and started placing small kaizes on it. He heard Griffa sigh, and he wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her against his body. He used his other hand to magically undo a few more buttons down her back. He left a trail of kaizes down her neck and upper back that made her shudder. "Griffa," he whispered in her ear, "what are your plans for the rest of the day?" She turned around and put her arms around his neck, giving him a small smile. "I have nowhere to be but right here." Ansel returned her smile and kissed her. He brought her over to the old sofa. It seemed he would finally have a good memory of his house. A few days later, Ansel was sitting in the parlor with Max and Issa one late afternoon. Max and Issa both had their heads buried in large books on blood magic, while Ansel made what he could from an old journal of a former protector. He was reading the journal of a protector named Warner. He was the protector of the Queen Valerie. He had come to an entry that Warner had made after his wedding. "I am happy to have found a good wife who understands my vow and my commitment. Though I care deeply for her, my first responsibility is always to my queen. We will have a short wedding trip as my magic and mood suffer when I am too far from my queen for long. I would not go, but my queen has commanded it. I do hope that Queen Valerie's reign continues to be peaceful and quiet. I would not want to have to choose between my wife and growing family and my queen, as I know what I would be forced to do." Ansel stopped reading and watched the fire. He could understand Warner and his concerns. Ansel had sometimes wondered what he would do if he had to choose between Max and Griffa. Would he be forced to choose Max? He reread the passage about his magic and mood suffering when Warner was away from his queen. He wondered if he suffered the same way. Since collecting Max, he had not been apart from Max long. He wondered how all the protectors before him who did not know their king or queen fared. Was their magic and mood affected because they could not be close to their king or queen? Did it only matter if a king or queen was crowned? Ansel had many questions. He marked the passage to share with Griffa later. "I wonder if Griffa will be home soon," said Issa, putting down her book and stretching. "It feels like she is rarely at home these days." "I know," agreed Max, putting his book away as well. "But I guess being the leader of the ring comes with a lot of responsibilities. I hope she comes home by supper tonight. I wanted to share with her our findings from this week, Issa." Ansel turned to Max and was about to ask what they had found out, when Issa broke out in a big smile and said, "Griffa." Ansel turned to see Griffa coming in the parlor door. She had snow in her hair, and her cheeks were very red. She smiled at Issa as she moved to the fire for warmth. "We were just talking about you," said Issa, getting up and going to stand by Griffa. "It feels like we never see you any more." "I know. I've been busy. I'm afraid it's not going to slow down." Griffa turned to Ansel. "I will have to go to the valley. I need to go next week." "So you will be there for the midwinter celebration," observed Ansel, looking up at her. "Yes, I will probably be there for at least a week, maybe 2. Talon wants to talk to me personally." Ansel rolled his eyes. "Of course he does. Why won't he come here?" "You know why, Ansel. He loves to put on a show, and midwinter is the valley's most elaborate holiday. Don't look at me like that. He's not a bad fellow. He has been a good friend to me for years," said Griffa, looking down at Ansel. Ansel knew how good of friends they had been. He knew Talon was clear where things stood between Griffa and Ansel, but that didn't mean Ansel enjoyed the thought of Talon and Griffa spending time together. "Is anyone else on the ring coming with you?" asked Ansel. "Helmer offered, but I told him I'd rather he stays and helps Hector lead things here while I'm gone. I'd like to not have to deal with Helmer on this trip. criticizing my every move. I told them I can handle this. I need to handle this as the leader of the ring, insisted Griffa. I don't want you going alone, Griff. I should go with you like I said earlier, said Ansel. He couldn't stomach being away from Griffa for as long as 2 weeks. You can't leave Max here by himself, said Griffa. He can come. We can find a way to travel without having to leave the safety of either here or the valley. Surely we can turn off the wards for 2 minutes, declared Ansel. I want to go, said Max. I'd like to see Talon again, and I've heard you both talk about the valley since we got here. Ansel is right, Griffa. You shouldn't go alone. I would like to go as well, if that is possible, added Issa. I know midwinter is coming up, and I don't want to be here without Max. Nora will probably want to come as well. Ansel looked at Griffa and smiled. Your house in the valley can fit all of us, can't it? It'll be tight, but yes, we can find room for everyone. I'll have to go and talk to at least Helmer and Hector tomorrow to see about the wards and tell them about Max. I don't want to make that decision by myself, said Griffa. I'll bring a couple of guards from Abscon. There is a group of guards in the valley that have been training as well. That should help them feel better about Max. He needs to be seen in the valley. This is a good time to do it before things get more hectic, observed Ansel. I hope you are right, Ansel. Right now, I just want to eat dinner and have a quiet evening. Griffa got up out of her chair and headed to the dining room. Max and Issa followed as Ansel stayed behind for a moment. He was glad Griffa had not argued with him about this trip. He knew he should have been happy to stay with Max in Abscon while she went, but he didn't want to be without her. He felt like he should keep her close. Chapter 4. Max sat with Griffa and Issa in the study after dinner. They would go to the valley in 2 days. Griffa was sitting behind the desk, looking at the large book Max had handed her as he and Issa sat in front of the desk watching her. So, you are saying that the way blood magic potions and spells affect others can change after they have been drunk or cast? Asked Griffa, quickly reading over a page Max had marked. In some cases, yes. It depends on the spell or potion, who cast it or made it, and how well it was made, replied Max. You gave me a blood potion to save my life. Are you telling me I could still be affected by it? Asked Griffa, looking up at Max and Issa. You could, said Issa slowly. But from what we have found, only if Ansel intended you harm at some point, since it was his magical blood we used. I don't see that ever being an issue. It would probably only affect your magic, too, since his was used to preserve your magic. What about your blood, Issa? Yours was used to save my life. Could your blood affect anything? Asked Griffa. I'm not saying you intend me harm. I just want to know in general terms. I don't think it would. I have no magical blood, so it should have no effect. I would never want anything bad to happen to you, but even if I did, it shouldn't matter, explained Issa. We don't really know, though. It was very rare for a non-magical blooded person to give blood willingly during the time blood magic was more popular. Sadly, it was usually a sacrifice, said Max. One of the many reasons I don't like blood magic. Griffa looked back down at the book. You also say it matters how well it was made, and who made it. What do you mean by that? Well, first, if it was not done correctly, that could have serious effects, said Max, thinking. But don't worry, Griffa. I was very careful when brewing your potion. I made sure to get it right. Griffa nodded and smiled at Max. And why does who makes a potion matter? As you know, only magical-blooded folk can brew a potion. Issa could try to throw the ingredients in a pot, and it would not work. So the magic put it in by the magical-blooded person has an effect on the potion long after it is made. His or her intent can play a large role, said Max. He got up and walked behind Griffa and pointed to a passage he had found that backed up his claim. Very interesting, said Griffa, reading where Max indicated. This is all very good information. Well done, you two. We will keep looking for more information. Is there anything you want us to look for in particular? Asked Max. Griffa closed the book as Max returned to his chair in front of her desk. Can you find out what effect a magical-blooded person's blood given unwilling would have? Requested Griffa. Issa grabbed a quill and piece of paper off of Griffa's desk and quickly made a note. Yes, we can. We will start looking tomorrow. Thank you both, said Griffa, standing up. Don't forget we will be leaving for the valley in 2 days. You will need to be packed and ready by breakfast the day we leave. Issa nodded as Max asked, Are we going to be able to travel straight there, or will we have to travel from the forest? We can leave from here. We have to be out on the back lawn at the correct time, or we will miss our window. Abscon and the valley will both put down their wards for 2 minutes. It should give us plenty of time to travel," replied Griffa as she walked from around her desk towards the door. "I'm going to go on to bed. You two don't stay up till late working, or whatever it is you do." Griffa gave them both a look and walked out the door. Max turned to Issa, whose face was bright right. "I suppose she's right. We should go to bed. We've been staying up too late," said Issa, standing up and picking up the book Griffa was reading. Max came over and took the book from her. "But I like staying up late with you." Max put the book on the shelf behind the desk. Issa flopped back down in the chair and looked at Max with a sad smile. "What's wrong? Don't be embarrassed. I guess we could be more careful where we meet." Max walked over and sat down next to Issa. He moved his chair so he was facing her. "It's not that. What do you think the valley will be like?" asked Issa, looking at Max. "I'm not sure. Probably a lot like here. Why do you ask?" "I'm used to the people here. They still give me weird looks and whisper about me, but I'm used to it. I wonder what it will be like in the valley when people find out I'm non-magical, especially when they find out I'm with you." "People whisper about you here?" asked Max angrily. "Why?" "Max, you are their king. I'm sure they expect you to have a magical queen someday. They must not know what to make of me," said Issa, looking down. "It's none of their concern." Max took Issa's hand and caught her eyes so she would look at him. "I love you. I won't be the king without you by my side. Besides, I have read about other kings and queen who have had non-magical consorts. It's been done many times." "Still, there are other things that are different about us," sighed Issa. "Like what?" asked Max. "We won't age the same. You know that. Look at Ansel and Griffa. Ansel barely looks older than Griffa, but he's more than 12 years older than her." "So it won't matter to me," said Max adamantly. "Are you unhappy here, Issa? Do you want to leave?" "No, of course not. I love you, Max. I never want to leave you. I just think we need to be realistic about our differences," replied Issa. Max got up and went over to a shelf on the right side of the room. He searched until he saw the book he wanted. He pulled it out, and another smaller book fell out with it. He picked both books up. Issa got up and came over to him. "What books are those?" asked Issa.
"This large one is all about the different kings and queens through history. I wanted you to read it so you could learn about all the non-magical consorts that have existed." Max handed the large green book to Issa and held the other in his hand. "This other book, I don't know."
Max looked at the small book. It was very old. It was red with a faded image of a golden falcon on the front and a white sun on the back. "I think it is some kind of journal," observed Issa, looking at the book in Max's hand. "It looks very old." "It does," agreed Max, and for some reason it interested him a great deal. He tucked the small book by his side and looked at Issa. "Come on, you need to get some sleep. You'll feel better about all this tomorrow." Max and Issa walked side by side to the door. He opened the door and held it open for her as she stepped out. Max walked out and closed the door behind them. They walked into the parlor hand in hand to move through the room to the staircase. Max was just thinking of stalling Issa for a moment to partake in a few good-night kaises when he spotted Ansel in a chair by the fire. "Ansel," said Max, "I thought you would be upstairs." "I'm going up in a minute. I wanted to have a word with you before bed," said Ansel, looking at both Issa and Max. Issa turned to Max and kissed him lightly on his lips. "I'll see you in the morning." "Good night, Issa," said Max, smiling at her. He held her hand for a moment and gave it one last squeeze. "Good night, Ansel," said Issa as she walked by him. Ansel nodded in return. Max sat down in a chair across from Ansel and looked at him. He stared at Max for a few minutes without saying anything. He seemed to be studying Max, trying to figure something out. "Is something wrong, Ansel?" asked Max. "No, I was just—" "It's nothing. I wanted to talk to you about the valley," said Ansel. "The folk there will be excited to see you. They may overwhelm you. I want you to know you are in no way expected to be on display. I don't want you to think you have to act a certain way or perform for them." "What do you mean, perform for them?" Max sat up straighter in his chair. "They may believe things about you since you are of the blood of Adalwin. They also have probably heard about what happened in the forest at the end of the summer. They may ask you to perform powerful magic." "But I didn't do that alone, Ansel. I couldn't have done any of that without Griffa and probably you," said Max. "I know that, but stories grow when they are told over long distances. I just don't want you to be caught off guard. Griffa and I will try to be around you at all times when we are in public, but don't feel you have to prove anything to anyone." Max nodded his head. "Thank you, Ansel. Is that all?" Ansel looked at Max for a moment. "What do you remember about the forest that day? I mean, what do you remember happening when the Oromist soldiers disappeared?" Max was caught off guard by this question. He wondered why Ansel was speaking of this now. It was all very quick and confusing. I remember closing my eyes and Griffa grabbing my hand. I remember feeling her magic join mine somehow. I had no doubts we could do what we need to do. I opened my eyes, and the soldiers disappeared. Then there was a bright light, and my hand was very warm. "What do you remember about me?" asked Ansel, looking at Max intently. Max wasn't sure where this questioning was going. "I don't know. I know you were there, helping to block spells and curses, but in that moment I only remember Griffa, the magic, and the light." Ansel stared at Max with a frown. "Are you sure there isn't something wrong, Ansel?" Ansel blinked and sat up straight. "No, not all. I'm just still trying to work out what happened that night." Max nodded. He still wasn't sure what had happened that night either. He had discussed it with Griffa for hours, but they never did arrive at a conclusion beyond the power of their magic increased due to the situation. Ansel stood up. "Come on, Max. We both need to go to bed." Max nodded again, and together they walked up the stairs. The next day was bright and sunny. Though not warm, it was at least bearable to be outside. Ansel and Max took advantage of the warmer weather to practice dueling and fine-tune some of Max's newest magical skills. Griffa and Issa worked on archery on the other side of the lawn. Before going into lunch, Max and Ansel watched them shoot apples that Griffa had charmed to fly in the sky. Max noted that Issa had gotten quite good. "That was impressive," said Max to Issa, as they all walked into the house for lunch. "Thank you. I've had a great teacher," said Issa, looking at Griffa. Griffa waved her hand. "You're being modest. You have natural ability, and you have worked very hard. I've done nothing but show you the basics. You are already much better than me." Issa smiled at Griffa and then turned to Max. "What were you two working on this morning?" "Just some new spells for defense. I'm trying to work on my blocking. It's not one of my strong points," said Max as they entered the house and walked to the dining room. "It's good thing you are fast," said Ansel, sitting down at the table. "You can dodge and even outrun many spells and curses." "I'd like to be able to protect others as well," said Max, ladling some stew into his bowl. "I don't just want to run away if others are in danger." "I understand, Max, but when it comes down to us all being in fight, your safety has to be our first priority," said Griffa. "You will need to take care of yourself first. You are the king." "And you've taught me that the most important thing as king is to worry about others, Griffa." "That's true in general, but I think Griffa is trying to say that when we do find ourselves in a fight, you will need to be protected at all times. We are fighting to put you on the throne," pointed out Ansel as he poured a glass of wine. Max took a bite of his stew and thought over this. He hadn't really thought what would happen if something happened to him. Did they have a backup plan if Max was killed or decided not to be king? A while back, Griffa had said they would come up with something else if Max had decided not to claim the title, but he never did learn what that would be. "What time will you leave tomorrow?" asked Maybelle, looking at Griffa. Griffa took a moment, swallowing a bite of stew. "Directly after breakfast. We need to make sure all of our bags and packages are out on the back lawn before breakfast. We won't have much time to spare if we want to make our window for magically traveling out of here. It will be quiet here for midwinter this year. Not that we've had any large winter celebrations in the manor for a while," said Maybelle sadly. "I know this trip is bad timing, Maybelle. I'm sorry we won't be around, but aren't you going to visit your niece for the celebration, aren't you?" Griffa gave Maybelle an encouraging smile. "I am. I think Wally's is going to come as well. Jonthon will go to his brother's like always. I'll still miss you, my dear. I don't think we've been apart for the entire midwinter celebration since you were born." Griffa reached over and squeezed Maybelle's hand. "I will miss you as well, but you will have a nice time at your niece's home. You need to invite her to have dinner with us sometimes when we get back." Maybelle nodded. "I hope everyone is packed or almost packed and not waiting until the last minute," said Ansel, looking directly at Max. Max cast his eyes to the floor. How did Ansel know he hadn't even started packing? He looked up at Ansel. "I'm almost packed. You don't need to pester me. You know, for me being the king, you sure do seem in charge of my life." "That is because you are young and unexperienced. I am sure one day, when you are older, you can be counted on to pack without me having to remind you 20 times, said Ansel in response. After lunch, Max went up to his room to start preparing for their trip to the valley. He sat on his bed, looking at his empty case, trying to go over what he might need to take with him. He moved his hand and summed a couple of tunics and pairs of pants. He folded them haphazardly and stuffed them in his case. As he moved his case, a small book fell on the floor. Max picked it up and saw it was the journal he had found the night before. Thinking he could take a short break from packing, he opened the book and read the first page. It only had a faded name written on it, Malin Keene. Max flipped the next page and saw that it was dated almost 500 years ago. This must have been one of the first Keenes to live in the manor, thought Max. Max turned the page and started reading the faded writing as best he could. He read, "Mother has started transitioning leadership of the ring over to me. She said she is ready to step down and spend more time with Father. She said now that I am married and settled, I need to learn the responsibility of leading the ring and the family. I am not sure of the trust she has placed in me. Mother was born to lead. She was destined to be the leader of her people. She was trained for her position her whole life. I have grown up as the loved, and dare I say, spoiled daughter of a wealthy family. Not to say my mother has not tried to prepare me my whole life. She has drilled responsibility and duty in my head for as long as I can remember. I do want to make her proud. I want to do what is right for our people. I wonder what responsibilities my brother is facing in the valley. Surely he has some. I wonder if he feels the same level of unease as I do." Max stopped reading and wondered why Malin's brother would be in the valley. Wouldn't he have grown up in Keene Manor the same as Malin? Malin must have been the oldest sibling to be the leader of the ring. Perhaps her brother was sent to the valley to establish leadership there. Max looked down to read more from the journal when there was a knock at his door. "Yes," called out Max. "It's Ansel. You are packing in there, aren't you?" "Of course," called back Max. He sighed and closed the diary, packing it in with a shirt that was close to his bed. He would have to read more when they got to the valley. Chapter 5. Kedden sat in his sitting room by the fire, drinking a glass of wine. It had been a long day. He had read message after message from people all over the kingdom. There were so many letters that kept coming for him. There was still a large pile on his desk at this moment. They were filled with news and worries. Leaders of villages worried that Oramus soldiers had been patrolling their streets. There was news of shortages of supplies in areas of the kingdom. Some leaders needed help with sicknesses that were plaguing their villages. A couple of viceroys were unhappy with the changes they knew were going on in Oramus. They worried what would happen when Golnar turned his eye towards their lands. They wanted Kedden to intervene, to try to make Golnar and others on the council understand that things didn't need to change. Kedden stared at the fire. He wasn't sure things didn't need to change. He knew there was much poverty in the kingdom. He had heard tales of people dying of hunger. He knew there were many who had no warm place to call home this winter. Things definitely needed to change, but Kedden wasn't sure if Golnar's way was what was needed. He had seen all the magic users that had been released. He had watched them trained. He had seen what many of the soldiers of Oramus could do now. He had heard Golnar talk of magic users as the future and non-gifted people as having to find their place. Kedden had asked over and over again what that meant. He was worried for his kingdom. He was worried for the people, especially those marked as non-gifted. His informant, who had been messaging him since the river house, had told him that those without magic would be tossed aside. They would be used for some purpose if they could, but if not, they would be left in underserved communities to starve. Some might even be killed by soldiers. Kedden didn't know if he believed this. It sounded so heartless. Maybe he didn't want to believe it. He knew Golnar was getting frustrated with him. He was scared of Golnar. Kedden could admit that. Golnar had powers Kedden could never had. He also had Philo quick on his side. Kedden didn't know Philo well, but he seemed to be a power-hungry man with few scruples. With the two of them running the kingdom and Oramus forces, Kedden could understand how someone would be worried about non-gifted people. It seemed whoever was in Golnar and Philo's way were taken out somehow. Kedden knew they were probably starting to see him as an obstacle, but he couldn't stop. He would have to protect his kingdom somehow. He knew he was only the leader of the kingdom because of others' hard work. His mother and father had planned and schemed to make him the lord of the kingdom. Golnar until had campaigned and made promises for Kedden to have his honorary title of king. It should be such an empty title, but to Kedden it meant something. If he was going to be called king, then he was going to act like it. He was going to do everything he could to be a good king. As Kedden was thinking over these things, Turin came into the room from the bedroom. He looked up at her in her nightgown. Her stomach was round with child. She walked over and sat down slowly next to Kedden in a chair. "What are you thinking about, my love?" asked Turin. "The kingdom and what's been going on. I'm not sure about these changes Golnar has been making." "How so? What are you worried about?" asked Turin, looking at Kedden. "I'm worried about many things. I'm worried about all these people whose magic we have released, including you. Do we know if this will have unpleasant long-term effects? I'm worried about non-magic users, and what will happen to them in this new kingdom Golnar is dreaming up," said Kedden, putting down his glass and looking at Turin. "Kedden, you don't need to worry about me or the other magic users. I feel fine. It was a little strange at first. Perhaps many of us went too far with our magic, but it has settled now. As for non-magical users, I thought Golnar said this would be a good thing for everyone. It will mean less poverty and need in the kingdom." "Yes, but how, Turin? I've heard some things about what they plan to do to those who have no magical ability, and none of it sounds good. They are talked of as if they aren't even living things worthy of respect." Kedden shook his head. "Who have you heard this from? Where are you getting these ideas?" "I don't know. It's just from some people who have sent me messages. They have told me things, and I think I believe them. Turin, I want to be a good king for the people. I don't want people to get hurt, not for things they can't control." Turin leaned forward and took Kedden's hand. She smiled slightly at him. "You are a good king, Kedden. You have been working so hard to help so many people. I know when something is new it's scary. We don't know what is going to happen. What you have heard are rumors and could very well be untrue. Have you asked Golnar about them?" "I have. He won't tell me much. He tells me to stay out of his affairs. He tells me to focus on what I am supposed to be doing. When I tell him the kingdom's work is what I'm supposed to be doing, he says I should just smile and tell the people what they want to hear. I know he is angry at me." Turin looked at him with a startled look. "Has Golnar said he is displeased with you?" "We have had a couple of arguments. He wants me to sit back and let him do whatever he wants. But is that really wise? Many people's lives are at stake. What becomes of the kingdom is on my shoulders." Turin took a deep breath. "Kedden, I think you should step back for a moment. I don't want you to get hurt. Golnar has been planning this for a while. Why not see what happens at first?" Kedden shook his head. "What good is my safety if my people suffer, Turin? I know I have been a selfish man for most of my young life, but I don't want to live like that any more. The more I study the kingdom and hear from the people, the more I realize how much I have taken for granted. I can't live my life in luxury and safety while those out there suffer." Turin smiled sadly. She put her hand on Kedden's face. "You put too much on yourself. Can you not focus on us just for a while and see what happens? Our child will be here soon. We will be so happy, the three of us. Focus on that and let what happens happen. Then you can see what needs to be done in the kingdom." Kedden grabbed her hand from his face, brought it down, and held it. He looked into Turin's eyes. "How can I look at my child one day and not see all the children in the kingdom who are starving or homeless? I love you, Turin. I love our child, but for me to be the father and husband I need to be, I have to be the king I should be. I want our child to grow up differently than me. I want him to grow up knowing his life means something. I want him to know what it is to serve his kingdom." Kedden looked at Turin, and she had tears in her eyes. "Kedden, you are too much sometimes. I have loved you for so long, but I didn't realize how much until recently. I can't lose you. I can't raise this child by myself. I need you to take care of yourself. I know I should care about the kingdom and the people, but what I really care about is you. If you aren't safe here with me, then I don't care about the rest of the kingdom." Turin broke down into tears. Kedden held out his arms, and she came to him. He held her in his lap. After a while he placed his hand on her stomach. "Turin, I do love you and our child. You two are the most important things to me in the kingdom, but I have to help create a kingdom I want our child to grow up in. I have to help create a kingdom I want our child to lead. I will try to be careful. I will try to use caution and play along a bit, but I will stand up for what is right. I won't do something just because it's convenient or safe for me. You understand that, don't you?" Turin nodded and snuggled up under Kedden's chin. He held her and thought of what they had just discussed. Kedden sometimes wished he could close his eyes and ignore what was happening throughout the kingdom. He almost wished he could just focus on Turin and their child. He was tempted at times to be as he was before. He could just go to parties and make appearances. He could smile for the crowds and half listen in council meetings. He could spend his life in leisure. He certainly had enough practice. It sounded appealing in ways, but it could not be. Now that he had made the choice to care, to be active in the kingdom, he could not go back. Turin moved from her position to where she was looking at Kedden. She had tears in her eyes as she placed her hand on Kedden's cheek. "Kedden, I love you so much," said Turin. "I would do anything to keep you safe, to keep you with me." Kedden nodded as Turin continued to stare at him. "Whatever I do, I want you to know it is because of love you. I never want to hurt you or deceive you. I just want to keep you from harm." Kedden looked confused. "What are you talking about, Turin? You have never hurt me. I trust no one as much as I trust you." "Oh, Kedden," said Turin with feeling. "Look at me, Kedden. I love you. You are such a good, good king. You have done so much, and you need to rest. You have done too much lately, and you need to rest. You will come to bed with me tonight, and tomorrow you will spend the day with me in our rooms." Kedden felt warm and sleepy. His head started feeling foggy. He had forgotten half of what he had said to Turin. He felt so confused. "Turin, what are you talking about?" Turin grabbed his face in both of her hands and stared at Kedden with tear-filled eyes. "Kedden, you are tired and you need a break. Come with me to our bedroom tonight. You will stay with me all day tomorrow." Kedden felt himself smile at Turin. He was so tired and so filled with love for her. "Our bedroom? I should stay with you in our bedroom?" "Yes, my love, our bedroom. Stay with me. I need you here with me. You need to be with me." Kedden's eyelids felt so heavy. "Of course, Turin. You are all that matters. I will stay with you. I am tired, and I need rest." Turin stood up and took Kedden's hand. She smiled at him sadly as he stood up. "Come with me, my love. Come to bed." "Yes, Turin." Kedden let Turin lead him to his bed. He was so tired he would definitely need to rest tomorrow and maybe the day after. Chapter 6. Griffa slowly opened her eyes as she lay in her bed. The room was very dim, with just the early morning light coming in through the windows. She stretched slightly and shivered. Even with the large magical fire burning in the fireplace, the room was chilly. She looked over and saw Ansel sleeping next to her on his side. She nuzzled up into him and waved her hand, casting a warming charm over her, hoping it would help her to sleep a bit more before she had to get up. She had not slept much the night before, worrying about the trip to the valley. Griffa had been leading the ring for just a few months. She tried to do what she thought was best and appear confident, but she couldn't fool herself. She had been sure she needed to take her place as leader of the ring, and she didn't regret the decision. Yet she still second-guessed herself constantly, worried that she wasn't worthy of her title. She was worried she would fall short again and again. It had been odd for her. She had always been very confident in herself in most ways. She had never been one for regret, but now that she had this new responsibility, she felt the weight of every decision. Now she laid next to Ansel and worried about the upcoming trip. Would she be able to convince the council in the valley to join them in the coming war? She should be confident Talon would be on her side, but she couldn't be sure. He would do what he thought was best for his village, no matter how good of a friend he was to Griffa. She also had to convince the rest of the council. Would she just make a fool of herself and her family name? Griffa sighed and turned over on her stomach, placing her head in her pillow. "What's wrong, Griffa?" said Ansel sleepily. Griffa's movements must have disturbed him. "I'm sorry I woke you." "It's nothing," mumbled Griffa, muffled by her pillow. Ansel propped himself up on his elbow and gently pushed her over on her back. "What are you worried about?" This time he sounded a little more awake.
"Do you think I did the right thing taking over the ring?" asked Griffa, looking up at Ansel.
Ansel smiled. "It's a little early in the day to be second-guessing yourself, isn't? Or have you been up all night?" "No, I slept some, but answer me. Do you think I made the right choice?" "Griffa, you were meant to be the leader of the ring. You were doing what you were meant to do. Is someone on the ring giving you a hard time? You shouldn't listen to Helmer, you know." "It's not about what anyone has said on the ring. I just want to do the right thing. I want to help Max and the kingdom and keep everyone safe. What if I just make everything worse?" "You are smart and brave. You are also kind. I don't know who would be more capable of leading the ring than you. You want what's best for everyone, and you listen to others for advice. Stop second-guessing yourself. Definitely stop doing it this early in the morning, huffed Ansel as he lay back down. I'm sorry to have disturbed you, said Griffa. It's just this trip to the valley has me all worked up. I always dreaded going there as a child. Father would be in meetings, and I would have to socialize with the other leaders' children. I felt so out of place. If it wasn't for Talon, I wouldn't have had any friends. I would go and act like I was confident. I would pretend what the other children thought didn't bother me, but I knew what they said about me. Now I have to go in there and convince those people to follow me. Can I do this, Ansel? Come here, Griffa, said Ansel, holding out his arms. She looked at Ansel and then scooted closer to him. He wrapped his arms around her. You can do this. What we are doing is right. We must unite everyone we can to get Max on the throne. Talon and the council will listen to you. You aren't a frizzy-hair little girl who runs around with dirt on her face anymore. You are a wise leader and very charming when you want to be. You will be spectacular. I will be spectacular as a frizzy-hair woman with dirt on her nose, said Griffa sarcastically. Yes, but you are wiser now, so that will help, smiled Ansel as he kissed the top of her head. Seriously, you can do this, and you won't be alone. I'll be there. I hope you are right, Ansel, yawned Griffa, closing her eyes and snuggling further into Ansel's embrace. Breakfast was a hectic, noisy event. Everyone grabbed bites of food as they walked back and forth, putting their bags and packages out on the back lawn. Maybelle forced a cup of tea into Griffa's hand after she had walked in and out of the house 3 times. Griffa, you have to eat something. Take some toast. Everything is going to be fine, assured Maybelle, making Griffa sit down for a moment. Griffa quickly ate a piece of dry toast and drained her hot tea. She stood up and embraced Maybelle. Thank you. I hope you have a peaceful holiday with no work. I will miss you. I'll miss you too, my dear. You will do wonderful in the valley. Your father would be very proud of you. I know I am, said Maybelle, giving Griffa a quick kiss on the cheek. Griffa smiled and thanked Maybelle. She looked at the clock on the wall and turned to the others who were shuffling around the room or sitting at the table. We need to be outside in 2 minutes. Is everyone ready? Everyone nodded and started making their way outside, all giving Maybelle a quick hug. Griffa saw Maybelle grab Ansel's hand and say, Take care of her. Make sure she sleeps and eats. Griffa smiled to herself and walked outside. They arranged themselves into 2 groups. Ansel stood with Nora and most of the bags. Griffa stood with Max, Issa, and what was left of the luggage. Okay, I think it is time, said Griffa, looking at Ansel. I'll see you at the Keen Valley house in a second. Ansel nodded, and Griffa looked at Max and Issa. You both remember exactly what I told you about the house, correct? You have total trust in me. She placed her hands on Max and Issa's shoulders as they held the bags. Both Issa and Max nodded. Okay, concentrate. Griffa closed her eyes and envisioned the small backyard of her house in the valley. She then felt the familiar sensation of traveling, making sure to keep a hold of both Max and Issa. She opened her eyes as her feet hit the ground, seeing the back of her house. She looked to her right, and Ansel and Nora appeared. Good, everyone's here. Welcome to the valley, Griffa said, smiling at everyone. She grabbed a couple of bags and led everyone to the back door. Griffa put down one bag for a second and waved her hand, releasing the charm on the door. She opened it, picked up her bag, and stepped into the entryway, heading to the parlor. Everyone followed her inside. The parlor was a decent-sized room with a sofa, chairs, a few tables, and a large fireplace. It had a set of stairs in the left corner that led to the second story that overlooked the parlor. Max, you can stay in the room upstairs to the far right. Nora, there is a small bedroom down here through that hall behind the stairway I think you would like. Issa, you can stay in the room just off the stairs to the left, said Griffa, directing everyone where they should go. She turned to Ansel. I'm out of rooms. You can sleep with Max, or do you want to follow me? Asked Griffa once everyone else had gone to their assigned rooms. Ansel rolled his eyes at her as she smiled at him. She led him up the stairs to the largest bedroom in the house, the one her father had stayed in when she was younger. She had stayed there a couple of times since then, but it was always a little strange to call it her own room. After depositing all of their belongings, everyone met together in the parlor. Griffa showed everyone around the home. Besides the parlor and bedroom, there was a kitchen with dining area, a small study, and small space set up to do potions. They all settled in and sat in the parlor together, discussing the schedule for the next 2 weeks. "I'm not sure when I will be called to meet with the town council," said Griffa, standing by the fire. "I expect Talon will contact me today or tomorrow." "What else will we be doing in town?" asked Max. "There will be a midwinter celebration in the town center and out by the lake in a week that we will be expected to attend. We will be invited to dine with some of the prominent families. I will probably have to go meet with various people every day, but there is no reason you all have to go to those," said Griffa, sitting down on the sofa next to Ansel. "Can we look around the town this afternoon?" asked Isa. "Of course. We will all go if everyone would like. I can give you a tour," said Griffa. Nora got up to go make tea. Isa and Max offered to put together lunch from the food Maybelle had sent. Ansel turned to Griffa to say something when there was a knock at the front door from the small entryway. Griffa and Ansel both stood. She waved him away and went to answer the door. She opened it to find a well-dressed man about her age with black hair and brown eyes. He had a thin face with smooth skin. He was smiling widely, which showed off his deep dimples. "Talon," said Griffa, "I didn't expect to see you so soon." Griffa moved out of the way to let Talon in. "Griffa!" Talon stood in front of her and looked her over. He then took her hands and pulled her into an embrace. "I have missed you." Talon let her go and smiled at her. "I was very happy to hear you had taken your place as the leader of the ring. I do believe leadership agrees with you. I didn't think it was possible for you to grow in beauty, but here we are." "Thank you, Talon," said Griffa, slightly rolling her eyes. "You look as handsome as always. Come in, please." Griffa led Talon to the parlor where he greeted Ansel at the fireplace. "Ah, Ansel, I was happy to hear you were coming with your young king. How are you?" asked Talon, shaking Ansel's hand. "I am well. It is good of you to come see us so soon." "Of course, I wanted to greet all of you as soon as was possible. Griffa is the leader of the ring now. She must be shown respect. Not that I wouldn't want to greet an old friend as soon as I could." "Sit down, Talon, please. I can get you some tea, or do you want to join us for lunch?" asked Griffa, pointing to a chair by the fireplace. "I won't bother you long, so no need for refreshment. Where is the rest of your party? I'd like to say hello to Max, if possible," said Talon, sitting down in the chair. "I'll go let them know you are here," said Ansel. He walked out of the room, leaving Griffa and Talon alone. "Griffa, I hope you don't mind me dropping by so soon. I was very anxious to see you," said Talon, smiling at Griffa. "I know it's only been a few months, but you have changed so much, in a good way, of course." "You look and seem the same, Talon, in a good way, of course," replied Griffa with a smirk. "Why are you really here this quickly? You still don't believe that I might actually like your company over everyone else's? Griffa, we've been friends for a long time. I'd say more than that if you want to reminisce." Talon gave Griffa a sly smile. "We do not need to get into that right now," said Griffa, quickly looking over at the doorway from the kitchen. The last thing she wanted to do today was discuss her history with Talon in earshot of Ansel. Talon smiled. "I want to see how Max is doing. You have my full support, Griffa. You can always count on that, but it will take some convincing of my council. I need to have all the information I can get." Before Griffa could respond, the rest of the household came into the room. Talon stood up and smiled at everyone. "Talon, you remember Issa, Nora, and Max?" said Griffa, pointing to each person who walked in. Talon bowed as Nora and Issa curtsied. Max bowed slightly. "Max, it is good to see you again. I hope things are going well with your training?" asked Talon. "Yes," said Max. "Between Griffa and Ansel, I believe I have come a long way since I came to Abscon." "I'm sure you have, Max. I was not unimpressed with your abilities when I saw them this past year. I'm glad you have decided to join Griffa in the valley." "I was excited I was able to come," said Max. "I'm happy to be here. I've wanted to see the valley for the while. I hope we can show you a pleasant time. Our midwinter festivities might even be more extravagant than Abscon's, I believe. You will have to all come dine with me soon as well." "Why don't we all sit down?" said Griffa, sitting down on the sofa. Talon sat next to Griffa, sitting very close to her, so their shoulders touched. Everyone else found chairs in the area. "So, Max, are you still happy living in Abscon at Keen Manor?" asked Talon. "Yes, I've really enjoyed it. It feels like home now." "I heard about the forest at the end of last summer. Did you really send 20 Oramus soldiers magically back to the city against their will?" I don't know if it was 20, and I only did it with Griffa's help." Ansel helped too, said Max, looking at Griffa. Really? So, there is some truth to the tale. Fascinating. You will have to tell me the whole story sometime soon. Griffa told me a little bit of it in a message, but I hadn't heard that she played a part, said Talon, patting Griffa's knee with his hand. I told you the basics of what happened. There was no reason for you to know more. We were ambushed, but we came out of it alive, explained Griffa. You seem to be getting in a lot of scuffles lately, said Talon. He looked over at Ansel. I hope you are taking precautions to keep everyone safe. We are taking every precaution, assured Ansel. Keeping Max and Griffa safe are my top priorities, as well as everyone else in the household. I'm sure, Ansel, said Talon with a slight smile. I would just hate for anything to happen to Max or Griffa. We will need them both in the war to come with Ormust. So, Talon, I know you are very busy, and we need to finish unpacking before lunch. We appreciate you greeting us, but I am sure you have better places to be, said Griffa, standing up. I'm not sure I have better places to be, but I do have things I need to do. I will let you get on with your day, said Talon, standing. Griffa, will you walk out with me? Griffa stood up and walked with Talon to the small entryway. Well, so the story in the forest is true? Asked Talon, grabbing his cloak off the wall. Yes, it's true. Max is very gifted with magic, said Griffa. He said you helped. Why didn't you tell me? Asked Talon, looking at Griffa. Yes, I did. I didn't tell you because I didn't know how to explain it, but Max and I did it together, said Griffa, stepping back from Talon a bit and looking down. Interesting. I look forward to hearing more about it. You will come to our council meeting tomorrow morning, won't you? You should come to lunch with me after. We need to catch up, said Talon, opening the door. I will come to the meeting. I will have to see about lunch. I might have plans. Very good. Well, I need to be going. One more thing. Can you tell me why Ansel looked like he was going to curse me at any moment? Did I offend him somehow? Asked Talon, feigning innocence. Griffa looked at Talon sternly. Talon. So, I guess that is still going on then. It's pity for me, but I'm happy for you. I'm glad you are here, Griffa. I know this was inconvenient for you, but I think you coming here with Max will be very beneficial for all of us. I am happy to be here. The ring has ignored the valley for too long. You are important to the kingdom and to Abscon. I will do everything I can to make sure the valley is secure and included in all of our plans. Talon took Griffa's hand. I believe you, Griffa. I will help you with the council as much as I can. Talon kissed her hand and squeezed it. I will see you tomorrow at the council meeting. Contact me if you need anything before then. Talon walked out. Griffa closed the door behind him and took a deep breath. She was glad Talon was on her side, but she knew she had a lot of work ahead of her. Chapter 7. Ansel walked by Max's side as they followed Griffa, Nora, and Issa through the pathways of the valley. Griffa's valley house was located just inside town off of the entrance to the village from the high mountain pass. She led them from her small front yard to the path that led to the village center. The valley was much like Abscon in that there were no organized rings, yet there was more structure to the valley than Abscon. As they walked from Griffa's yard, they passed houses similar in size and structure to Griffa's. All of these houses were built around the same time. They are mostly owned by people who have their principal homes in Abscon, though there are a few who live in these houses permanently, said Griffa as they walked. Ansel eyed one dark house he knew belonged to the Quicks. He wondered what had become of Marcus. Was he living in Ormust with his father now? We will keep going straight, and we will pass some larger homes before we get to the market, continued Griffa. They walked straight and eventually passed two large manors. The first one was a large house made out of dark stone. It was 3 stories high with one large tower on the left side. There was a middle-aged man walking the path out front. He spotted their group and walked towards them. Griffon Keen, is that you? Asked the man. He was wearing a dark green cloak that couldn't hide his round middle. He had wispy brown hair and a long beard. Ansel made his way to Griffa's side as the man reached them. Yes, Devlin, it is me, said Griffa, smiling. Devlin took Griffa's hand and bowed over it. It is so good to see you, my dear. You haven't visited in a long while, said Devlin as he turned to the others. Ansel, it is good to see you as well. Ansel nodded, looking at Devlin. He knew Devlin had been a friend of Griffa's father, but Ansel had never really liked him. And this one must be your young king, said Devlin, looking at Max. An honor to meet you, of course. Devlin, this is Maxwell of the line of Adalwin, said Griffa, pointing to Max. She turned to Issa and Nora. "This is Isolde Finn, Max's friend, and Nora Blythe, Max's guardian. Everyone, this is Devlin Clark. He is an old friend of my father's." Devlin smiled at everyone. "I am glad you are all here. I look forward to getting to know all of you better. Griffon, you will all have to come to dinner soon. I will send a message to secure a date. Devlin, we would all be happy to come dine with you. Now, I am helping them all get familiar with the valley, so I hope you will excuse us. I will see you tomorrow in the council meeting." "I hope you all enjoy your time in the valley. Griffon, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow," said Devlin, bowing and turning back to his house. "I guess we really will have to go eat dinner with him at some point," said Ansel, letting out a breath. "Of course, why would we not? He is an important member of the council and a friend of my father's. I could hardly say no." Griffa glanced at Ansel as they all walked on. "I know, but there is just something about him that makes me uncomfortable," said Ansel. "Most people make you uncomfortable unless you know them well," laughed Griffa. "I'm afraid this trip is going to be very hard on you, Ansel. Perhaps you should have stayed home after all." "No, I want to be here. Besides, it is good for Max to visit the valley. I will try to relax. I'm sure dinner at the Clarks will be fine." Griffa grabbed Ansel's hand and squeezed it before letting it go. "This next house is Talon's home. It was the first house built in the valley. The Wendells have lived here since the beginning." They all looked up as they walked in front of a large home made up of different colors of stone. It was a beautiful house with many windows that were lined in green ivy and red flowers. The roof was covered in green grass under the snow, charmed to always be alive. There was a gate that was open with a stone pathway leading to the house. "A very handsome home," said Nora, looking up. "It almost doesn't look real." "There are many charms that helped create it and keep it looking that way. The Wendells have always liked to show off a bit," explained Griffa. "I'm sure we will be invited over at some point, and you will be able to see for yourself." They kept walking past the Wendell home and came to a line of shops. There were places to buy food, herbs, potions, clothes, staffs, and many other things. The shops were all lined up next to each other, all looking alike with big front windows and green doors. "This is main reason people visit the valley from Abscon. They definitely have a better market," said Griffa, looking in the window of the shop that sold herbs and other potion ingredients. Issa and Nora looked into the dressmaker's window next door, while Ansel and Max stood behind Griffa. The market was very busy, even more so than usual. People walked in and out of stores collecting things for the midwinter holiday. Issa, Nora, and Griffa were eventually ready to move on to the town square. The town square had a large statue of King Nathan in its center. It was very similar to the one in Abscon. At the front of the statue was the town meeting hall. It was a large, long building with many windows and 2 big double doors. To the left of the statue was the Temple of the Gods. It was built much like the one in Abscon, with the same linked female and male statue out front. "This is the town center," said Ansel. "The council meets there in that large building. That is, of course, the temple. If you go that way you will see a few more shops and then more homes. Eventually you would come to the large lake that is at the edge of town. I imagine it is frozen over at the moment. Past that the high mountain pass goes on." They spent another hour looking in the shops, purchasing various items. They bought more food for the house. Griffa bought some potion ingredients to replenish her stores at her valley home. When it came time to walk home, Ansel let the others go ahead. As they left the market, something or someone caught his attention at the corner of his eye. He turned quickly, but there was nothing there. He stopped and looked closely, but there was nothing but the edge of a building and a small tree. Ansel quickly caught up with the others, walking by Max's side and keeping Griffa in his direct vision. The next day saw Ansel and Griffa up early to go to the morning council meeting. Griffa was dressed in her usual ring attire, with her keen sigil cloak fastened around her neck. "Are you sure you should come?" asked Griffa as they walked to the front door. "Do you think it is wise to leave Max and the others alone?" "I'm sure they will be fine for a couple of hours this morning. They know where to find us if something goes wrong. I said I would be there to support you," reminded Ansel, opening the front door. Griffa smiled at him. "I know. I appreciate it, but I don't want you to feel like you are neglecting your duty to Max. I've been reading those books you gave me on protectors. Don't you feel unsettled when you aren't around your king?" Ansel looked at Griffa. He had remembered reading that as well. The protector journals he had been reading were full of protectors voicing their draw to their sovereigns. It was said that kings or queens and their protectors were magically bonded. At least that seemed to be true in the days when the blood of Adalwin reigned. He was not sure if it had been so since the line was overthrown, and Ansel did not feel the draw now. While he took his duty to Max seriously, he did not find his magic or mood suffered when they were apart. He supposed when Max actually took the throne that would change. "I don't as of yet. I suppose that will change when Max is actually reigning in Ormist. I'm not sure how the magical bond works, or even if it still does," mused Ansel. The truth was he was much more unsettled when he wasn't with Griffa. He didn't want her going to this council meeting alone. He knew she could handle it, but Ansel would feel better knowing he was there to back her up. "Interesting," remarked Griffa, walking out the door and Ansel following her. They walked into town side by side. Ansel could see Griffa was working out her thoughts. She was probably rehearsing her conversations in her mind. When they got close to the meeting hall, she stopped walking and looked up at the statue of King Nathan. She gave it a small bow and then turned to the statue of the gods and did the same. "You still keep to the tradition your father taught you?" asked Ansel. "Yes, it hasn't hurt me yet," said Griffa, looking at the meeting hall. Ansel gave her a little nudge. "Go on, you can do this. You are the leader of the ring." Griffa looked up at him and smiled. "Thank you for coming with me." She walked forward with purpose and opened the doors. Ansel followed her. They walked through a hallway to another set-up double doors. There was a young woman there at a small desk. She smiled at Griffa and Ansel as they approached. "Can I help you?" the woman asked. "Yes, I am Griffon Keen, the leader of the Ring of Nine, and this is Ansel of the line of Raya. We are here to meet with the council this morning." The lady looked down at a piece of paper on her desk and nodded. "Yes, you are expected, Miss Keen. I don't see this man on the list." "He will be welcomed," said Griffa confidently. "He is the protector of the king. They will want to talk to him." The woman did not look like she wanted to argue and motioned for them to go on. Griffa opened the doors and walked into the room with Ansel behind her. "Griffa," said Talon as soon as they were in the room, "and Ansel too. What a pleasant surprise. Come in, come in. Someone pull up a chair on my left for Ansel." "Thank you for meeting with us, Talon," said Griffa, walking to a chair Talon had pulled out for her. "I hope we can come to some sort of agreement." "I hope so too, Griffa." Talon sat down next to Griffa. Ansel sat on the other side of Talon and looked around the table. It was set up much like the ring, but with only 5 other members besides Talon. Ansel saw that Devlin was there. He gave a friendly nod to Griffa. "Well, we all know why we are here this morning, so let's get started. May the gods guide us in our discussions, and may we always remember the responsibility we have towards one another." Talon turned to Griffa. "Griffon Keen, as you all know, is the leader of the Ring of Nine. She is here today to tell us about the coming uprising against the current powers of Ormist." Griffa looked around the table and took a breath. "I am here today to tell you the time has come when we can no longer sit aside and let Regventus be run by those who would see it ruined. The powers in Ormist have started releasing magic in those with dormant magical blood. They have done this in a dangerous way with blood magic. Their plan is to release all those with any magical blood in the kingdom. They want non-gifted people to be servants or worse. They are not for the equality our people fought for over 1,000 years ago, and they are not for what we stand for today. We must join together to save the kingdom." "Do you think releasing magic in those who have it in their blood is wrong?" asked an older woman with dark gray hair. "No, of course not, but it must be done correctly and with their knowledge. I believe the palace is not giving people the option," replied Griffa. "I agree this sounds bad," said Devlin, "but how will it affect us as the old magical folk? Surely they won't change things in our communities. First, what they are doing goes against everything decent. Second, if you think the powers in Ormist will let us go on as we like as an independent people, then you are fooling yourself. They want absolute power. They will expect Abscon and the valley to be turned over to their rule," said Griffa, looking at Devlin. "Do we have a plan, though?" "What can be done, Griffon?" asked Devlin. "We are uniting all magical folk as we speak. Ansel has traveled all through the great surrounding, finding small communities and outliers to join our cause. We also have a king, one who comes from the direct line of Adalwin on both his mother's and father's side. He has accepted his position and has been training. He will be a good and powerful king." "So you are asking us to go to war?" inquired a small man by Devlin. You are asking us to risk our peace, our families, and ourselves. Yes, I am asking you to go to war. I am asking you to stand up for peace, your families, and yourself. I know this is difficult. I know we will probably lose people we love, but if we do nothing, we stand no chance," said Griffa passionately. "What do you think, Talon?" asked Devlin. Talon looked at Griffa before he turned and addressed the circle. "I agree with Griffa. The kingdom is becoming a dangerous place for many. I think we need to act. I have spent time with a young king, and I have seen that Max is strong. He is intelligent, and he is willing to listen. I have also heard stories of this king and his power. You all have as well. We have many powerful families amongst us. We can and should fight for what is right." The 5 around the circle whispered to one another. "Ansel, you are this king's protector," said the older woman. "Do you agree with Miss Keene's assessment? Will he be a powerful and good king?" "Yes, I agree with everything Griffa has said. Max has learned magic quickly. He is already very advanced for someone who has only been training for a year. As Talon says, he is willing to listen and to learn. Furthermore, Griffa is the leader of the ring. She is a wise and cautious leader. She would not lead us into a war that she thought was not worth fighting." Ansel looked at Griffa, and she gave him a small smile. "Can we discuss this amongst ourselves, just the Valley Council?" asked Devlin. "I see no reason for that," said Talon dismissively. "Griffa and Ansel are our people as much as any of us. We should be able to share confidences." "No, Talon, it's fine," said Griffa, standing up. "I understand. Ansel and I will wait outside the hall until you are ready to see us." She looked over at Ansel, and he stood and walked with her to the exit. "Come on, I need a breath of fresh air," said Griffa as they passed the lady at her small desk. They walked into the square, and Griffa went to sit on a bench close to the statue of King Nathan. Ansel sat down beside her. Griffa took a couple of deep breaths. "Well, what do you think?" asked Griffa. "I think you did very well. You were truthful and to the point. There was nothing more you could have done. Talon is on your side at least." "I hope it's enough. He is young and still new, like me. Maybe I should have brought Hector with me after all." Griffa put her hands to her side and looked down at the ground. "No, you are the leader of the ring. You may be young, but you deserve the respect of the position. Do you not know how commanding you are as a leader?" Griffa looked up at Ansel. "I'm serious. You are a natural, Griff. If they won't listen to you, I doubt anyone else could stand a chance." Griffa grabbed Ansel's hand and held it. They sat together in silence until the door to the meeting hall opened, and Talon and the council members came out. Griffa and Ansel stood as Talon made his way over to them. "They want to meet our king," said Talon. "I told them I would host a dinner in 2 nights. You can be there, can't you?" Griffa nodded. "Yes, of course. What are they hoping to find out about Max?" "I don't know, but have Max ready. Griffa, I believe you. We need to join together. This dinner has to go well." Griffa looked at Ansel. "It will. Thank you for your support, Talon." Talon gave her a small smile. "Please know I will continue to work on the council until the dinner. I think we can convince them. Would you 2 like to join me for lunch in a bit?" Griffa looked at Ansel. "Not today, Talon. Max, Nora, and Issa are all alone. We should get back to them." Ansel tried to hide his sigh of relief as Griffa cocked her head and spoke on. "Perhaps you could come to us today. We will eat in an hour." "Thank you, yes. I would like to come. I think we need to talk, Griffa. I have some other concerns I would like to discuss with you. I will see you in an hour." Talon took her hand and squeezed it before walking away. Ansel tried not to roll his eyes. Ansel and Griffa started walking home. "Well, the council didn't immediately say no," said Griffa. "That's something." "They didn't, but I wonder what it is they hope to find out by meeting Max," pondered Ansel. "I'm not sure, but we will find out. It will be fine. Max is more than capable of being king. We will have to trust they see in him what we do," said Griffa, walking towards her home. "I wonder what Talon wants to talk to me about." Ansel wondered that as well. "I guess we will find out soon enough." They got home to find everyone in the parlor talking. Griffa related the information that Talon would join them for lunch. Issa and Nora volunteered to put lunch together so Max could hear how the meeting went. "They want to meet you, Max. You are their king as well as Abscons. It's not surprising that they would want to get to know you before pledging their support," said Griffa, sitting next to Max. "I suppose not," answered Max with a worried look on his face. "What if they don't like what they see?" "I don't see that being a problem," assured Griffa. "They will see the truth. They will see that you are growing into a kind, wise, strong young man. You will be a good king, Max." Max smiled, but didn't say anything. "No matter what happens, you have my support," said Griffa, patting Max's hand. "Nothing here will change that. We will deal with things as they come." Soon it was time for lunch, and Talon arrived. Ansel supposed lunch was pleasant. Talon was charming with his stories and flattery. Ansel wasn't much for it, but the rest of the party seemed to enjoy him. After lunch they all went separate ways. Issa and Max went to read. Nora said she would clean up lunch. "Griffa, will you come visit with me in your study?" said Talon, standing up from the table. "Ansel, you might as well come along." Griffa nodded as she and Ansel stood up. They went into the small study and closed the door. Griffa sat behind the desk as Talon and Ansel sat in the 2 chairs in front. "I want to talk about what happened in the forest this past summer," said Talon, leaning back in his chair. "I have told you almost all I know." Griffa put her elbows on the desk and leaned forward. "I don't know how we did it." "No, I understand all that. I'd like to hear the full story sometime soon, but I believe you when you say you aren't entirely sure what happened. I have another question about that day," said Talon. "What is it?" asked Ansel, looking at Talon with a frown. "Why were any of those soldiers or Philo Quick allowed to leave alive?" Griffa looked at Talon, startled. "What do you mean?" "I know at least the 2 of you have the ability and power to take care of enemies for good. Philo tried to kill Max. He nearly killed you with that potion, Griffa. Why would you spare his life or the life of those soldiers?" "It's not as easy as you might think to take a life," answered Griffa quietly. "No, I don't imagine it is," said Talon, looking at Griffa carefully. "I don't want you to think I am a blood-hungry monster, but there are times when you have to do hard things. We are entering such a time." "I would rather not use extreme force if it isn't necessary," said Griffa, sitting up. "Of course not, but Griffa, what would those soldiers have done if they would have had the chance? What would Philo do if he got his hands on your or the king?" Talon leaned forward and stared at her. Ansel closed his eyes. The thought of Philo touching Griffa or Max was almost too much for him to take. He opened his eyes to see Talon looking at him. "Ansel knows, don't you?" Ansel nodded. "I do. I have heard reports of what happened in Clarton. I know that soldiers have been collecting children from around the kingdom for a while. What do those soldiers deserve, Griffa?" asked Talon. Griffa took a deep breath and looked at Talon. She shook her head. "Griffa, you are the leader of our people until Max comes to his throne. Will you protect your people with everything at your disposal if it comes to it?" "I understand what you are saying, Talon, but I don't know if I can do the things you are saying." "Can any of us?" countered Griffa. "Ansel," said Talon, turning to him, "you said you know what Philo Quick would do if he got his hands on Griffa. What would you do to stop him?" Ansel felt his heart race and his breath become short. He thought of Griffa when she was poisoned. He thought of her lying in her bed. He saw her pale face and heard her ragged breaths. He thought of the moment Chiron told him she was going to die. "Anything," said Ansel with conviction. "You would kill him?" asked Talon. "Yes," hissed Ansel, without a second thought. "Griffa, no one is asking you to go out and kill someone for no reason, but to win this kingdom, sacrifices will have to be made. I want you to be prepared," said Talon, leaning back. Ansel hated to admit it, but Talon had a point. Their enemy was ruthless. They would have to start becoming more hardened to reality. Chapter 8. Max looked at himself in the long mirror in his bedroom. He was wearing a new tunic Griffa had picked up for him. It was forest green and had a large golden sun stitched on the front. His black pants were also new and fit him well. His boots were shined until they looked like new. Max smoothed his hair in the mirror and looked over himself to make sure everything was in order. Tonight was a big night. They had all prepared for the past 2 days. Griffa took Issa and Nora into town to buy new gowns along with Max's new clothes. They would be going to Wendell House to have dinner with Talon and the rest of the Council of the Valley. The council wanted to meet Max before they agreed to join with Abscon in the fight for the kingdom. Max wasn't sure what they were hoping to find out from meeting him. He was very nervous. He turned from the mirror to go see if everyone was ready when there was a knock at his door. "Yes?" called Max. "It's Griffa. Can I speak with you for a moment?" "Come on in," replied Max. Griffa opened the door and stepped into the room. She looked divine. It was the only word that came to Max's mind. She was dressed in a dark red satin gown that came off her shoulders. Her sleeves stopped midway down her arms. The dress came in at her waist and finished in a full skirt. She wore a gold belt with dark red gems. Her hair was pulled up with a few curls falling around the side of her face. Her eyes were a dark shining blue tonight. She smiled at Max as she entered the room. "Wow, Griffa, you look intimidating," said Max, staring at her. "Intimidating? Not sure that's what I was going for, but it will do." Griffa gave a short laugh. "No, I mean you look really good. Amazing, really," sputtered Max, feeling stupid. "It's fine, Max. You look nice as well. I wanted to talk to you about tonight and what you might expect." Max nodded and sat down on his bed. Griffa carefully sat down on the edge of a chair. "The council members will want to ask you many questions. They will ask about your training. They will ask you opinions on magic, Epscon, the valley, the kingdom, the future, and much more. All you need to do is be honest. Just be yourself. You are enough, Max. Don't try to say what you think they want you to say. Answer honestly. If you aren't enough for them, then there is nothing we can do." Max nodded again. Was he enough, though? Could he actually do this? Could he be king? He wasn't really sure. "Griffa, do you think I'm enough? Do you think I can actually be king, a good king?" asked Max. He tried to look at her, but his eyes cut to the floor quickly. "Max, look at me, please," said Griffa. Max looked up to see Griffa looking at him intensely. "I think you can do this. I know you can. You are clever and talented. What's more is you are kind. You have a good heart, and you are willing to listen and learn. I have no doubt you have everything in you to make a wonderful king. I will do everything I can to put you on the throne and keep you there." "What if the council thinks I can't do it? What if they won't help?" "Then we will do it without them. I believe in you, Max. I believe what we are doing is right. If the council can't see that tonight, then we will go home immediately and plan without them," said Griffa adamantly. "Now, come on. We need to go. Try to enjoy yourself tonight. If I know Talon, the food tonight will be exquisite." Griffa stood up. She came over to Max and offered her hand to him. He took it, and she helped him up. They walked to the door together and stepped out into the hall. Max turned to Griffa and smiled at her. "Thank you, Griffa." "It's what I'm here for, my king." Griffa smiled at him and hooked her arm into his. "Everyone is downstairs. You need to see Issa. She looks everything that is lovely." Everyone else was gathered in the entranceway, spilling into the parlor. Griffa brought Max to Issa, who did look very nice in a dark green gown that almost matched Max's outfit perfectly. Issa had left her blonde hair down and curled. Her dress was simple in form, with a modest neckline and long sleeves, but it fit her well and enhanced her natural beauty. It seemed to sparkle on its own, and Max wondered if it was charmed in some way. Nora looked well in a dark purple gown and her dark hair pulled up. Ansel, who was wearing his normal protector's garb, greeted Griffa by taking her hand and placing a soft kiss on the back of it. "I see we are making a statement tonight, Griff." "Talon likes opulence. I don't see why we shouldn't play the part," said Griffa, looking around. "Okay, is everyone ready?" They all nodded as they put on their cloaks. They walked quickly to Wendell House in the cold. The night was clear and still. Max looked up and could see a sky full of stars. He held Issa's hand tight as they walked behind Griffa, who was leading the way. "Are you all right?" asked Issa quietly. "Yes, I'm just nervous. I don't know what they expect of me," answered Max. Issa nodded, but didn't say anything more. They were all mostly quiet until they arrived at the house. Their group stopped and looked through the gate to the pathway that led to the front door. "Well, I guess there is no sense in waiting out in the cold," declared Griffa. She walked to the front door of the house. Max and Issa walked behind her with Nora, and then Ansel following behind. Griffa knocked on the door, and it was answered promptly by a tall man dressed in black. "Good evening. Mr. Wendell is receiving guests in the parlor," said the man. He opened the door wide and let them into the entry hall. They all entered and took off their cloaks. They hung them on hooks, the man pointed out. Max looked around, trying to take it all in. The entry hall was large, and a huge chandelier hung from the ceiling. It held over 100 lit candles, all giving off a bluish light. The walls of the entry hall were filled with portraits and magical staffs hung at different angles. The floor underneath them was dark marble that gleamed. The man at the door led them into the parlor. It was a very large room with multiple sofas and chairs throughout. On one end was a grand fireplace with a golden mantel. A large fire burned merrily, making the room warm and inviting. The parlor had 2 large windows on the far side with dark purple drapes over them. The floor was stone, covered in large plush rugs. As Max walked in, he saw Talon standing by the fireplace. Others were sitting on various chairs and sofas. Max guessed they were council members and their spouses. "Here we are, our guests of honor," announced Talon, walking over to meet them. He stopped and stared at Griffa. "Griffa, look at you. Aren't you marvelous? You look very well tonight. Come over here and introduce your party to everyone." Talon took Griffa's hand and led her to the fireplace. He motioned for everyone else to follow. "Good evening, everyone," said Griffa, addressing the room. "I'm sure you already know Ansel. This is Nora, she is Max's guardian. This is Issa, she is Max's particular friend. And this is Maxwell of the blood of Adalwin and the rightful king of Regventus." Griffa motioned for Max to come forward. Every eye in the room turned on Max. He smiled and looked back. "Well, everyone is here. Let's go eat. Dinner is ready," declared Talon. He offered his arm to Griffa, who accepted. "I would have the king lead, but he will have to follow since he's not sure where he is going." Griffa nodded encouragingly at Max. Issa came up to Max's side, and he escorted her, following Talon and Griffa. They came into an opulent dining room with the largest table Max had ever seen. It was covered in dishes of rich food. Talon pulled out a chair for Griffa on the end of the right side. Max found his name next to Griffa and sat down by her. Ansel was seated next to Max. Issa and Nora were towards the end of the table. Across from Max was Devlin Clark. "I suppose we should ask the gods to watch over us this winter. May we live to be an example to future generations. Now, everyone eat." Talon poured some wine into Griffa's glass and then his own. Max looked around and saw that many started filling their plates. Max did likewise. There were so many different dishes to pick from, and H wanted to try as many as he could. "So, about this business in the forest I keep hearing about, is any of it true? Did this boy really make soldiers disappear?" asked Devlin, looking at Griffa. "Oh yes, it was quite true, Devlin," replied Griffa as Max put some potatoes on his plate. "I was there. I saw it. At least 15 Ormus soldiers were sent back magically to the city." "But how, Griffon? I'm sorry, but that sounds quite impossible," said Devlin skeptically. "But Griffa and I have worked and worked to make it happen. We have sent many things magically to other places. We didn't do any living things until that night, but we thought it was possible," explained Max. "What do you mean you and Griffon worked on it? How so?" asked a woman with dark gray hair. "I'm Clara Vin. I am on the Council of the Valley, young king. I found an old book about moving objects magically. I was never able to do it myself, but with Griffa's help I found out we could together. So that night in the forest when we were surrounded, Griffa suggested it. I knew we could do it, and we did. I believe Ansel's Protector's magic played a part as well that night. I have been reading on Protector's magic to see what I can find, but I haven't come across anything like that yet," said Griffa before taking a bite of some meat. "I still find it hard to believe," said Devlin. "Find it hard to believe all you want," said Ansel, looking at Devlin. "I was there. There is no reason to lie. If Griffa and Max had not been successful, we probably would not be here with you now. I certainly wouldn't." Max saw Griffa give Ansel a sad smile. "Perhaps you and the young king could show us tonight how you move things magically, Griffon," suggested Devlin. "We will, if that is what it will take to convince you. I would think you would know me well enough by now to know I don't lie," said Griffa a little harshly. "What do you like to be called, young king?" asked Clara, obviously trying to change the subject. "Max. I prefer Max." "Very well, Max. What do you think of the valley?" "It's very nice. I like the marketplace. Wendell House is very nice. I hope to see more of the village before I leave," answered Max. "You will have to come to the midwinter festival in town at the end of the week. I hope you are staying that long," inquired Clara, looking at Griffa. "We plan to celebrate midwinter here. We will be at the festival. We all want Max to experience the valley as much as he can. We know it is an important part of our magical folk community," said Griffa. "I wonder if you really do," grumbled Devlin. "It seems you and the rest of the ring think our world revolves around Abscon." He took a deep breath. "But I suppose we all get caught up in what we know." "It's not like we ever see you in Abscon, Devlin," countered Griffa, her eyes flashing. "I think it goes both ways." I am not the leader of the ring or the only surviving member of one of the, if not the most, important families in the kingdom, snapped Devlin. I know your father taught you responsibility and what you owe to your people. It took you long enough to accept your place. What have you been doing all these years, Griffon? I was 16 when my father died, and I wasn't ready to lead. Perhaps I took more time than I should have, but I'm here now. I saw how you spent some of your time, Griffon, said Devlin with a sly smile as he glanced at Talon. I wondered if we would ever hear any kind of announcement that would have united our communities permanently, but I suppose it wasn't how it appeared, or maybe it was. Max heard Talon lightly hiss. Ansel put down his fork loudly and stared at Devlin. Griffa gave Devlin a cold look. Max could feel Griffa's unsettled magic building next to him. He heard her take a deep breath. I'm sorry you feel that I have ignored my duty. I may have not always have been as circumspect as I should have been, but I have done nothing to be ashamed of. I'm also sorry that it seems Abscon has not included the valley in our plans. I or anyone on the ring never meant to ignore the valley. We are always available if you need us. But we know that, Griffa. No one can accuse you of ever being truly improper, and you are the only person I want leading the ring, said Talon, shooting a look at Devlin. Now tell me about your training, Max. The rest of the dinner went fairly well. Max described his training and what he had learned. Devlin and Griffa traded words a few more times, but Talon was able to diffuse the situation. Soon it was time to leave the table and go back to the parlor. In the parlor, Max was shuffled from person to person by Talon. He was asked many questions about his youth, his training, his thoughts on the upcoming war, and every other thing anyone could ask. He was eventually exhausted. When it seemed everyone had finally run out of questions to ask him, May finally got a break. He stood by Issa and drank a glass of wine. I know this is hard, Max, but I think you have done really well, encouraged Issa. I don't think Griffa is having a good time either. Max looked over, and Griffa was surrounded by 7 people all trying to ask her questions. Her face looked calm, but Max could see she was getting frustrated by her body language and the red spots on her face. No, I hope she keeps it together. You many have not heard it from your end of the table, but Devlin was really getting under her skin at dinner, said Max. He watched as Talon walked over and took Griffa's hand. Talon said something and took Griffa through the doorway to the entry hall. I thought he was an old friend of her father's. I thought he would be on her side, said Issa. Max shrugged his shoulders. He spotted the back door and noticed the back lawn was dimly lit. I'm going to walk around outside for a moment. I need some fresh air. Do you mind? No, go ahead. I'll stay here and watch what's going on, so you don't miss anything, said Issa. Max kissed her on her cheek and quietly moved to the back door. Max walked out onto the dim, snow-covered lawn and took a deep breath. He never really minded the cold. He was reminded of cold nights helping Dannon with the horses in the stables. He walked to his left and stood by a tree looking up at the stars. Needed to get out for a bit, eh? Said a voice in the darkness. Max jumped and was about to head back to the house when Devlin appeared from around the tree. I didn't mean to scare you. I got a bit warm in there. Thought I'd come out here to cool off. Max nodded. I did too. I was hoping to get a break from all the questions. I know it seems like I'm being very harsh on you and Griffon, but you have to understand. The valley is my home. My wife lives here with me, and I want to make sure she is safe. I have to do the right thing for my family and my people. Max nodded. I hope you know Griffa feels the same way. She wants what's best for everyone. I'm sure she does. She is a clever woman from a good family. Her father was an excellent man. She lost him at a young age, and I know it affected her deeply. I don't doubt her intentions. I just hope she is right in her actions. Max said nothing. They stood in silence for a few minutes. I think we better get inside before either of us are missed, said Devlin. Max agreed. They began to walk back to the house when they were stopped by voices. Ansel, I know I need to keep my head about me. I'm really trying. I just can't answer the same questions over and over. I don't know what else I can do. Max looked at Devlin, who was staring at Ansel and Griffa. Ansel took Griffa into his arms and held her. You're doing fine, Griffa. You really are. We are almost done, and then we can go home and relax. I'm ready to get out of here. I don't like how Talon parades you around like he owns you. He's just used to controlling things, Ansel. Pay him no mind. He doesn't mean anything by it. Ansel gave a snort of disbelief. Griffa separated from Ansel a bit and looked up at him as he rubbed her arms. "Still, I'm ready for this to be over. I can't wait to get you home. I don't know if I've told you this tonight, but you look beautiful," said Ansel softly. "Max said I looked intimidating. I think I rather like that. I would like to be intimidating enough that people actually listen to me when I talk," said Griffa, hanging her head down. Ansel put his hand under Griffa's chin and gently brought her head up to look at him. "You are doing everything you can to make things right. Don't doubt yourself." Ansel leaned down and kissed Griffa. She responded by throwing her arms around Ansel. After a moment they broke apart. "Come on, let's go inside and see if we can find a way to go home soon," said Griffa, taking Ansel's hand and leading him back to the house. Max looked over at Devlin, who was watching Ansel and Griffa return to the house. He had an unreadable look on his face. "Interesting," he said quietly before walking to the house without looking back at Max. Max returned to the house through the back door. Issa was waiting for him. "Is everything okay, Max?" asked Issa, looking at him. "Yes, I think so. Something strange happened, but I'll tell you later." Max noticed Talon was heading their way. Max took Issa's hand and turned towards the wall to look at a large portrait there. It was beautifully done. It was a young couple standing together. The man was tall and handsome with light brown hair and blue eyes. The woman was a little shorter. She was beautiful with green eyes and red hair. They were both dressed well. Something about them seemed familiar to Max. "Ah, I see you admiring my favorite portrait in the house. It's very old, almost as old as the home itself," said Talon, coming up behind Issa and Max. "Are they relatives of yours?" asked Max, looking up at the portrait. "I'm not sure. Let's see," said Talon, looking at the small inscription on the frame. "It says Von and Lucia Hyde. I think I remember. I believe the man was a ward of my family back when the valley was first established. There were lots of parentless children after the kingdom taken over by the ancients. If I remember correctly, Hyde was the woman's last name, so he must have taken it when they married. I was given quite a few lessons on my family heritage, but I'm not as sharp as I should be on it." "I think Griffa is signaling that it's time to leave, Max," said Issa. "All right," mumbled Max. He stayed a few moments and stared at the portrait before him. Chapter 9. Golnar raised his hand to summon a cup. The cup rose from a nearby table, moved towards him, and then fell to the ground. Golnar took a deep breath and tried again with another cup. Again the cup fell halfway to his hand. He closed his eyes and tried one more time. This time the cup flew into his hand with no problems. Golnar was concerned. Things like this had been happening frequently lately. At first he thought it was just due to exhaustion or bad concentration. He had been working long into the night lately. He was distracted by having to deal with Kedden and his ridiculous ideas. He tried sleeping more. Turin had been keeping Kedden in check, and still Golnar was having trouble with his magic. He had been looking through all the books he could find to see if he could find some solution to this problem. He had come up empty so far. Golnar began to wonder if anyone else was suffering from the same issues with their magic that he was. He would need to talk to Turin and Camilla first. Then he would check in with Philo to see how the soldiers were doing. He didn't want to reveal too much. If no one else was having problems, Golnar didn't want to seem weak. He was considering having Turin summoned somewhere downstairs to meet her when there was a knock at his door. "Yes?" asked Golnar. "It's Camellia Bells. I need to see you." Golnar raised his hand to open the door, but it would not open. He tried again, and still nothing. He closed his eyes and concentrated. He opened them. The door handle jiggled, but nothing happened. Golnar stood up angrily and walked to the door to open it. "Is this a bad time?" asked Camellia, eyeing Golnar as she came in the room. "No, not at all. In fact, I have been wanting to speak with you. Please come in and sit down." Camellia walked over and sat in one of the chairs in the middle of the room. "Can I offer you a drink?" asked Golnar. "No, thank you. I don't plan on staying long. I have an event to attend this evening." Golnar walked over and sat in the chair across from Camellia. "Why have you come to see me today, Camellia?" "I have concerns for my son and his wife," answered Camellia, her eyes on Golnar. "What concerns do you have?" "Turin has come to see me. She says you are displeased with Kedden. She is having to expend an enormous amount of energy to keep him occupied. What has been going on?" "Kedden has gotten too involved in the kingdom's business. He is asking too many questions," said Golnar. "He is in danger of disrupting my plans." "He is the king. You made him one. What did you expect to happen?" asked Camellia, sitting back in her chair. I expected he would be happy with the title. I thought he would wave to the people, hold good dinners, and live a life of leisure. I didn't expect him to actually want to work as the king, replied Golnar, shaking his head. Yes, I'm thinking Kedden had you fooled. He has been spoiled his whole life, but he has always been curious. When he gets bored, he gets into trouble. Usually, someone has to push him towards trouble. Do you think someone has been talking to him, filling his head with ideas? She rested her elbow on the chair and placed her head in her palm. I don't know who. He has many people messaging him, but they are usually just petty concerns about the kingdom. Are you suggesting someone is feeding Kedden information about my plans? Asked Golnar.
Camellia shrugged.
Kedden was quite happy spending time with Turin and ignoring his responsibilities. Turin had to work a little to make him so, but lately she says it is almost impossible to enthrall him. Something is different. He must be getting information and ideas from somewhere. Golnar sat quietly for a moment and thought this over. Could someone be giving Kedden ideas? He thought over all the leaders in the kingdom that he knew. He wondered if someone on the council was corresponding with Kedden. Golnar would need to make some inquiries and find out who could be unhappy enough with his plans to go to Kedden.
I think you might be right, Camellia. I will look into it.
Until you find out anything, I would like your assurances you will not harm my son in any way. Turin cannot keep up what she is doing. She is tired and weak from the pregnancy. She needs rest and relaxation. The stress and guilt from charming Kedden are draining her, said Camellia, leaning forward. I do not need Kedden interfering in my plans. While I do not plan to hurt your son in any way, I cannot guarantee anything if he comes between me and what needs to get done. Camellia looked at Golnar with narrowed eyes. We had an agreement. I have done all you ask. You said my son would be safe. And I have every intention to keep that agreement, confirmed Golnar. I do not want Kedden harmed, but he must not interfere. What if we found a different way to distract him? What if we could give Turin a break and find a way to keep Kedden busy that is actually useful for you? Golnar sat back and folded his hands. What do you have in mind? Send him somewhere that needs attention. Not for long, but Turin still has a couple of months before the baby is due. He can do something useful for you, feel needed, and he will be out of your hair for a while. Golnar raised his eyebrow. Camellia was sharp. There was no doubt about that. She was right. He could send Kedden somewhere. Where would be the perfect place? Golnar smiled. Daracha in the forest of the lowlands took some of my elixir. She is trying to meet with the old magical folks in her area. Kedden could go and oversee her progress. I'm sure he will find it interesting. Maybe having the king meet with the magical folk could help our cause. He could go for 6 weeks and be back in plenty of time to be with Turin when her child is born. Sounds like a good plan. It will keep him occupied and make him feel useful, said Camellia. She smoothed out a wrinkle in her skirt. Will Kedden go? Will he agree to leave Turin? I will see to it. I will invite Turin to come stay with me while he is gone. We will tell Kedden how important this trip is, and how much the king is needed in the forest of the lowlands. Together I am sure we can convince him. I can be very persuasive. Golnar gave a short laugh. I know you can. Yes, it is decided. Kedden will go to the forest of the lowlands. I will write to Daracha and let her know. He can leave by the end of this week. Golnar stood up. Camellia stood up and turned to walk to the door. She got a couple of steps from the door when she turned to face Golnar. You said there was something you wanted to speak with me about? Yes. How is your magical ability coming on? Have you had any issues? No, though I admit I don't use magic as much as I probably should. It's a habit to do things like normal. My enthralling powers seem to be working fine. I will try to remember to use magic in other areas of my life as well, said Camellia. Why do you ask? Golnar waved a hand at her. No reason. We are all still new at all this. I am just checking to see if you had any questions or concerns that have come up since you completed training. No, everything is fine. And everyone you have talked to is doing well? Asked Golnar. Yes, as far as I know. I will let you know if I hear anything different. Good. Now I need to write a message and meet with our king. Come tomorrow to talk it over with him in case he needs convincing. Camellia nodded and left the room. Golnar sat back down in his chair. So it seemed others weren't having any issues. He might be the only one. He would need to check with Philo and the soldiers to be sure. Maybe he should talk to Till as well. If Golnar was the only one having issues, he needed to find out why. He stood up and walked over to his desk. His problem could wait a moment. Now he would need to write a message to Daracha and meet with Turin. Then he could go to Kedden and start convincing him to leave Oromist for a while. The next day, Golnar knocked on the door of the palace study. "Enter, please," said Kedden through the door. Golnar walked in to see Kedden behind his desk. Turin was sitting in one of the chairs in front of the desk, just as she and Golnar had planned. "Golnar, please come in and sit down," said Kedden, standing and pointing to the chair next to Turin. "Thank you, my king. I am glad you could see me today. I have something urgent I need you to take care of," said Golnar, sitting down next to Turin. Kedden looked surprised. "What do I need to do?" "Viceroy Daracha has a daunting task in front of her. She is trying to meet with the old magical folk in her lands and sway them to our side. If we are to meet the forces of Abskan in battle, those magical folk of the lowlands could make a big difference." Kedden nodded. "And how would you have me help her?" "You need to go to the forest of the lowlands and assist her. Think what it will mean for the king to meet with the magical folk. Your presence alone would go a long way to securing their support," said Golnar, looking at Kedden. "I would hate to leave Turin right now," said Kedden, looking lovingly at his wife. "She will have our child soon." "Not for a few months at least," said Golnar, looking at Turin. "We would all make sure you were back in plenty of time for the birth." "Kedden, if you need to go, you should go," added Turin. "I will miss you, of course, but you are the king. The kingdom must come first." "I'm not sure," said Kedden. "I want to do what's best for the kingdom, but carrying this child has not been easy for you, Turin. I would hate to be away from you." Before Turin could respond, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" called Kedden, sounding irritated. "It's Camellia Bells," replied a guard. Kedden looked at Golnar and Turin. Golnar nodded. "You should see what she needs, Kedden," said Turin, giving Kedden a small smile. "Please let her enter," called Kedden. Camellia came into the room. "I am so sorry if I am interrupting something. I was just wanting to check on Turin and was told she was here. I can come back some other time." "No, please stay, Camellia," said Turin. "I could use your support. Kedden needs to go to the forest of the lowlands on official business. He is considering not going because of me. He needs to go and will be back in plenty of time for the birth." "Kedden, if you need to go, you should go. If you are worried about Turin, why doesn't she come stay with me? I can watch over her for you." Turin smiled and stood. She walked over to Kedden's side and placed her hand on his arm. "See, Kedden, I will be well looked after. You should go." Camellia walked over to Kedden's other side and placed her hand on his other arm. "Yes, dear, you go do what you need to do. I will take good care of Turin and your child. You will be back before you know it." "You both think I should go?" asked Kedden. His eyes looked cloudy. "Yes," both women said at the same time. "Golnar, I shall go," nodded Kedden. "Good," said Golnar, relieved. "You have made the right choice, my king." Chapter 10. Agrippa sat at the desk in her small study, trying to read one of the books on the protectors of the kingdom she had gotten from Ansel. She would usually have found the information very interesting, but today she was expecting a visit from Talon. It had been 3 days since the dinner at Wendell House. Talon had sent a message saying the council would meet this morning and the decision would be made. Agrippa looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost lunchtime. Hopefully, Talon would come before long. Agrippa looked back down at her book, trying to concentrate. She read, "The magical bond between a protector and his sovereign is one that cannot be broken, except under deception by a protector or denial of reign by a sovereign. The magical bond creates a thread of magic that connects the sovereign and the protector at all times. If the sovereign is in danger, the protector will be aware. If the sovereign dies, the protector will feel the bond break. The protector will be released, as the next in the line will take up the bond when the new sovereign is crowned. If a king or queen is too young to rule, the old protector will stand as regent until the sovereign is of age. If the next protector is under the age of majority, the old protector will keep watch over the sovereign until the age is reached by the new protector. If there is not yet a new protector, the old protector will become magically bonded to the new sovereign. The sovereign will be aware of the protector's magic in times of need. If a protector is disloyal, the sovereign will be aware. If the protector dies, the sovereign will be aware. A new bond will be formed with the new protector that is next in line. The kingdom depends on the line of Adalwin and Raya. The line of Adalwin and the line of Raya depend on each other. Griffa looked up as Ansel came in with a tray of food. He put it down on her desk. "I thought you might want to eat in here." "Nora, Issa, and Max have gone out to the marketplace to buy things for midwinter. They said they would eat in town." Griffa closed her book and looked up at Ansel. "You think it wise for them to go unprotected?" Ansel shrugged. "Max is more than able to defend himself. Besides, everyone will be out preparing for the holiday. It would be hard to pull anything in a crowd. Everyone is aware who Max is. They won't be gone long." Griffa took some cheese off the tray and popped it in her mouth. After swallowing, she said, "I think there might be something to your bond with Max only forming once he is crowned. Look here at this. If a king dies, then the protector only begins a new bond once a new king or queen is crowned. Once Max is crowned, you should feel more connected to him. It explains why you are able to let him have a little more freedom at the moment." "What about in the forest? You said you could feel protector magic at work," said Ansel as he poured 2 cups of wine. "I think there may always be some connection between the lines of Raya and Adalwin. Maybe if the line of Adalwin is in danger, the protection magic is enabled. It's just a guess. I haven't found anything on it yet," said Griffa as she ate some bread. "What else have you been working on lately? I feel like you've constantly been in this study for 2 days." "I'm still doing research on that potion we received from your spy. I know most of the ingredients, but I still can't find anything that resembles the potion in my books. I know Max and Issa are working on it as well. Maybe they will have more luck." "I hope you plan on taking a short break for the holiday. It starts tomorrow, or have you forgotten?" asked Ansel. "I know. We need to plan a day of festivities tomorrow at home. You will have to play a game. I know you look forward to that," said Griffa sarcastically. "If it will stop you from working for a moment, I will happily play a game." Griffa gave Ansel a smirk. "No work tomorrow, I promise. I hope we have something to celebrate besides midwinter. Talon should be here soon." "What happens if he says the valley won't support the ring?" asked Ansel. "I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but what if?" "Then we go home for a short midwinter rest. Then we meet with the ring and move forward without the valley. It will make things harder, but we will still fight for what's right." A knock at the front door of the house caused Griffa to jump up. She quickly walked from around her desk, out of the office, and to the front door. Ansel followed close behind. She opened the door to reveal Talon smiling at her. "Talon, would you like to come in?" "Actually, I was hoping you would take a walk with me. Have a chat leader to leader, Griffa." Griffa looked behind her shoulder at Ansel and then turned to Talon and nodded. "Let me grab my cloak." Ansel grabbed it before Griffa could. He walked in front of her, blocking Talon from her view. As he fastened the cloak around her shoulders, he whispered, "Are you sure you want to go alone?" Griffa nodded. "It will be fine." Ansel moved to her side. Before she could walk out the door, Ansel grabbed her hand and pulled her to him. He kissed her gently before letting her go. Talon smiled slightly. "We won't be long, Ansel." Griffa glanced at Ansel before stepping out and joining Talon for a walk. They walked to the main path of the village until they came to a small, wooded area. Talon led her off the path into the cover of the trees. "Well," asked Griffa, turning to face Talon. "There are assurances and concessions the council wants from the ring," said Talon. "What assurances and concessions?" "They want to be made aware of all decisions the ring makes on the coming war with Oromist." "Understandable," nodded Griffa. "They want me to be able to travel to Abscon at least every 2 weeks to check in with the ring. I will bring any concerns or decisions we have made." "Are you all right with traveling so frequently?" asked Griffa. "That seems inconvenient." "When is war ever convenient?" replied Talon. "I am fine with coming to Abscon frequently. I might need a place to stay if I am required to stay overnight." "You will be welcomed at Keen Manor," said Griffa. "What else?" "The valley would like assurances of aid from Abscon if we are ever under attack." "If we agree, will the valley help Abscon if the roles are reversed?" Talon nodded. "Then you can be assured of our support if the valley requires it," confirmed Griffa. "The valley also requires at least 2 positions on the ring when it is reformed in Oromist. The king may choose who, but we will be represented." "All these seem quite reasonable. Why do I feel like you are leading up to something?" "The young king will stay behind after midwinter and train in the valley with council members able to be present. He will stay through spring." "What? You want Max to stay here 6 months?" asked Griffa loudly. The council wants to have time with the king. He is going to be our ruler, Griffa. We deserve to know him as well as the ring and abscond. Griffa walked away. How would this work? If Max stayed, Issa would want to stay. Nora probably would as well. Ansel would have to stay. Griffa would be needed back in abscond. Ansel would be furious, but what choice did she have? They needed the valley's support. 4 months, Talon. Max will stay for 4 months, said Griffa, turning back to look at Talon. I will have to talk to Max and Ansel first, but I believe we can commit to 4 months. I believe I can make that work with the council. I assume the king and Ansel will stay at your home here in the valley. Yes, probably everyone in my current party, but me. I will be needed back in abscond to lead the ring. Talon held out his hand. Do we have an agreement? Griffa took his hand. Yes, Talon, we have an agreement. Thank you. Talon bowed and kissed Griffa's hand. Good, let's walk back. Talon offered Griffa his arm, and she took it. He pulled her close, and they walked back towards Griffa's home. I guess I should be glad the council didn't require a marriage arrangement to unite our houses, said Griffa, laughing. You know I wouldn't have been opposed, said Talon, brushing his shoulder against Griffa's. It still pains me to think of how I ruined things between us. Perhaps it will help if you start thinking that everything has worked out as it should. Regrets will do you no good, Talon. I am sure you will find someone far better suited for you than me. Talon gave her a small smile. I hope you are happy with Ansel, because sometimes I still can't believe you are with him. Why not? Asked Griffa. He is a good man. He is, but it just seems odd. You are so lively, and I mean this in the best way, Wild. I remember our times together vividly. Ansel just seems so quiet and dull. He is quiet, but he is not dull. He has many worthy qualities. I will not discuss them with you, but I am happy. Good. One of the things I want more than anything in this kingdom is for you to be happy. I guess he won't like being away from you while he stays here. No, it seems I will be traveling as much as you in the coming months, said Griffa. I will be glad we get to spend more time together, Griffa. I hope you feel the same way. Yes, said Griffa, smiling at Talon. You are one of my dearest friends. Your support through all of this has meant a lot. Talon covered Griffa's hand on his arm. You will always have my support. You don't ever need to worry about losing it. Talon said his goodbyes to Griffa from the path to her house. Griffa walked slowly to the front door. She didn't look forward to the conversation she was about to have with Ansel. She opened the door and was met immediately by Ansel. She took off her cloak and hung it by the door. Well, how did it go? Did they agree? Asked Ansel, following Griffa to the parlor. Have a seat, Ansel. There are some things we need to discuss, replied Griffa, sitting down in a chair. Ansel sat down across from Griffa. The valley is willing to help in the coming war. There are some things they want in exchange for their loyalty and aid. Of course, we expected as much. What things? They want to be informed of any decisions the ring has about the war to come. Ansel nodded. They want Talon to come to abscond at least every 2 weeks to meet with the ring. That sounds like a lot of travel for Talon, but I understand the reasoning behind it, said Ansel. They want support from abscond if they are attacked. They will help us if the roles are reversed. They want 2 members on the new ring that will form in Ormus to be from the valley. All of this sounds very doable. I hope you said yes. I'm not done yet. They want Max to stay here after midwinter. They wanted 6 months, but I told them 4. Ansel looked at her with his mouth open. You agreed to this? You agreed to Max staying 4 months in the valley? Ansel stood up and walked to the fireplace. Yes, they want to know their king. Can you blame them? Asked Griffa to Ansel's back. Ansel turned to look at her. You do realize this means I will have to stay in the valley as well. Yes, and I will have to go back to abscond. I don't like being away for you, but I can travel here often. The ring will want me to check on Max anyway. Ansel just stared at the fire. Griffa got up and moved to his side. I don't want to do this, I don't, but what choice do we have? We need the valley. This is not an unreasonable request. Ansel turned to look at Griffa. He said nothing. What did you want me to do? Ansel, it's not like you won't see me almost every week. It's only 4 months. Ansel looked down at the floor. He still would not speak. Griffa took his hand. Please say something. Don't be angry. Ansel turned to her and took her other hand. I'm not angry, Griffa. I do understand. It's hard to explain, but it feels wrong to be away from you. I don't know how I'm going to do this." "I know. I don't like it at all, but we will get through it. I will come visit. Maybe you can get away for a few hours. It's not like we can't travel quickly." Ansel pulled her to him and held her. "So, with all that, they have agreed?" he asked. Griffa pulled back and looked up at him. "Yes, we have an agreement." Max, Issa, and Nora walked in the living room, their arms full of packages. "You have an agreement about what?" asked Max. "Sit down, Max. We need to talk," said Ansel. Chapter 11. Ansel was going to try to enjoy the midwinter holiday. He woke up early after not much rest and stared at Griffa as she lay asleep next to him. He had gotten used to falling asleep with her, and he wasn't sure how he would ever be able to sleep without having her near. He tried to tell himself he was being stupid. He had slept many years alone, but now everything felt different. He knew Griffa had no choice. He knew it would be a good thing for Max to spend time in the valley. He could build trust with the people here. They would be powerful allies in the war to come. Ansel understood his duty was to Max. He knew Griffa had to be in Abscon to lead the ring, and that travel back and forth each day would take too much energy. He knew he would still see her often. He knew all these things, but it didn't make it any better. The thought of going a week or more without being near Griffa caused everything within him to revolt. He could almost hear his father's voice in his head calling him weak, but Ansel didn't care. He loved Griffa. She made him stronger when she was by his side. If he felt weak when they were parted, so be it. He pulled her close to him and kissed the side of her head. "Ansel," Griffa said sleepily, "is something wrong?" "No, go back to sleep," Ansel said softly. "And what time is it?" asked Griffa. "Early, very early." Griffa turned over to look to Ansel. She blinked her eyes quickly and then rubbed them with her hand. "Did you sleep at all?" "Some," answered Ansel. He kissed the tip of her nose. "Everything is fine. Sleep some more. We have nowhere to be today." "You know I had no choice, right? I don't want it to be this way. I don't want to be away from you." "I know. Don't worry about it. We will get through it. It's only 4 months. We really will see each other all the time. It might be nice for you to get a break from me. You might actually get some peace and quiet," said Griffa, giving a small yawn. Ansel smiled at her. "I find that I don't like peace and quiet as much as I thought I did. Besides, I'll still have Max. I think he might ask more questions than even you." "Probably my bad influence." "No doubt," said Ansel. He kissed Griffa's forehead and then leaned his own against hers. "I will miss you, Griffa." "I'll miss you too, but I don't go back to Abscon for a few days. You'll have to deal with me pestering you constantly until then. I'll talk your ear off and never leave your side. That way, when it's time for me to go, you'll practically push me out the door." Ansel rolled Griffa over slightly and hovered over her. "If I haven't gotten tired of you by now, I don't think it's going to happen." He leaned down and kissed her. He pulled back after a moment and moved her nightgown off her shoulder, placed kissed on her shoulder and neck. "Maybe we can just stay here in bed until I leave," sighed Griffa. Ansel responded with a smile, "Exactly what I was thinking." Ansel and Griffa did leave their bed eventually. They found the others around the dining table finishing their breakfast. "It's a little later for both of you than normal," said Max with a raised eyebrow. "It's a holiday. We slept in. It's nice to have some rest after a hectic schedule," said Ansel, pulling out a chair for Griffa. Max looked at both of them with a smirk. "I'm glad you were able to get some rest, Ansel." Nora choked on her tea before reaching over and hitting Max on his arm. "Griffa, are you really going to go back to Abscon alone?" asked Issa, shooting Max a look. "Yes, in a few days. I won't be alone, though. I'll have Maybelle, Jonathan, and Wallis, of course. Talon will be a regular visitor as well," replied Griffa, putting some jam on a piece of toast. "Will he?" asked Ansel. "Yes, when he is needed for multiple days of ring meetings. There will be no reason he would need to travel back and forth. I offered him a place to stay," answered Griffa. "Who will I train with while I am here?" inquired Max. "Mostly me," replied Ansel. "I'm sure the council members will want to observe and offer help at times. They just want to get to know you, Max. The valley wants to feel included. One day 2 of them will be on your ring in Oromist. This is a good thing," stressed Griffa. "It won't feel right without you, Griffa," said Max. "How will we keep researching blood magic and working on spells like before? We haven't figured out why you and I are able to make things travel magically. What if there are other things we could do? I'll still be around. I plan to visit often. I won't have ring meetings every day. You'll hardly notice I'm gone, said Griffa happily. Now, how should we spend the first day of midwinter? Tomorrow we will have to go to the temple and spend the morning in town. Then we will have to go to the midwinter's ball tomorrow night. Today we can do whatever we please. Ansel watched Griffa as Max, Issa, and Nora discussed ideas for activities with her. He would notice she was gone every minute. His stomach hurt just thinking about her being far away from him in Abscond. He would need to make sure he had plenty of guards stationed around Keen Manor and Abscond at all times. He didn't want her unprotected at any moment. "Well, what about you, Ansel?" asked Griffa, bringing Ansel out of his thoughts. "Does a walk this morning, a game after lunch, and a nice dinner sound all right with you?" Ansel nodded and smiled at Griffa. They bundled up in cloaks and spent the morning walking through the snow in the valley. At some point Max and Issa started throwing snowballs at each other. Griffa joined in as Nora and Ansel watched. They came home and warmed up some soup for lunch. The afternoon was spent playing various games. Ansel wasn't very good at any of them, but he enjoyed watching the others have fun. Nora made dinner with Issa and Max's help as her midwinter present to everyone. The dinner was delicious and enjoyable. Everyone sat around the table and talked happily. With all the merriment, Ansel could almost forget about the dread that sat in the pit of his stomach. Later that night everyone had gone to bed except Griffa and Ansel. They sat on the sofa together. Griffa was curled up against him, laying her head against his shoulder as they both watched the fire. "Can I give you your midwinter present now?" asked Ansel. "Let me go get yours first," said Griffa as she stood up. She walked quickly to the study. She was gone only a moment before she ran back to the couch and hopped down next to Ansel. She held a handsome black book with a silver tree etched on the front. She handed to Ansel. "I thought you might want a journal to write you protector experiences in. You will be the first protector of the king since the fall of the line of Adalwin. I think what you have to say will be important." Ansel caressed the cover of the book, feeling the silver etching on the front. He flipped the pages to see they were all blank. He turned the book over, and in the bottom left-hand corner was a small silver falcon etched into the back. He touched it gently and looked back at Griffa. "Thank you, it's perfect. You are right. I should document what happens as Max takes the throne," said Ansel, smiling. He kissed Griffa quickly and then sat the book down in front of him. Ansel turned to look at Griffa. He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out her gift. It was a delicate chain with a pendant. "I bought this for you before I knew we would be apart this winter, but I always knew there would be times we would be away from each other, at least for a day or two." He took her hand and placed the small silver pendant there. Griffa looked at the pendant closely, seeing that carved on it was the sigil of Ansel's line, a tree with many branches and a large trunk. She looked up at Ansel and smiled. "Will you help me with it?" She handed him the necklace and turned around, holding her hair up. He placed the necklace around her neck and clasped it together, placing a small kiss on the back of her neck as he did so. She turned around, touching the pendant. Ansel's hand went to his own neck. "I think it will come in handy when we are apart," he said, pulling out his own small pendant on a chain around his neck. His pendant had the keen falcon carved into it. "These pendants are charmed a special way. Let me show you." Ansel touched the pendant and Griffa's hand flew to her own necklace. "It's warm," Griffa commented, looking down at her pendant. "Yes, it turns warm when I touch mine. Mine will warm when you touch your pendant. That way you will know when I am thinking of you, and I will know when you are thinking of me," explained Ansel. "I'm afraid you will have to get used to feeling the sensation quite often," said Griffa. "I am sure I will think of you almost constantly." Ansel smiled. "You will be busy, but I hope at times you will remember to let me know you are doing well." Griffa looked up at Ansel and then threw her arms around him. He held her tightly. "I guess you like it then?" chuckled Ansel. "Thank you," she said quietly in his ear. The next morning they gathered in the temple with all the people of the valley. The cleric read the story of creation, illustrating that even in the cold and dead of winter, new life is all around. They all asked for guidance through the darkness. They thanked the gods for the coming light of spring. After praying and singing songs, they left the temple. Griffa stopped to look up at the statue of the gods outside of the temple. She stayed there for several minutes as the crowd moved around her towards the midwinter celebration set up on the outside of town by the frozen lake. Griffa reached out her hand and touched the foot of the sister. Ansel sent Max, Issa, and Nora on with the crowd. He stood next to Griffa as she continued to stare at the statue. After a few minutes he asked, "What are you thinking?" "I'm praying," said Griffa quietly, praying and thinking of the creation story we just heard. "What about it?" asked Ansel. He couldn't take his eyes off of Griffa. He felt his magic rest on the surface of his skin. He could hear it singing to him quietly. "The gods created all people. They gave magic to some, but I don't believe they ever wanted it to cause division. Throughout our history, we have had times of unity and times of division. It seems like a cycle. We learn to work together, and then we pull away from each other. Even when the line of Adalwin reigned, magical folk had the power. I was thinking there has to be a better way, a way we can truly share the power and gift of magic." Griffa's eyes had tears in them. Ansel looked at Griffa with admiration. She was truly good. The ring and the magical folk could not have asked the gods for a better leader. He reached out and took her hand. Ansel closed his eyes, feeling her magic that rested in her palm. It felt a warm sensation flow through him. "When Max is on the throne, you can help him begin something new. I'm sure you have ideas," said Ansel, giving Griffa's hand a squeeze and letting it go. "I do, but I want to know what others want as well. It won't be easy, but things will not be like they ever were before," said Griffa as she took her hand off the statue and turned. She grabbed Ansel's arm. "Come on, let's go celebrate with everyone." Ansel escorted Griffa towards the space set up for the party, but not before looking at the statue and saying his own prayer of thanks for the gift of Griffa's love. The midwinter celebration in the valley was large and festive. A huge canopy had been set up by the lake. Under the canopy there were hundreds of tables around with small pots of magical fire burning in the center of each one. There were food and drinks everywhere. Many people were mingling around talking and laughing. As Griffa and Ansel came under the canopy, Talon greeted them. "There you two are. I saw the others in your party, and they said you would be along in a bit," said Talon. "Griffa, I have something for you from the council." Talon brought out a box and opened it. Inside was a handsome leather bracelet. It was brown with a black circle burned into it. "We want you to wear this bracelet at all times. I have one like it, as you can see." Talon held up his arm. "If there is ever any trouble in the valley, I can let you know by lighting up the circle on my own bracelet. Yours will light up as well, and you will know we need help. You can do the same with yours if there is any trouble in Abscon." "Very clever, Talon," said Griffin, taking the bracelet and putting it on. "I am honored to wear it. You can count on Abscon's full support if the valley ever requires it." "Likewise, Griffa," said Talon, smiling at her. "When do you go back to Abscon?" "Tomorrow morning," answered Griffa. "I've written to the Ring about our arrangement with Max, but I'm sure they will want to discuss it in full." "I will come with you if you like," offered Talon, nodding at someone who was passing. "I will give our reasonings behind this decision and assure them of the young king's safety." "Thank you, Talon. I think that would be very helpful if you are really able to come." "Of course. I will meet you in front of your house after breakfast. You are having Abscon turn off the wards for a moment so we can travel?" "Yes, we will have only a couple of minutes to make it so don't be late." "I will be there in plenty of time," said Talon. He took Griffa's hand and kissed it. "Now go enjoy yourselves. If it's one thing we do well in the valley, it's celebrate. A good midwinter to you both." Talon bowed and walked towards a group asking for his attention. "Well, I guess you won't be alone after all when you go back," remarked Ansel. "You don't mind, do you? It will be very helpful to have him at the first ring meeting." "No, I don't mind. I actually owe him a favor or two," said Ansel. He brought Griffa's hand up to his lips. Griffa gave Ansel a questioning look. "I also have no doubts about you or us." "You never should," she said, looking up at him with a half-smile. They soon found Max, Issa, and Nora at a table enjoying various food and drinks. Griffa and Ansel sat down with them. They were enjoying talking to one another when Ansel heard a voice that made him close his eyes and shake his head. "Ansel, Griffa, our young king, how good to see you all here." "Hello, Desmona," said Griffa in a friendly tone. "I didn't expect to see you here in the valley. I thought you would be enjoying midwinter with your father and mother." Desmona smiled down at Griffa, showing her perfect white teeth. Her brown hair was slightly curled and laid perfectly down her shoulders. She had on a red dress under her black cloak that showed her every curve to perfection. She was beautiful, but her beauty no longer had an effect on Ansel. "Oh, mother is here. We arrived last night to our valley home, explained Desmona, pointing out her mother, who was chatting with a handsome, middle-aged man. Desmona sat in an empty chair next to Ansel. "What brings you here for the holiday?" asked Griffa, keeping up her friendly tone. "Just thought a change of scenery and society might be beneficial. I hear, though, that I will have some friends staying in the neighborhood for a while. Is it true you will be staying in the valley for a time, my king?" asked Desmona, looking at Max.
"Yes, I will be here for 4 months," answered Max. Ansel noticed Max was making a point to not look directly at Desmona.
"That means you will be in town as well, Ansel?" "I will be staying with Max as well as Issa and Nora," replied Ansel in a casual tone. "And Griffa, you will have to return to Abscon, won't you? As the leader of the ring, you can't be gone too long," said Desmona. She leaned slightly on Ansel to look at Griffa. Ansel closed his eyes and took a breath. "I will be traveling back to Abscon tomorrow. I will visit the valley periodically to check on Max." "Perhaps you and the others can come to dinner one night soon, Ansel. I'm sure Mother would love to have you over." The last thing Ansel wanted was to be in the home of 2 enchantresses. "That's very kind of you, Desmona," replied Griffa. "I'm sure once Ansel knows Max's schedule for training, he can give you answer." "Very well. I expect I will see you all at the ball tonight. I hope to dance with you, Ansel." Ansel looked out of the side of his eyes. "I will have to see Desma. I might not have any dances open tonight." "I'll find you when you aren't engaged," flirting Desmona standing. She ran her hands over Ansel's shoulders. "I will see you all tonight." She walked over to her mother. "I don't know how you are so nice to her, Griffa," huffed Issa. "She's so condescending and flirts with Ansel terribly." "She can cause me no harm," said Griffa simply. "I am sure of who I am and what I have. I have no doubts." She turned and looked at Ansel. He smiled slightly at Griffa. "You never should." Ansel walked into the meeting hall with Griffa on his arm. It was time for the midwinter ball, which meant Griffa would be leaving in 12 hours. She looked lovely in a dark green gown, and she wore his pendant around her neck. As they walked in, they were met by Talon. "Good evening," he said, bowing. "I hope you don't mind, Ansel, but I think I should open the ball with Griffa. I'll have her back to you soon." Griffa took her arm from Ansel's. "Of course, we should open the dancing together, Talon. Lead the way." Talon took Griffa's hand and led her to the dance floor. Max and Issa followed, leaving Nora and Ansel standing together. He was about to ask Nora to dance when Desmona found him. "Good evening, Ansel," said Desmona, coming to stand by him. She looked out at the dancers. "Griffon and Talon Wendell make a handsome couple, don't they? What a fine thing it would be if they should marry and unite the valley and Abscon." Ansel rolled his eyes, but said nothing. Father actually commented on it the other day. Of course, it would be awful for her to change her name, but perhaps their second child could take the Keen name. "It would be a lovely thing, except for one problem," chimed in Nora from Ansel's other side. "Griffa is in love with Ansel. I know the feeling is mutual." Desmona looked over at Nora, who smiled at her. "Of course, you are happy for your old friend here. You don't have to say it. Ansel, didn't you say you would dance with me?" Ansel nodded and took Nora's hand. He turned quickly to Desmona and smiled. "Thank you for your wishes for our happiness. I'll pass them on to Griffa." A couple of hours later, Ansel was standing, drinking a glass of wine and watching Max dance with Griffa. He was thinking they should leave soon so he could spend some time with Griffa alone before she had to leave in the morning when Devlin came to stand by him. "Ansel, are you having a pleasant evening?" "As much as I can expect," said Ansel. "I never was one for crowds or parties." "I am glad it was agreed the king would stay here for a while. I look forward to getting to know him better. You will be staying as well, won't you?" "Yes, most of our party will stay. Griffa will have to go back to Abscon tomorrow," replied Ansel. "As the leader of the ring, I imagine they are anxious to have her back. I'm sure she will be missed by all of you, though," said Devlin, looking at Ansel. "Of course. She is very valued by all of us. If you will forgive me for prying, but you and Griffon seem quite close." Ansel said nothing. "Ansel, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I was close with her father. She was everything to him. I have to look out for her well-being." "She is no danger from me," assured Ansel. He didn't want to talk about his relationship with Griffa to Devlin. "I'm glad to hear it. She is an exquisite young woman. If she finds happiness with you, then I believe you are a lucky man." Ansel only nodded as the music ended. If you will excuse me, I think we will need to go home. Griffa will have to leave early tomorrow." Ansel walked away and collected Griffa and the rest to go back to Keen Valley House. The next morning Ansel stood with Griffa in the entry hall as she waited for the time to go. She had said her goodbyes to Nora, Max, and Issa. They all had left Griffa and Ansel alone. He helped her put on her cloak. She turned to him and took his hands in her own. "I'm sorry it has to be this way. I didn't plan on going back to Abscon by myself." "I know. I understand why this is happening, but I don't want to let you go. I know I don't have the power to make you stay here. I would never ask it of you, but it doesn't mean I don't wish I could keep you here." Griffa placed her hand on Ansel's cheek. Ansel closed his eyes for a moment, and then opened them to stare at Griffa. As he looked at her, he felt his magic pull towards her. His heart beat faster, and he felt weak. Could he really let her go? He told himself it wasn't as if this was forever. He would probably see her within a week or two, but the thought of her being so far away from him felt wrong. He already felt off-balanced and incomplete just thinking of her not being nearby. "Griffa," he whispered. He grabbed her hand on his cheek and kissed it tenderly. He pulled her to him and kissed her. She made a small noise against his lips, and he deepened their kiss. Her hands went around his neck as his arms encircled her waist. He tried to bring her as close to him as he could. He pulled back for a second to breathe before she closed the short distance between them and kissed him again. They broke apart slightly, and he began kissing her neck. "I have to go," she breathed. "I'll be late." Ansel stopped kissing her, but wouldn't let her go. "When will you be back?" "Hopefully within 2 weeks," she said. He kissed her again, moving one of his hands up her side. He pulled back and looked at her. "Fine, I'll try to visit in less than a week. I can't make any promises, but I will try." "I love you," said Ansel. He brought her hands to his lips and kissed them. "I love you," responded Griffa. "I'll be back soon. I promise." "You will be safe? You'll be careful?" "Yes," said Griffa. She pulled back from Ansel. "I'm sure you already have guards ready to watch my every move anyway." Ansel smiled at her, letting her hands go. "I'll see you soon, Ansel. There isn't even a reason to say goodbye." She turned to walk out the door, grabbing her staff that was against the wall. Ansel grabbed her hand and kissed it one more time. "I'll see you soon, Griffa." She nodded and walked out the door. He walked out after her and watched her meet Talon in the small front yard. She took Talon's hand and waved at Ansel before they both disappeared. Chapter 12. Kidden was tired of being on a horse. He had ridden for 3 days towards the forest of the lowlands. He was bound for the village of Nemmer, which stood on the edge of the forest closest to the great river. The Viceroy's manor stood there in the first ring of the village. He would be staying there with Viceroy Daracha. As Kedden approached his destination, his apprehension grew. He didn't know Daracha well. She always seemed such a mystery to him. He was always unsettled by her in the council meetings. Golnar told him that Daracha was happy to receive Kedden as her visitor. Kedden knew he would be safe. He was the king of Regventus. He needed to see more of the kingdom and its people. This would be a good opportunity for Kedden to learn more of what it meant to really be the leader of Regventus. He was soon in the 3rd ring of Nemmer. The village was decent size with 3 active rings. The outer ring had many cottages scattered about it. As Kedden passed, he saw people out feeding their livestock and gathering firewood. They all stopped to look at the king and his royal guard, a group of soldiers, both magical and ungifted, who rode with him. Kedden pressed on to the 2nd ring. The 2nd ring was an active marketplace with stone pathways and streets. People walked in and out of buildings, their hands full of food, fabric, or medicines. As he rode through the 2nd ring to find the entrance for the 1st, he noticed a few people outside begging for money. He saw a small child and his mother. He stopped and looked at them. "My king, we need to keep going. It's not safe for you to be here," said one of Kedden's soldiers. Kedden paid him no mind. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a handful of coins. He nodded to the child and the woman next to him. The woman got up with her bowl extended towards Kedden. He threw in the coins, and the woman bowed her thanks. "No, one should go hungry in our kingdom." Kedden looked at the woman and the small child for a few moments before he then urged his horse forward towards the 1st ring. As they entered the 1st ring, the village changed. There were trees everywhere. In between groves of trees there were fine homes with small yards. Kedden saw that the windows of each manor were all lit up with smoke coming out of their chimneys. He and his guards pressed on until they came to the center of the first ring where a large house sat. The house was made of light-color stone, and the roof was bright red. There were many windows all along the front. The house had a large snow-covered lawn with many trees scattered throughout it. Leading to covered portico which held the front door was a stone pathway. Kedden and his guards turned onto the stone pathway and rode to the front door. Two men met them at the front entrance. One held Kedden's horse as he dismounted. Kedden nodded to his sodders, who rode to the back with the two men and Kedden's horse. He went to the front door and knocked. A small woman answered the door. She had gray hair piled atop her head, and she wore a black dress with a gray shawl. "Yes?" inquired the woman in a deep voice. "I am Kedden Bells, the king of Regventus. I am here to see Daracha, the viceroy of the forest of the lowlands." "The viceroy is expecting you." "Come in," said the woman. She stepped back so Kedden could enter. Kedden walked into the dimly lit entrance hall. The chandelier above him was not lit. There were candles lining the walls and a few on a nearby table, but only half of them were lit. He could just make out a few portraits hung on the walls. There was a small figurine on the side table that looked to be two people facing away from each other. It was hard to tell what it really was in the dim light. "The viceroy is in the parlor. She would like to see you," said the woman. "Follow me." She led Kedden through a door to her left. They entered a large room with a high ceiling. This room, too, was dim, lit only by the dying sun coming through the windows, a large fire in the fireplace, and a few candles scattered throughout the room. Kedden peered through the darkness and saw Daracha sitting in a large chair close to the fireplace. "Hello, Kedden," said Daracha in greeting. "Please, come and sit down." Kedden walked over and sat in a chair near Daracha. He looked at her. The fire was casting shadows around her, keeping half her face hidden by the darkness. "Thank you for hosting me, Daracha. I hope I can help out in some way. I think our time together will be very productive. Do you require any refreshments at the moment? Penelope could bring you some wine or some tea," offered Daracha. "Some tea would be welcome. It has been a long, cold journey," replied Kedden. He sat on the edge of his chair, not comfortable being in Daracha's presence. "Penelope, my dear," said Daracha to the gray-haired woman who stood behind Kedden, "would you please bring some tea for our guest and myself? Maybe a few sandwiches as well. I am hungry, and I am sure our guest could eat." "Yes, Daracha," said Penelope. She walked out of the room. "Now tell me why you think Golnar sent you here." "I was told you were meeting with magical folk in the forest, old magical folk, or ones who had magic before Golnar's elixir. I am to help you persuade them to our side." "And what is our side?" asked Daracha. She leaned forward a bit. Kedden could see her large green eyes. Even in Daracha's old age they were clear. "The side of Oromist, the side of the ancients. We will bring order back to the kingdom. We will save all of our folk from starvation and suffering," replied Kedden. "HMPH," grunted Daracha. "How will we do that? How do you think this plan of Golnar's will work?" Kedden was confused. He was sure Daracha knew what Golnar had planned. He thought she probably knew more than Kedden himself. "I am told the newly released magic users will be put in places they can help others. Those without the gift will learn trades to serve the kingdom. They will have homes, work, and plenty to eat." Daracha stared at Kedden. She cocked her head and took a deep breath. "Do you really believe that, or are you just repeating what Golnar has told you?" Kedden looked at Daracha, not sure what to say. This conversation had thrown him off. He had been sent to the forest of the lowlands to represent Oromist in its plans. He was told Daracha stood for these plans. Was she testing Kedden? Did Golnar put her up to this? I have to believe and trust my adviser, don't I? He has served the palace for many years. He has served 2 lords before me. Why wouldn't I believe his plans? "Why, indeed," said Daracha with venom in her voice. "Kedden, I believe you have been sent here under false pretenses. I need no help meeting with my own folk in my forest. I did not ask for help from anyone, least of all Golnar. So why do you think you were really sent here?" Kedden felt very unsettled. He looked around and wondered where his soldiers were. He expected at least a few of them would join him as soon as they had seen to the horses. Kedden had a very strange feeling about this place and what was going on. He put his hand on the handle of the sharp knife that was in his belt. He wished he had taken his sword off of his horse. "I don't know what you mean," said Kedden. "If you are planning something, you should know I am armed and my soldiers are outside." I am planning many things, but you are in no danger from me at the time. Even if you were, there is nothing you or your soldiers could do to stop me." Kidden stood up. "What is going on here? I demand you tell me as your king." "You are not my king. You will never be my king," said Daracha vehemently. "That doesn't mean I have no use for you. Now sit down." Daracha moved her hand down, and Kedden felt himself frost sit down hard in his chair. "I know you took the elixir. Your magic doesn't scare me," said Kedden. He knew his voice sounded shaky. "I have taken no elixir. I have long been in control of my magic, my whole life in fact. If I wanted to use it to harm you, I could. You should be frightened." Kedden's heart was beating wildly. "What do you want from me? What are you doing to do with me?" "I'm going to tell you the truth, Kedden. I'm going to tell you everything you need to know about Regventus. I'm going to tell you its true history. I'm going to tell you how those you trusted the most have used you and enthralled you. You are going to sit there and listen. When we are done, you can decide whose side you are really on. I believe you do want what's best for our kingdom. I just don't think you know what that is yet." Kedden felt himself shake. He wanted to flee, but he couldn't get up. "What if after you tell me all these things, I don't believe you? What if I still think the palace plans are the best way to help Regventus? Then I will charm you to erase your memory and send you back to Oromist. I will not harm you physically. You have my word." Kedden looked at Daracha, and for some reason he trusted her. He believed that she would not harm him. Kedden nodded. "If all you care about is Oromist and power after our conversation, if you believe Till and Golnar's pretty lies, I will let you leave, Kedden. I will make sure you can tell no one what I have told you, but I will let you leave." Kedden perked up. He had read those words many times in a message he had received last summer when he was staying at the river house. "You are the one who sent me the message at the river," said Kedden wide-eyed. "I am. I want to help you. I think you can make a difference in the war to come. I have sensed decency in you. Discernment is one of my many magical gifts. Someone I trust has told me we will need you to save this kingdom," explained Daracha. Penelope came in with a tray holding a teapot, 2 cups, and some sandwiches. "Here we are. Thank you, Penelope. You may leave us. See that the soldiers are secure and safe in the East Wing. They are to be kept under enchantment, but not harmed." "Yes, Daracha," said Penelope. She gave a shallow curtsy and left. "Now, Kedden, fix both of us some tea and get ready for a long evening. I have much to tell you. You will have tonight to think on it. Tomorrow you can decide if you will stay and fight for the right side or go back to your lies in Oromist." Kedden stared at Daracha for a moment, considering what he should do. He finally leaned forward and said, "How do you take your tea, Daracha?" Chapter 13. Max flopped down on the sofa in the parlor. Issa looked up from her book, and her eyes went wide. "Max, you are a filthy, sweaty mess. What have you been doing?" asked Issa. She put her book down. "I've been training with Ansel all day. I didn't even really get lunch. He gave me a 5-minute break and threw some bread and cheese at me. I mean, he literally threw it at me." Issa gave him a look of sympathy. "He has been in a terrible mood since Griffa left." "I know. He has me training or studying every hour I'm awake. I guess I should be glad he lets me sleep. I've barely seen you this week." He got up and poured some water from a pitcher on the side table. He drained his glass and poured another. "Have you talked to him about it?" asked Issa. "Have you told him he's pushing you too hard? He cares about you, Max. He would want to know." "He barely lets me speak. If I say something, he tells me to stop complaining and get back to work." "Well, you'll get a break tonight. A couple of council members are coming over with Talon for dinner. You better go clean up," said Issa as she picked up her book. Max nodded and put down his glass. "Good, at least I'll get to talk to and look at someone besides Ansel for a while. Maybe you and I can get some time together after." Max walked over to Issa and tried to kiss her. Issa gave him a quick peck on his lips and then recoiled. "I'm sorry, Max, but you smell awful. Go take a bath." Max sighed and started for the kitchen. "But tonight after dinner, will you meet me outside my room or yours?" "I will if you promise to go talk to Ansel first. I think he could really use a friend right now." "Fine. After dinner I will try to get him to talk to me, but I can't force him." "I know," said Issa, smiling. "Now go get ready for dinner. Our guests will be here soon." Max hurried to the kitchen to find Nora arranging some food. "Nora, are you all right? Do you need some help?" "No, I'm fine, Max. Talon sent food from his kitchens all prepared. I'm just trying to get it all set up to take to the table. It looks like you need to clean up." "I know. I'm here to get some water." Max waved his hand, and a large bucket flew under the sink to fill itself with water from the pump. "How is Ansel today, Max?" asked Nora as she put some potatoes in a big serving bowl. "Same as he's been this past week. If this is how it's going to be the next 4 months, Griffa's just going to have to find a way to run the ring from the valley. It's still early. He hasn't gotten used to being apart from her. Give him some time," said Nora. Max sighed and waved his hands. The bucket rose and hovered by his side. "I'll be down soon. Let me go clean up." Max walked with his bucket up the stairs. He met Ansel, who was clean and changed into fresh clothes at the top of the staircase. "You haven't changed yet?" asked Ansel angrily. "The council members will be here soon." "I'm on my way, Ansel." "I won't be long," said Max, walking by him. He heard Ansel give an angry snort. Max went to his room and quickly took a hot bath. He changed into a green tunic with the Adalwyn sun stitched on it. He wore black pants and his favorite boots. He looked in the mirror for a moment to make sure his hair was somewhat tamed. As he came down the stairs, Ansel was coming into the parlor with Talon, Clara, and a middle-aged man with black hair. "Max, there you are. Come greet our guest," said Ansel, looking up at Max. Max walked over and stood before Talon and the council members. "Good evening, Max. I hope you remember Clara Vinn and Cillian Walsh." Max bowed to them. "I am glad to see you again." "We are glad you are staying in the valley with us for a while, my king," said Cillian. "Please call me Max." "I prefer it," said Max with a smile. "Should we go into dinner?" Everyone went into the dining room, where Nora had set out all the dishes on the table. The table was very full with a number of diners present, but they made it work. Max was hungry. He started filling his plate until Ansel cleared his throat. Max looked up, and everyone was looking at him. "What?" he asked. "I will ask the god's blessing, if you don't mind, Max," said Talon brightly. Max nodded as Ansel rolled his eyes at Max. "We ask the god's blessing on all gathered here and those we love who are apart from us. May we live to be an example to our future generations." Everyone nodded and started filling their plates. Max put everything he could fit on his dish, happy to finally be eating. "Are you going to make a pig of yourself?" asked Ansel quietly to Max. "I've barely eaten all day," said Max in an angry whisper. "How is training going in the valley, Max?" asked Talon. "It's invigorating," said Max. "Ansel has set up a rigorous schedule. Now that I'm back in town, I hope to come and observe if that will be okay with you and Ansel." "I don't see why not," said Max. "That's why I'm here." They all ate in silence for a few moments. "How was Griffa when you left?" asked Issa to Talon. "We all miss her very much." "She is well. She is very busy. The ring meetings I attended lasted all day, but they went well. Griffa is a very impressive leader." Max looked carefully at Ansel to see his reaction, but Ansel just concentrated on his food. "I believe she wanted to make this dinner, but she had to meet with some of the folk of the forest this afternoon." "What?" asked Ansel abruptly. "Griffa had a meeting with some families out in the forest this afternoon. I think more of them want to join the cause. She was hoping to finalize the agreement," said Talon, glancing at Ansel. "Did she go alone?" asked Ansel, staring at Talon. "I don't know. I left last night. I'm sure she took another member of the ring with her." Max saw Ansel's hand fly to his neck. Ansel held his hand to his upper chest and closed his eyes. A moment later he exhaled and relaxed. "It's Nora, isn't it?" said Cillian, smiling at Nora. "Yes, my name is Nora." "You were Max's guardian when he grew up in Clarton, weren't you?" "Yes, with my husband Dannon," said Nora quietly. "He is no longer with us." "I am so sorry," said Cillian, reaching out and touching Nora's hand. "The young king seems an intelligent, kind young man. I am sure that had much to do with you and your late husband." Nora smiled. "Thank you. Max has always been a joy to me, especially since I never had children of my own." Max gave Nora a large smile. "Nora and Dannon were very good to me. I am grateful I was able to grow up under their guidance." The rest of dinner was a quiet affair, with Talon making observations every now and then. After dinner they all sat in the parlor. Talon sat across from Max and Issa. "Issa, you grew up in Clarton as well?" asked Talon. "Yes, I have known Max most of my life." How do you feel about him being the king of Regventus? I think he will be a good king. I think Max does well at almost all the things he sets his mind to. And how will you fit into this new kingdom and his rule? Asked Talon kindly. Issa blushed as she looked at Max. I'm not sure. I hope to be with Max in some way. Talon smiled. I see how it is. Say no more. I think the council might need to get to know you better someday soon, Issa. Max grabbed Issa's hand and nodded. She will be a credit to any position she holds. I'm sure, said Talon. What are you speaking of? Asked Ansel, coming over and sitting down next to Talon. He had a large glass of wine in his hand. Young love, Ansel, said Talon with a wink at Issa. Distractions, you mean, said Ansel, taking a large gulp of wine. You don't mean that, Ansel. I would think you of all people would know how important love is, said Talon. HMPH, grumbled Ansel. Love complicates things. Perhaps, mused Talon, but it makes life much more worth living. There is a war coming, and Max needs to concentrate. We will need to increase your training in the coming weeks, Max, said Ansel, taking another drink of wine. Increase? I train all day as it is. Will you have me train through the night? If that is what it takes for you to understand how serious things are, yes, snapped Ansel loudly. Everyone looked over at Max and Ansel. It is getting late. I think it is time for us to go. The young king and his protector need to rest. Come on, Clara, Cillian, let's go, announced Talon, standing up. Max stood and walked with them to the small entrance hall. I'm sorry about tonight. Ansel hasn't been in the best of moods, said Max to Talon. I can see that. Is he usually like this with you? I haven't noticed it before. No, he's only been like this since Griffa left. I knew he would miss her. They've been apart before, and he's been grumpy, but not like this. Someone should talk to him and see what's really going on. I will do it if you want, but it would probably be best coming from you. You are his king. Yeah, you're the second person who says I should talk to him, said Max grumpily. Then you better do it. Let me know if I can do anything, said Talon, putting his cloak on. He opened the door and walked out with Cillian and Clara. Max walked back into the parlor to find Issa and Nora sitting together. Where is Ansel? Asked Max. He went into the study, said Nora. Are you going to speak with him? Yes, he can't go on like this. You two should go up to bed. It might be a while. Nora stood up and hugged Max. Issa gave him a kiss on his cheek. They walked towards the stairs together, looking at Max like he was going to his death. Max walked to the study door and knocked. He opened it without waiting for a response. Ansel sat at the desk with his head down and his eyes closed. Whatever it is, you are going to say, Max, don't bother. I know how I've been. I'd apologize, but I know it won't do any good. I can't say I'll act any better. Max walked in and sat down in a chair in front of the desk. Why are you acting like this? Is it just because of Griffa? You'll see her soon, Ansel. I know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just don't feel right. I can barely sleep. I feel tired and agitated all day. I feel like I can barely even do simple spells sometimes. Do you think you are ill? Should we have you checked by someone? I'm sure Talon could recommend a healer. I'm not sick, Max. It's something else. I can't explain what it is, but it's not a sickness. Ansel looked up at Max. His eyes were red. He looked lost. I still think you need to see a healer. It might be something that can be fixed. I don't want anything to happen to you, Ansel. I care about you. We all do. Ansel smiled slightly. I know. Maybe you're right. I'll see how I feel in the morning. You need to go to bed. Why don't we take a break from training in the morning? If we are both feeling up to it, we will begin after lunch. Are you sure, Ansel? Are you going to be all right? I can stay up with you for a bit. No, go on up, Max. I'll go to bed soon. I have some sleeping powders Griffa keeps on hand. I'm going to try those tonight. Max stood up. He paused for a second and looked at Ansel. He wished he could do more. He opened his mouth to say something, but stopped himself. He turned and walked out of the room. Max closed the door behind him and went to the fireplace. He stood in front of the fire for a moment, worrying about Ansel, when he heard the front door open. Max hurried to the entry hall to find Griffa hanging up her cloak and setting her staff by the door. He felt instant relief come over him. He launched himself at her and engulfed her in a hug. Griffa, thank the gods. Griffa hugged Max back and said, Good to see you too, Max. Are things not going well? Max let go and stepped back and looked at her. Ansel has not been handling things well. I think he might need to see a healer." Griffa looked concerned. "Where is he?" "He's in the study. I think you need to go see him." Griffa grabbed Max's hand and gave it a squeeze. She walked to the parlor, and Max followed behind her. As he entered the parlor, he heard a glass fall to the ground and break. Max looked up to see Ansel staring at Griffa. "Good evening, Ansel. I'm sorry I meant to be here for the dinner, but I had to go meet with some families in the forest." Ansel quickly walked over and wrapped his arms around Griffa. He placed his head on top of hers and closed his eyes. Max hurried around them and went to the stairs. He walked up the stairs and knocked on Issa's door. She answered in her nightgown and let him in. Max immediately took her in his arms and kissed her. After they broke apart, she smiled at Max. "I'm guessing your conversation went well?"
"Even better,"
said Max, beaming. "Griffa's here." Chapter 14. Griffa sat on the sofa in the parlor, drinking a cup of tea after breakfast. She had left Ansel in the bed asleep. She hoped he would sleep in for a while. She had tried to talk to him the night before. Max's welcome had made her concerned for Ansel's well-being, but Ansel only insisted he was fine. He had pulled her close in bed and quickly fallen asleep. Max and Issa walked in from the dining room and sat in chairs close to Griffa. "Tell me what's been going on with Ansel," said Griffa, putting down her tea. "He's been awful," said Max. "He makes me train all day until the sun goes down. He barely talks to any of us. He's always angry." "He seems very tired all the time," added Issa. "I don't think he's been sleeping much," said Griffa, glancing up the stairs. "That could explain his irritation." "Yes, but when I talked to him last night, he said he was having trouble doing even simple spells. He trains me, but he hasn't dueled me since the day you left." Max sounded concerned, and last night when I went to talk to him, he did not look good. I think he might be sick. Griffa sighed and shook her head. "We will have to get him to see a healer while I'm here. It won't be easy, but if what you are saying is true, there has to be something wrong. Something besides just me being gone. I knew he might be in a foul mood for a bit while he got used to it. I know I was off for a few days in abscond, but this sounds like more than just missing me." Max nodded. His eyes flew to the stairs. Griffa looked to find Ansel coming down them. Griffa stood up. "Good morning. How are you feeling?" "I feel fine," said Ansel. He came over and took Griffa's hand and gave it a quick kiss. "I'm hungry, actually. Is breakfast still out on the table?" "Yes," said Issa. "We didn't want to clean up until you came down." "Good, thank you, Issa." Ansel smiled at her. He turned and walked to the dining room. Griffa, Max, and Issa all looked at each other and then followed him. They all sat at the table with Ansel and watched him eat. "What is it?" asked Ansel after he ate a piece of bacon. "Are you sure you feel all right?" asked Griffa. "Everyone here has been concerned about you." "I've felt a little off lately. I'm sorry if I pushed you too hard, Max. I know I've been a little rude." "A little rude?" asked Max incredulously. "Ansel, you've been beyond angry, tired, and distant since Griffa left." "Like I said, I'm sorry if I acted off in some way. This is all new." "What about your magic?" asked Griffa with concern. "Max said you've been having trouble with even simple spells." "I haven't been sleeping well. I'm sure I've just been tried. Everything feels fine now. This afternoon, when I train Max, I will show you." "Ansel, maybe you should see a healer just to be safe. I can ask Talon who he uses." Griffa put her hand on Ansel's. "I don't think that is necessary, Griffa. I don't feel ill," said Ansel, squeezing her hand. "Let me eat and go about my day. If I start feeling bad by this evening, I will see whoever you like." Griffa nodded, but she didn't feel any better. She continued to watch Ansel as he ate. After breakfast, Ansel went into the parlor to read one of the Protector journals. Griffa sat next to him with her own book on Protector magic. Max had some sort of journal open and sat near them. Issa curled up with a big book on blood magic near the fireplace. Ansel read while the other three pretended to read. They all kept looking over their books, watching him. Before lunch, Ansel finally put his book down and said, "I can see you are all looking at me. I really am fine. I am. Come on, let's go for a short walk before lunch. Where is Nora?" "Oh, she's with that man from last night, Cillian," said Issa. "He came to take Nora for a walk after breakfast. I guess they are still out." "Cillian Walsh?" asked Griffa with raised eyebrows. "Really? Interesting." "Let's go out then." "I need fresh air," said Ansel, standing up. Griffa looked at Max and Issa and shrugged. They all three followed Ansel to the entry hall and put on their cloaks. Ansel put his cloak and his hat on and opened the door. He motioned for them to walk out. Griffa walked by Ansel's side as Max and Issa walked in front of them. They cast glances back at Griffa and Ansel from time to time. "I forgot to ask, how long will you be able to stay?" asked Ansel. 5 days, unless something comes up. I can try to stay longer if you like. I am supposed to be meeting with some people from the lowlands and Abscon, but Hector can handle it if needed." "You need to be there as the leader of the ring. They will want to see you," said Ansel. Griffa stopped walking and grabbed Ansel's hand. "Will you be all right? Are you sure you're not ill?" "If I was, I feel fine now. I'm sure it was just me not sleeping well," said Ansel, shrugging. "Really, Griffa, I'm fine." Griffa gave him a small smile, but she wasn't convinced. They caught up with Max and Issa and turned around to go back to the house. After lunch, Max and Ansel went out onto the back lawn to duel. Talon visited and joined Griffa outside to observe. "How is Ansel today?" asked Talon, watching Max and Ansel walk apart from each other. "He seems fine. I've heard he has had some rough days since I've been gone." "Max was afraid he was ill," answered Griffa, as Max and Ansel circled around one another. "He was very agitated at dinner last night. He's usually very calm and quiet, but last night he had a very heated conversation with Max in front of me and 2 council members." Griffa sighed. "I hope it didn't cause any trouble between Abscon and the valley, but more importantly I need to find out what's going on. I knew he would be a little down with me leaving. I'll admit to feeling a little low without him, but this can't just be because I am not here." "Don't worry about last night. It was only Clara and Cillian. They are understanding that everyone has an off night. What does Ansel say was wrong?" Talon turned to Griffa as she watched Max block a spell and send his own back at Ansel. "He says he has been trouble sleeping and the exhaustion caught up with him," answered Griffa as Ansel blocked Max's spell and then swept his hand up to upend Max and send him sprawling on the ground. Ansel's magic had been suffering, but he seems to be all right now. "I guess you'll have to watch and see how he does. Do you have to go back to Abscon soon?" "I go in 5 days," sighed Griffa. She turned slowly to Talon. "I hate to ask it, but could you keep an eye on Ansel for me while I'm gone? Maybe just check in on him and Max from time to time. I know it's a lot to ask. I know you are busy." "Well, I am supposed to be keeping an eye on our king. I don't see why I can't come spend some time with Ansel as well. Of course, I'll do it, Griffa. I would do anything for you." Griffa took Talon's hand and squeezed it. "Thank you," she said gratefully. Talon picked up her hand and gave it a small kiss, patted it affectionately, and then let it go. "He is protector to the king. We will need him in top shape for the war when it comes." Something clicked in Griffa's head. Ansel was the protector to the king. The closer they got to a war, the more in danger Max was. Maybe his mood was due to the Max's coming peril. "What are you thinking, Griffa?" asked Talon. "I know that look." "You have given me an idea. I think I have an evening of reading ahead of me." Griffa had trouble finding time to read that evening. She helped Nora with dinner. Griffa tried to get Nora to talk about Cillian, but Nora only said they had a pleasant walk. After dinner, Ansel was anxious to spend time with her, and she was happy to oblige him. She told him all about her meetings with the ring. How Helmer was very displeased with Max staying in the valley, but she was finally able to convince him it was the right thing to do. She told him about meeting with the forest folk. More magical families were willing to join with Abscon in the fight to come. She tried to get him to talk about his time since she had left, but he wouldn't say much. Eventually they went up to their room. Ansel had fallen asleep as soon as his head hit the bed the night before. They were both very eager to show one another how much they had been missed. Later Ansel fell asleep. Griffa slipped on a heavy nightgown and quietly left the room and walked downstairs. When she got to the parlor, she found Max there reading by the fire. "Max, what are you still doing up?" asked Griffa. She grabbed the book on protectors she had left by the sofa and sat in a chair close to Max. "I'm not tired. I thought I would come down here and read a bit," replied Max. "Why are you awake?" "I wanted to look for something in this book about protector's magic. I may have an idea of what is bothering Ansel." Griffa opened her book and settled into her chair. "What do you think it is?" "I'm not sure, but I think it might have to do with his protector's magic. Protectors have a magical bond with their king or queen. Maybe as we get closer to war, he is affected because you are closer to danger. Protectors can be affected by their sovereign being in trouble, or if they are far away. I didn't know if Ansel would be affected by you, since you are not technically crowned as king, but maybe as we get closer to the war, the magic kicks in somehow." "If that's the case, is there anything we can do?" asked Max. "That's what I'm hoping to find in here somewhere. There is another book I have if you wanted to help," said Griffa, looking at Max's book. "What are you reading now?" "It's a book I found in your study back in Abscon. It's the journal of a woman named Malin. It's almost 500 years old," answered Max. "I hope you don't mind." Max handed Griffa the journal. "Not at all." Griffa looked at the front cover and turned it over to examine the back. She flipped through a few of the pages. "Why did you want to read this?" Griffa handed the journal back to Max. "It just sparked my interest. You should read it, Griffa. Malin talks about taking over as leader of the ring after her mother. Her brother lived in the valley. I'm not sure why they were apart, but it seems he lived in the valley most of his life. Who knows? You go ahead and finish it, Max. I'll look at it after you. Would you mind helping me tonight, though? The book is over by the sofa." Max nodded and went over to get the book and then sit back down. They read in silence for 2 hours. Griffa sat up and yawned. "I'm not finding anything. How about you?" "Well, you are right about Protector's magic. It seems both Sovereign and Protector are affected by each other, whether it's danger, distance, or death." "Yes, I've read that. Is there anything in there on how to deal with it?" "No, it would be helpful if we had a Protector who could give us advice. These books just seem to be a lot of rules and information," observed Max. "Wait," said Griffa, jumping up. "I wonder where he put them." She darted off into the study. She looked over the shelves until she found 5 books sitting on the lowest one to the right. She made sure they were what she needed and grabbed them all. She ran back into the parlor and handed 2 books to Max. "I'm sorry, Max. We may not get much sleep tonight. I need you to look over these. Try to find anything you can that might be helpful." "What are these, Griffa?" asked Max, opening up one of the small old books. "They are journals that were kept by old Protectors. There must be something in at least one of these that is useful." The next morning, Griffa walked into her bedroom and flopped down on the bed. She rolled over to see Ansel staring at her. She kissed him. "Good morning," Griffa said brightly. "Did you sleep last night? I woke up once and you weren't here." "I did sleep a little on the couch." "Why?" asked Ansel, sitting up. "Max and I have been trying to find some way to help you," said Griffa, looking up at him. "Don't look at me that way. You can deny it all you want, but I know you haven't been well. I got to thinking it might have something to do with your Protector's magic. What if the closer we get to war and Max being crowned, the stronger your magical bond is with him? Your king being in peril would cause distress for you." "I guess it's possible, but I haven't noticed anything like that before." "I know, but it has to start at some point, right? Well, Max and I looked through all the Protector's journals, and there are several ways to help you through your moods and troubles with your magic." "Like what?" asked Ansel skeptically. "Breathing exercises, training routines, and finding ways to relax. There is even a recipe for a potion to help you rest. I already started brewing it," said Griffa excitedly. "I don't know, Griffa. I feel fine now. I'm sure it was nothing." "Ansel, will you at least keep them in mind if you start to feel like you did again? Max and I copied all the methods we can find on some parchment for you. The potion will be ready tomorrow." Ansel smiled at her. "Fine, since you and Max went to all the trouble, I'll look at it all. I'll keep it in mind." "Good," said Griffa, pleased. She stretched in bed as Ansel watched her. "What?" Ansel grabbed and held her against him as he kissed her. "How tired are you?" he asked as he lifted the hem of her nightgown. "I'm actually quite awake," replied Griffa as she took off her nightgown and threw it to the side. Chapter 15. Golnar sat in the study off of the throne room. He was very pleased with the way things were going. All magical users in the first ring of Oromist had been released. They were all either trained or in training. Those without magical powers were left alone for the moment. Those with magical spouses and children would be left where they were. Those families who had no magical blood would eventually face a new reality. There was no need to rush things in the first ring. They would work themselves out as the magical families realized their power. King Kedden was no longer a problem for Golnar. Kedden was far away in the forest of the lowlands. He would be busy following Daracha around playing the part of king. Daracha had written that he had arrived. She said he would be very useful, and she would need his services for many weeks to come. Golnar hoped Kedden would be successful and come back with his head full of his own importance. Golnar's magic had seemed to stabilize. He was able to do all that he could before. He was working on more advanced magic at the moment. He could summon things, manipulate objects, and even make water and fire move. Other abilities, such as the conjuring of winds and magical travel, eluded him, but he would continue training. He was glad he was no longer having his earlier issues. He supposed removing certain stressors, such as Kedden, had a great effect on him. He also had tried to make sure he was actually resting and eating. It was almost time to start the next phase of the plan. They would move into the 4th and 3rd rings of Oromist. They would find those with magical blood and have them drink the potion. Camellia, Turin, and some influential woman of the First Circle were already organizing meals for the needy. At these meals, Camellia and others who were gifted would identify those with magical blood. Camellia and Turin had made an appearance at the midwinter celebration of the 3rd ring. They had already identified several useful future magical users. The hope was to turn a select few to help with the distribution of the elixir. Today, Golnar would meet with Philo and Till. All of the soldiers with magical blood had been released, and they were all in training. He was pleased with their progress. They still had many soldiers who were not magical, but gifted in other ways as well. The kingdom would have a mighty army from Oromist soldiers alone, but the number of soldiers wasn't up to Golnar's liking. He wanted an overwhelming army that would leave no doubt of victory. Of course, after the magic was released in other areas of the kingdom, they would recruit even more soldiers. Golnar worried that Oromist at the moment was vulnerable to the threat of an attack by the old magical folk. He would remain uneasy until his plan was well underway all throughout the kingdom. He wanted to meet with Philo and Till to see what could be done to protect Oromist from outside attacks while the plan was taking place. He waited behind the desk of the study, looking over the things Kedden had left. There were many messages stacked up. Golnar had read a few. They were all about simple problems in the kingdom. One village in the high mountains didn't have enough food to last through the winter. Another village in Lakeland had a minor sickness running through the people. These were all things that would be taken care of once Golnar's new way was in order. Once the kingdom was set up in the true way of the ancients, no one would be sick. No one would starve, and all would have their place. There would be some suffering and sacrifices. For a wonderful new kingdom to be reborn, the old ways would have to die. Still, those who would be sacrificed didn't have much of a life now. They would probably be better off dead. Golnar again thought of his mother. She should never have died so young. She should have never had to suffer. She was born with a gift she never learned to use, and it was unfair. She should have had power. She should have had whatever she needed and wanted. Instead, she died with nothing. She died powerless. Golnar would never be like that. He had everything he needed in his fingertips. A knock on the door announced a visitor. "Who is there?" asked Golnar loudly. "It is Philo Quick. I have come as you requested," replied Philo. Golnar stood up and raised his hand. The door opened. Philo strode in wearing his captain's garb, of a gold tunic, tan pants, and brown boots. He had on a red cloak that flowed behind him. He walked in front of the desk and bowed to Golnar. Golnar sat down, gesturing to him, and Philo gracefully had a seat. "Philo, thank you for coming. I know you have been busy." "I am, but I don't mind coming to see you. I like to be involved with the decisions of the kingdom. Are we expecting anyone else?" "Yes, Viceroy Till should be joining us. It seems he is running a little late." Philo sat back and sighed. Golnar looked at Philo. "Have you heard any word of your son?" "No, the idiot seems to have gone into hiding. I have a few soldiers out and about looking for him. Unless Marcus is hiding in Abscon or the valley, we should find him at some point." "Could he be hiding in those places?" "I doubt it. Marcus has always been a coward. Either place, Ansel would find him easily. After trying to attack the king, I'm sure the Protector is not happy with Marcus and the role he played. Not to mention, I believe that Keen Woman was almost killed. Ansel has been a friend to that family for many years." Golnar nodded. "Well, hopefully he will turn up soon, and you can convince him this is the right side." "I will convince him easily. My son likes to live in wealth and leisure. One look at our new manor in the city, and he will relent. I will find him a nice woman to marry. He will not be a problem." There was a knock at the door. "That must be Till," said Golnar. He raised his hand and opened the door. Till walked in swiftly. He plopped down in a chair next to Philo. "You are late, Till," said Golnar harshly. I know. I apologize. The wife was in a tizzy over some slight by a servant. I had to stay and deal with it. I came here as quick as I could. "My time and Captain Philo's time is very precious. You would do good not to waste it," said Golnar. "And mine isn't. I am running a city that is being turned upside down. I have to spend more effort than ever in the public reassuring people. You will do well to remember all I do for the kingdom." "Yes, we know, Till. Just try to be on time for meetings," said Golnar impatiently. "I wanted to speak to both of you about how vulnerable we might be to an attack at the moment." "I don't think we are very vulnerable at all," commented Philo. "Our soldiers have been training constantly, and many of them are ready for combat. If someone hits the city, we should have no trouble." Till nodded his head. "Even if the magical powers of Abscon and the valley combined with other magical folk in the kingdom?" asked Golnar. "Philo, wouldn't that be quite a powerful force?" "It would," admitted Philo. "It will take them time to unite and organize. I don't see them being ready for an attack any time soon. The ring moves slowly. It always has. They won't be ready for at least a year." "Golnar, you are worrying about nothing. We are well fortified in the city. We have many guards stationed outside all the rings. We will be able to add to our forces once we start reaching the lands with your elixir. Relax for a moment. Everything will be fine," said Till, crossing his legs. "Relax? You think we have gotten as far with me spending time relaxing?" asked Golnar in a dangerous, quiet voice. "Philo, when was your last information out of Abscon?" "When Gorm left. I haven't heard anything since then." Golnar shook his head. "So we don't know what's happening in Abscon or the valley. Many things could have changed since last summer, especially since we attacked their king in the forest. Do you remember how that went, Philo? Whether you want to admit it or not, the old magical folk are powerful. We need to prepare." "What would you have me do?" "I am training soldiers as fast as I can. We have released all the magical blooded ones. Unless I have new recruits in the outer rings, there is nothing else I can do," said Philo loudly. "Have you been able to contact any of your old friends in Abscon?" asked Till. "No one has replied. I'm not even sure my messages are getting through," said Philo. "What about the valley? You had a home there as well, didn't you? Have you contacted anyone there?" inquired Till. "I can try, but most of the old magical families there are firmly on the council or loyal to the ring," answered Philo. "Do what you can, Philo. If we can find someone to give us information, it will go a long way," said Golnar. "I will think of some folk I can write, but I can't promise anything," said Philo. Golnar sat back a little in his chair. "Remember, we can offer them almost anything they want. Promise them riches, power, and safety. If you get even a sniff of an answer, act on it. Even if you have to go out and meet them somewhere, you can take some guards with you." "What would happen if we sent some guards outside of Abscon and the valley?" asked Till. "I know we can't get into the villages. We might not even be able to get close, but Philo can at least give us the general area." "My soldiers will be too vulnerable outside the forest or mountain pass," said Philo unhappily. "You want to just sacrifice men when we are afraid we don't have enough to begin with?" "It was just a thought," said Till. "It would at least send a message." Golnar considered this. "Yes, send a few, Philo. Send some to the valley and some to the forest of the great surrounding. Tell them to remain hidden unless they come across someone alone. Maybe we could take a magical folk and get some information out of them. Tell them not to cause any trouble unless they are absolutely certain they can win." "Very well," said Philo. "I suppose there are a few I could spare, but if something goes wrong, I don't want to be held accountable. We might lose those men." "We will lose many as we build a better kingdom. They will all be martyrs in the battle for a better Regventus," said Golnar, standing up. "True," said Philo. "I'll go give the orders. I will send 5 to each area." "Good. Remember, if you hear of anyone who would like to offer information and their loyalty, let me know. There will be those who get scared as the war to come looms closer," said Golnar with a grin. Chapter 16. Max sat in Griffa's study in the Valley House. He sat behind the large desk with his head propped up by his elbows. He was reading Malin's journal, waiting for Issa to come back from her walk with Nora. Malin's journal was a collection of writings from her daily life 300 years ago. Max wasn't sure why he found it so fascinating, but he couldn't stop reading. In today's entry, Malin talked about her brother's wedding in the valley. Vaughn is getting married today. I'm not allowed to go. Mother says as the future leader of the ring, I must stay behind so her and father can attend. She says that way if something happens to her, the leadership of the ring will go on. I don't know what could happen in the valley. If it is as safe and predictable as Abscon, nothing shall happen. I have sent a note of congratulations to my brother and a note of welcome to his bride. I am very happy he has found love. Her name is Lucia. Vaughn says she is very beautiful. Mother says the newly wedded couple will visit Abscon a few months after their wedding. I do hope she is right. I want to meet my new sister. Vaughn is to take her name as she is an only child. She is from an old magical family. Not one as old as the mine, but they have a very nice house in the valley. I am quite happy with my own darling Jacob. I think he is quite looking forward to us having the manor to ourselves for a few days. I can say that I am as well. I wish we could travel, but maybe one day when the kingdom is safer, maybe when time has passed, I shouldn't complain. Abscon is lovely. The manor has everything one could want. I sometimes wonder what my life would have been like had the kingdom not fallen. What would it have been like to live in Oromist? Max was interrupted from his reading by the opening of the study door. Isa walked in and smiled. She sat down in front of the desk in one of the chairs. Max sat up and closed his book. How was your walk? Asked Max. Very nice. It seems Nora has an admirer, replied Isa happily. An admirer? Who? Cillian Walsh. He saw us walking and joined us. He was very sweet. I can tell he is interested in Nora. And how did Nora react? Asked Max. She was polite. I saw her blush a few times. I think she might like him. Max wondered if that were true. Nora had been married to Dannon for many years. She had married him young. He knew they were very much in love, but Dannon was no longer here. Should Nora mourn him forever? Shouldn't she have a chance of happiness if she wanted it? You don't mind, do you, Max? No, of course not. Why would I? If Nora falls in love with Cillian, and he is worthy of her, why shouldn't that be a good thing? It would be an excellent thing. It's still early, though. It's only been a few days. We will see how the next 4 months goes. If anything, I think it will be a fun distraction for Nora. She has been through a lot, and she must feel lonely at times, said Isa. Max nodded. What were you reading? Asked Isa, leaning forward and looking at Max's book. That journal we found in Griffa's study in Abscon. It's interesting. What did you read today? I read about Malin's brother's wedding, and I think I discovered something very interesting. Do you remember that portrait we saw at Talon's house? Yes, of the handsome couple, correct? That's the one. I think it might have been this Malin's brother and his wife. Malin says her brother Vaughn lived with a family in the valley. He married a girl named Lucia. Wasn't Vaughn and Lucia the name of the couple in that portrait? I don't remember. You were always better at remembering names than me. Remember how you had to help me with kingdom history in lessons. Well, I think it is Malin's brother in that painting. Why was he sent to live in the valley? I am sure Malin was a Keen. Wouldn't Vaughn be one as well? He married and took his bride's name. Doesn't that seem odd? Maybe he really loved her, and her father wanted it that way. I think Griffa's father wanted her to keep her name. I don't know how that will work with Ansel, though, said Isa thoughtfully. Max looked at Isa. Do you think Ansel and Griffa will get married one day? Isa looked thoughtful for a moment. I imagine they will. You see them together. Can you ever imagine them apart or with other people? I guess not. I just never really thought about it. I guess that means Griffa will live in Oromist one day, said Max. Which is well and good for us. I'm sure you will appoint her to your ring. Then no matter what she will be in Oromist, it will be good to have her close. Max hadn't really given much thought to the future beyond winning the war and being with Isa. He would have to appoint a ring one day. He would have to learn how to run a kingdom. It all seemed so far away, but every day it came closer and closer. Everyone was working and sacrificing to put him on the throne. He wasn't sure how he felt about it. He wished he was more sure of his title. Are you okay, Max? Asked Isa with concern. Yes, I am well. It's just overwhelming at times to think of the future. Isa smiled. You will have lots of help. I'll be there with you the whole time if you want me. I will. You should never doubt that, said Max. Now, back to your journal. You are saying that one of Griffa's distant relatives has a connection to Talon's family. That is interesting. The next time we go visit Talon, we should look at the portrait and ask him about it. Griffa would probably like to know. She would. Now, what do you want to do until dinner? Asked Max. Maybe you could read to me? Asked Issa. We could sit by the fire. Griffa and Ansel are out meeting with the council. Nora said she would make dinner. We could sit all alone for a while. Sounds good. Let's see what book we can find, said Max. As he pushed back, he hit a small portrait on the shelf behind him. It fell to the floor face down. Max, you dropped something? You better pick it up, said Issa. Max turned around and picked it up. It was a small portrait. I think it's Griffa's mother, said Max, looking at the picture. Let me see, said Issa, reaching out for the portrait. She looked it over. It seems like it's not damaged. She was a beautiful woman. Griffa has her eyes. She does, said Max. He took the portrait back from Issa and looked on the back. Lynette Hyde. That must have been Griffa's mother's name. Probably so, said Issa. Griffa doesn't really talk about her. She died when Griffa was still a baby. Max put the picture back where it went. For some reason, the name Hyde sounded familiar, but he couldn't think why. He supposed it must have heard back in Clarden. What would you like me to read? Asked Max. After dinner, they all sat around the parlor enjoying each other's company. Griffa caught them up on news from the council. They seemed overall pleased with Max and his progress. They looked forward to getting to know him even better. You might have to have dinner at every house in the valley before this over, said Griffa. You'll at least have to go to every council member's house, though I'd avoid Devlin if you can. He is being very difficult. How so? Asked Max. He is pushing me to have us show him how we move magical objects. I suppose we should just do it to shut him up, but part of me really wants to be stubborn about this. He should take my word for it, said Griffa exasperatedly. So you will leave in 3 more days, Griffa? Asked Issa. Yes, I have another council meeting in 2 days here. Then I have to get back to Abscond to meet with the ring before our visitors from the lowlands come. Max heard Ansel make a small noise. How are you feeling, Ansel? Asked Max with concern. I've been feeling well. No more issues, said Ansel. Good, said Max. I hope whatever it was, it has gone away. I am more prepared now if it does happen again. I want to thank you, Max, for all of your work to try to help me. I haven't been very good to you lately. I appreciate you still caring. You weren't so bad. Well, actually you were, but I forgive you. I'm sure I've annoyed you plenty of times. Besides, you were a little right about one thing. I do need to start seriously thinking of the future. I need to think about what it means to really be the king of Regventus, said Max. You'll get there, said Griffa encouragingly. You won't be all alone. All of us will help you. You will have advisors and a ring you pick. When we win the throne, you won't be expected to manage everything yourself. I know, but I will be the king, and I should start thinking about what that will look like. When I go back to Abscond, I can look for some books on the old kings and queens of the line of Adawan. I'll bring them back when I return. They can help you, but remember we don't have to do it just like the past. We can look at new ways to make Regventus even better, said Griffa. At least I know the first person I will include on my ring, said Max, smiling at Griffa. I'll be happy to serve the kingdom and you, Max, said Griffa, returning Max's smile. Now let's talk about something less serious. Talon has invited us to dinner tomorrow night. It's not some formal gathering either. It will be just us, Talon and Cillian Walsh. Perhaps we can even play a game after supper. Ansel groaned. Griffa laughed. Sorry, Ansel, but you knew I was like this before you chose to love me. I know, but that doesn't mean I can't complain about it. Everyone laughed. Max looked at Griffa and Ansel smiling at each other. Issa was right. He couldn't see them with anyone else. Maybe one day they would all be happy like this in Oromist. Issa would be Max's queen. Ansel and Griffa would live at the palace as well. Nora might not be there if this thing with Cillian became something, but she would be happy here in the valley. She could come visit Max often. Max thought all of this was worth fighting for. He decided right there to commit himself even harder to his training. He would learn more about what it meant to serve the kingdom. He would think hard about what the kingdom of Regventus should look like. Most of all, he knew he would not do it alone. He would have the support of his friends. Later that evening, everyone had gone to bed except Max and Issa. Max sat on the end of the sofa with Issa curled up at his side. You seem very content tonight, said Issa sleepily. I am. I'm starting to think we might just win the kingdom after all. I think the future could be wonderful." "I think so too, Max. I know I said a while ago that I was worried about our differences, but I think that might be to our advantage. The kingdom is made up of magical and non-magical people. Why should those in the palace be any different? We might age differently, but if you will not mind, neither shall I. I will be happy with whatever time we have together." Max pulled Isa close and kissed her cheek. "I'm glad you feel that way, because I will have no one but you. The more we are together, the more certain I am. It doesn't matter what happens. No matter if I am king or I work at a stable, you will be by my side." "I certainly will be, even if you do end up working in a stable," said Isa with a yawn. "But I'd really rather you be a king." Chapter 17. Griffa looked over her appearance in her mirror. They were just going to Talon's for an informal dinner, so it really shouldn't matter what she looked like, but she thought she would at least make sure nothing was too out of place. She supposed she should have put a little more effort into her hair, but it was a little late now. Griffa threw her hands down to her sides and sighed. "What's wrong, Griff?" asked Ansel, walking out of the closet dressed in a simple black shirt and pants. "I'm regretting not coming up earlier to change and trying to do something with my hair. There's nothing I can do now." "You look fine," said Ansel, coming to stand behind her. "Easy for you to say. You look effortlessly handsome no matter what you wear." "And you are beautiful no matter how many times you deny it," responded Ansel as he placed a kiss on top of her head. "Now come on, it's time to go." Griffa turned, leaned up, and kissed Ansel. "You are feeling all right, aren't you?" "I am. I've had no issues these past few days, so stop worrying." Ansel lightly kissed her nose and took her hand. They walked downstairs to find everyone else standing in the parlor wearing their cloaks. "Is everyone ready?" asked Griffa as she and Ansel walked by everyone to the entry hall. Everyone nodded from the parlor doorway as Ansel helped Griffa put on her cloak. They walked together to Talon's house. It was exceptionally cold and windy. Snow started to fall as they made their way down the path. Griffa walked between Nora and Essa. "You look very lovely tonight, Nora," said Griffa as she admired Nora's red dress and upswept hairstyle. "Did you get dressed up for any special reason?" Nora blushed. "It's just nice to dress up for dinner sometimes." Griffa heard Issa give a small laugh. "That it is, Nora." She leaned in close to Nora and whispered, "And I'm sure a certain gentleman will appreciate your effort." Nora smiled, but did not respond. Soon they arrived at Wendell House. The door was answered by Talon himself. He ushered them in quickly. "I'm sorry for the walk on a night like this. It's a shame we have to forbid magical travel in the village, but better safe than sorry," said Talon, helping Griffa take off her cloak. He hung it on a hook by the door. "It's no trouble," Talon assured Griffa in a friendly tone. "It wasn't a long walk. We appreciate you having us over for dinner. I rather like having friends over often. It's too quiet here since Mother and Father have both passed. Sometimes I wish they had found each other earlier in life. I could have used some brothers and sisters," said Talon as they all moved into the parlor. "Maybe you should think of marrying," offered Griffa as she sat down in a chair close to the fire. "A wife could make your life less lonely." Talon smiled at Griffa. "Maybe, if I can find a woman who will have me someday. Right now, I rather enjoy being single and doing as I please." "You'll think differently in a few years, Talon," said Cillian from the sofa. "When you've lived a little, you will see how much the right woman can add to your life." Cillian glanced at Nora, who sat in a chair close to him. "I'll take your word for it, Cillian." Talon turned to look at Griffa. "I'm beginning to think all of the good women are already taken." "So you'll have to enjoy your time with the ones who aren't so good," said Griffa brazenly. Talon gave Griffa a strange smile. "You said it, Griffa, not me." Griffa stared at Talon for a moment, and then looked over to see Max and Issa at the end of the room looking at a painting. She got up and walked over to them. Talon followed her. "What are you two doing?" asked Griffa, coming to stand by Max as Talon stopped just behind her. "I've made an interesting discovery from reading that journal I found in your study back in Abscon. I think this man may be relative of yours, Griffa," said Max, glancing at her. "Really? Why do you think that?" asked Griffa as she looked up at the portrait. "The woman who wrote the journal, Malin, wrote about her brother Von, who lived in the valley. He married a woman named Lucia." "That would be a big coincidence if this isn't the same Von and Lucia," remarked Max. "That's true, Max, but are you sure Malin was a Keen? Why would a Keen grow up here in the valley?" Griffa looked up at the portrait. The journal has your family sigil on it. I don't see why she wouldn't be a Keen." "I guess that's true." Griffa glanced behind her at Talon. "Why is this portrait here, Talon?" Talon leaned over Griffa to look at the inscription. "I'm not sure. Like I told Max before, I believe this Von was a ward of the Wendells when they first came to the valley. I'm not sure why they would raise a Keen. It was a long time ago. I suppose we will never know. That is interesting, though, Max. I'll have to look at that journal when you are done," said Griffa as she smiled at Max. "I believe it's time to eat," said Talon. "We should gather the others." He offered Griffa his arm. Before turning and taking it, she looked down at the inscription. "That's interesting. It states this is Von and Lucia Hyde. Hyde was my mother's surname before she married father." Talon and Griffa walked closer to everyone else. Talon invited everyone to the table. Griffa walked with Talon towards the dining room. As they passed Max, she saw he was still staring at the portrait. "Are you coming, Max?" she asked over her shoulder. "Yes, I'll be there in a second," answered Max distractedly. Talon led Griffa to the seat next to his at the head of the table. Ansel sat next to her. Griffa turned and smiled at Ansel. He grabbed her hand and gave it a small squeeze before letting go. Dinner was a casual affair with good food and conversation. Griffa looked down the table many times to see Cillian and Nora talking together quietly. "I think Cillian is rather taken with your friend," said Talon to Griffa quietly. "I believe the feeling might be mutual. He is a good man, isn't he?" "He's a little dull, but yes, he is a good man. He is very loyal to the council and thinks a lot of you, Griffa." Griffa looked down the table and smiled before looking back at Talon. "Then I hope they find happiness together. Nora is a very good woman. It's been hard for her to lose her husband. She deserves to be happy." "I can imagine losing the one you love is hard," said Talon quietly. "I hope Nora does find happiness again." The rest of the meal passed in good casual conversation, and they all moved to the parlor together. Griffa sat on a sofa next to Ansel. "What do you think is bothering Max?" asked Ansel. "He's barely said 2 words tonight." Griffa looked over by the fireplace to find Max sitting in a chair staring at the fire. Issa was close by him. Sometimes she would whisper to Max, and Max would respond quietly and go back to staring at the fire. "I'm not sure. He is worrying about something, it seems. You should have a chat with him later." Ansel nodded as Talon sat down in a chair next to Griffa. "Griffa, I have a favor to ask of you. I know tomorrow is your last full day in the valley, and I hate to take you away from your friends, but I think you could help me," said Talon. "What do you need?" asked Griffa, leaning forward. "I have a meeting with some magical folk who live in the high mountains. They have agreed to meet me not too far out of town on the mountain pass. They are interested in joining our cause for the kingdom. I think if I showed up with a leader of the ring, it would go a long way to swaying them on our side." "Then I will go with you," said Griffa. "We will need all those we can get to help us in the coming war." Ansel looked at Griffa. "I can come as well." "No," said Griffa, looking over at Max. "I need you to spend time with Max tomorrow. Find out what's going on with him." "I don't like you 2 going alone." Ansel moved slightly in his seat. "You are 2 of the most important leaders of the magical folk. I can at least send 2 guards with you from the valley forces." "I don't want to spook the high mountain folk. They were hard to convince to meet to begin with." "They are a very solitary group," explained Talon to Ansel. "The guards can remain well hidden. You will never know they are there once you enter the mountain pass unless you need them," assured Ansel. "It would probably be a good idea, Talon," said Griffa. "I know everything will probably go fine, and you and I should have no troubles defending ourselves, but we should be careful. If they can stay hidden from the mountain folk, I am all right with it. Griffa, meet me by the lake tomorrow mid-morning. It shouldn't take long. You might even be back in time for lunch." The rest of the evening passed by quietly. They all walked home without much conversation. Nora seemed lost in her own thoughts, and Max and Issa walked together silently. Ansel held Griffa's hand at the back of the group. "I'm not sure I like you going to this meeting tomorrow in the mountain pass. It's a vulnerable area," said Ansel quietly to Griffa. "I need to go, Ansel. We need these people on our side. I won't be alone. Talon is a very gifted mage, and I like to think I can handle myself if there is trouble. We will have 2 guards watching us. There won't be any issues." "I don't doubt your ability or Talon's, but I will still worry," said Ansel, squeezing her hand. "I know it's one of the things you do best, quipped Griffa before she moved closer to him. "But I need you to worry about Max instead of me tomorrow. Find out why he was so quiet tonight. I will talk to Issa when I get home tomorrow." The next morning Griffa dressed in a simple black dress, leaving her hair loose down her back. She ate breakfast with Ansel and Nora. Issa and Max did not come down until Griffa was getting ready to leave. "Are you two all right?" asked Griffa as she put on her cloak. "Yes," said Max with a yawn. "We stayed up late reading." "What were you reading?" asked Griffa. "I'll tell you about it later when I know more. You need to go to your meeting," said Max. Griffa gave Max a concerned look. He was usually quick to share information with her. "All right, you remember that you can talk to me about anything, don't you?" "I know, Griffa. It's probably not a big deal. I just want to do some more research first." Griffa nodded as Ansel walked up behind Max. "Are you leaving, Griffa?" asked Ansel. "I am. I want to be there in plenty of time to meet Talon. My guards will meet both of you by the lake." He stepped to Griffa and took her hand. "Be safe, please." Griffa squeezed his hand. "I will. I'll be back soon." Ansel pulled her close and kissed her gently on her lips. He let her go and turned to Max. "Go eat some breakfast and then meet me outside. We need to put in some work today." Griffa smiled at both of them and turned to go. She grabbed her staff and walked out the front door. Griffa walked through the village. She smiled at people she passed in the marketplace as she headed towards the lake on the edge of the town. She passed the last building, thinking about what to say to the mountain folk when someone grabbed her and pulled her into a grove of trees. Griffa raised her hand to stun her attacker when she was pulled into a hug. "Griffa, thank the gods you are okay," said a familiar voice. Griffa pushed herself free. "Marcus, what in the kingdom are you doing here?" Marcus was dressed in a simple brown tunic and pants. His boots were filthy. The cloak he wore looked ragged. "I've been hiding in the woods behind my house here," said Marcus. "I sneak in sometimes and grab food or supplies. I'm so happy you are all right, Griffa." "Are you?" asked Griffa angrily. "You brought that flower into my house and try to kill us all. I should strike you down right here." "I didn't know," explained Marcus hurriedly. "You have to believe me. I would never hurt any of you, especially you, Griffa." "Then why are you hiding? If you've done nothing wrong, why lie like a guilty man?" "Ansel and Max came to see me when you were sick. They told me you were probably going to die. Ansel almost killed me that day." "If Ansel had wanted you dead, you would be dead, Marcus. He told me that if you died, he would hunt me down and kill me. I was a coward, so I ran. I didn't know where my father was, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if you lived or died for the longest time."
"You know where your father is now, don't you?" asked Griffa.
"I do. I can't believe he betrayed our people. Griffa, I'm not like him. I won't join him in any way. You have to believe me." "Marcus, I have somewhere to be. What did you want from me that you had to grab me today?" "I just wanted to see you and talk to you. I'm so happy you are well. When Ansel told me you might die, I was devastated. You may not love me, but I do love you." Griffa rolled her eyes. "I doubt that, Marcus. I have to go. I'm going to be late." Griffa started to walk away. "Griffa, will you tell Ansel I'm here?" Griffa stopped, considered Marcus for a moment. She really should tell Ansel and Talon he was living in the valley, but she knew how it would go. It did sound like Marcus was telling the truth. She sighed and looked at Marcus. "Not yet, but you need to come to us. You need to come to my valley house and show yourself. If you really want to help us, then help us. I have to go to Abscon tomorrow, but I will be back within a week. Come to the house then. It won't be pleasant, but I can guarantee you won't be harmed." "I'll be there," said Marcus. Griffa turned and walked away. "We will see, I suppose." Griffa hurried the rest of the way to the lake in an agitated state. She was going to be late thanks to Marcus. She found she did believe him when he said he didn't know about the poisonous flower, but she didn't know how he could be so stupid. His mistake nearly killed her, and it could have caused the death of almost everyone she cared about. She spotted Talon standing with 2 guards and walked quickly over to them. "I was beginning to wonder if you were coming," said Talon with a half-smile that disappeared as she got closer. "Griffa, what's wrong? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'll tell you later. Let's go to the meeting." Talon hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. They left in silence out of town and into the mountain pass. Griffa didn't know where the meeting place was, and it wasn't far, so they had to walk instead of magically traveling. Talon would throw concerned glances at Griffa every now and then, but he said nothing. The guards disappeared as soon as they entered the pass. Griffa knew they were nearby, but she could not see them. They eventually turned off the path into a circle of trees. Griffa was tired and cold from the steep walk. She was still agitated from her meeting with Marcus. She stood still in the middle of the circle, trying to slow her breaths. "Griffa, are you sure you are well?" asked Talon. "Did something happen?" Griffa looked at Talon and opened her mouth when there were several disturbances in the air. 20 magical folk from the mountains surrounded them. Griffa stood up straight with her staff at her side and put on a welcoming smile. The meeting went as well as it could. The mountain folk were not a talkative bunch. They were secretive and protective of one another. Griffa and Talon laid out their case as well as they could, and the mountain folk seemed receptive. They said they would meet together over the next week and set up a time to talk to Talon again. Griffa and Talon wished them well as they disappeared. They walked back out onto the mountain pass. "That went well," said Talon, smiling. "Thank you for coming with me. I think your presence helped." "Hardly. You are very persuasive, Talon, but I was happy to be here." "Now, are you going to tell me what happened this morning?" asked Talon as they walked side by side. "No, I'm not yet anyway. I'm fine, and that's all I'm going to say. When I get back next week from Abscon, I will tell you more." "You know I hate waiting, but fine. I know you won't change your mind if it's settled, so I will just wait." They walked on for a few minutes when a feeling came over Griffa. She grabbed Talon's arm. "Talon," she said in a whisper, "do you feel it?" He stopped and looked around. "I do. Something is near, but what is it?" "I don't know," said Griffa. She looked around with her staff ready. Talon turned around, and back to back they circled around. Suddenly a spell split them apart. Griffa was flung through the air. She landed hard on her side several feet away in the snow, scrambling to her feet. She looked and saw Talon standing up almost 20 feet away from her. 2 Oramus soldiers landed down from a tree in front of Talon. Griffa ran towards Talon with her staff raised as she heard footsteps behind her. She turned and stuck out her staff. The soldier behind her blocked her spell and sent a curse hurtling towards her. Griffa moved her staff to the left, blocking the curse. She pushed out her hand and causing the soldier to lose his footing. He felt face first on the ground. Before he could get up, Griffa swept her staff out in front of her, sending the soldier flying through the air. She turned and looked back at Talon. She saw one soldier lying motionless on the ground. The other was trading spells and curses with Talon. "Where are those guards?" Griffa growled to herself. She moved to help Talon when another soldier moved into her view from Talon's left. The soldier lifted his hand to send a curse at Talon. Griffa threw her staff into the ground, sending a wave of snow that knocked the soldier back before he could strike. She pushed out her free hand and staff, and the soldier flew into the trees behind him. She didn't notice the 5th Solitaire appear at her right side until he had sent a curse at her. She tried to move out of the way, but the curse sliced by her face, cutting her cheek open. She screamed in pain and surprise as she fell to the ground.
"Griffa!"
Talon called. Griffa looked up from the ground with tear-filled eyes. A red puddle sat on top of the snowy ground next to her. She knew blood was running down the side of her face, and her cheek was on fire. She sat up as Talon stepped in front of her to block a spell from the soldier who had cut her. She stood slowly and watched as the 2 Protector's guards finally appeared. They helped Talon take out the last soldier. Talon angrily thrust his hand down, and the soldier fell and lay motionless on the ground. Griffa's head swam. She fell back to the ground on her knees in exhaustion and pain. Talon ran over to Griffa, looking at the guards. "There are 2 more, but I think they ran. Check out the area. I'm going to get her home." "Griffa, don't move," said Talon worriedly. He kneeled down and looked over her. He gently touched her face and moved it over to look at her cheek. She winced at the movement. Griffa touched her cheek gingerly. She lifted her hand back and saw that it was covered in blood. She was about to place a healing charm on herself when Talon took her hand. "Let me do that, Griffa," offered Talon tenderly. "I may not be as skilled as you, but you will have a hard time not being able to see what you are doing." Griffa nodded and closed her eyes as Talon hovered his hand over her cheek. She felt her cheek move slightly and put her hand up to her face. Her cheek felt rough, but when she pulled back, there was only a small amount of blood on her hand. "It's not perfect, but it will do until we can get you home." Are you injured anywhere else? Asked Talon as he caressed her uninjured cheek. Griffa shook her head. You are quite a mess, my dear. Can you stand?
Yes, I'm all right, replied Griffa. She stood up slowly with Talon's help. Her face was throbbing, and she felt dizzy. She swayed a bit. Talon put his arm around her and pulled her close.
Do you want to wait here while I run down and release the travel charm on the village? Asked Talon. No, I can make it, said Griffa. I don't want to leave the village vulnerable if Oramus soldiers are running around the mountain pass. Talon nodded. He held her close as they walked and made their way through the mountain pass and back into town. When they had just left the marketplace going towards Griffa's home, she stumbled, and Talon swept her up in his arms. I can make it, Talon, said Griffa, looking up at him. I know. He dropped a quick kiss on her head, but I feel rather dashing carrying you to your rescue. Griffa smiled and rested her head against his chest. Chapter 18. Ansel watched out the front window as Griffa left the house and walked down the path and out of view. He said a small prayer to the gods for her safety before turning and walking into the dining room to find Max and Issa eating breakfast. Ansel had already eaten, but he sat at the table and waited for Max to finish. Issa, what do you have planned today? Asked Max as he swallowed some toast. I was going to finish reading the last book we have on blood magic. I think we've learned everything we can, but I want to make sure. If you get done early, you should come outside and watch me beat Ansel at a duel, said Max with a smile at Ansel. Ansel was glad to see that Max was in good spirits today. He had been worried about him after Max's mood last night. Large words from someone who hasn't beaten me without a little help. I've been close a few times, claimed Max. I have a good feeling about today. Ansel smirked and chuckled a little. We will see. Finish up breakfast quickly if you think today's your day. Max finished breakfast. He ran upstairs to get his staff, while Ansel waved his hand and stacked all the dirty dishes. He picked them up and took them into the kitchen to find Nora staring out the window. Oh, Ansel, thank you, said Nora when she saw him come in with the dishes. I can wash these for you if you want, offered Ansel, putting the dishes on the counter. No, I want to do it. Griffa showed me some simple charms in Abscon. Cillian has been working with me the past couple of days. I need to practice. Ansel had wondered what Nora and Cillian had been doing on their long walks. He had no idea Cillian was training Nora to use her magic. I'm glad you have decided to work on using your magic, Nora, said Ansel. Just a little. I'll never be as talented as you, Max, or Griffa, but it's very convenient to know a few things. If I'm going to be living around magic, I better get used to it. Ansel smiled at her and wished her a good day. He walked to the entryway to get his cloak before going out the back door onto the lawn. Max came out soon after, wearing his own cloak and carrying his staff. Do you want to warm you up a bit before we start? Asked Ansel. I think I'm good, Ansel. I'm ready if you are. Ansel nodded and walked away from Max until they were over 10 feet apart. He stared at Max and nodded his head. They start circling each other, both at the ready. Max struck out first by pushing his staff forward. A spell flew at Ansel, and he blocked it easily. Ansel pushed out his own hand, sending a strong wind in Max's direction. The wind blew snow in Max's face, but he stayed focused. They circled for a few more moments, both watching each other when Ansel turned and brought his hands together. Max turned sideways and tried to block with his staff, but the spell spun around him. He swayed and then fell to his side. Ansel was quickly on him, hovering over him. Max smiled ruefully. Fine you win that round. Let's take a breather and try again. Ansel gave Max his hand and pulled him up. Max walked over to a bench and sat down. Ansel sat down next to him. I think I'm getting better, and then you beat me so easily, said Max. You are getting better, Max. I've been using magic a lot longer than you. Soon you'll be able to beat me just as easy at times. I got a lucky hit in. I guess, mumbled Max. He leaned back with his hands behind him. Max, I wanted to ask you about last night. Did something happen to upset you? No, not at all. Why do you ask? You were very quiet. You didn't seem like yourself, answered Ansel. He rolled his head, loosing up his neck. I was just thinking about something I'm researching, said Max. What is it? Probably nothing. I just have an idea about something, and I want to find out if I'm right. I'm more than likely mistaken, but it just feels like something I have to look into. So you aren't going to tell me what it is? Asked Ansel. Not yet. He was quiet for a moment before he turned and to Ansel and said, I remember a while back Griffa said that many magical folk have Adalwin blood. Is that true? Yes, as you can see, Abscon and the valley aren't very large places. There is probably some Adalwin blood in many people somewhere in their line. So why am I so special? You're the only one we know of that has the blood of Adalwin on both your mother and father's side. Who were my parents, Ansel? Ansel had always wondered why Max hadn't asked this before. He wondered why Max was asking now. They lived in the forest of the Great Surrounding. They were a young couple who both grew up in Abscon, but moved out to the forest. I really didn't know them very well, but from what I hear they were both good people. Your mother was known to be very talented. Your father was the only child of a family who lived on the edge of Abscon. The first time I really talked to either of your parents was when I collected you. They knew they were being hunted. Madame Sidora had told them you were special, and she let the ring know as well. Renward Keen sent me to collect you, and Madame Sidora told me where to take you. It was very hard for them to give you to me, Max. I believe they loved you very much. Max nodded and was silent for a few minutes. He eventually sat up straighter and asked, Do you think there could be others out there with the blood of Adalwin on both sides? I don't know. Probably not. Madame Sidora foresaw you being born. She said you were the one who would be king. The ring has never had a prophecy like that. What if there was someone else? Someone older and more talented than myself? Someone more worthy to be king or queen? That's a lot of what-ifs that more than likely will never come true, said Ansel with a frown. Max, you are the one who is foreseen to be our king. More than that, you have chosen that path for yourself. Everyone is behind you, even Griffa, and you know how she feels about prophecy. If you don't want to do this, then that's a different conversation. It's not that, Ansel. It's not. If I am the one who will be king, then so be it, but if there was someone better for the kingdom, I would step aside. I know, Max. That is one of the reasons you will be a good king. You aren't doing it for selfish reasons. Now, come on. Let's go again. Who knows, you might have better luck this time. Max looked at Ansel for a moment, and then gave a sigh and nodded. They stood up and walked apart from one another. They circled each other for a few moments before Max struck out his staff, and Ansel dodged his curse. Ansel put out his own hand, sending a spell, but Max blocked it easily. Ansel went to strike again when a deep sense of dread came over him. He suddenly couldn't catch his breath. He felt like something was very wrong. Max threw a spell at him that hit him directly in his chest. Ansel went down hard on the ground. Max ran over and placed his staff at Ansel's chest. He looked down at Ansel smiling, but his expression quickly changed. Ansel, said Max worriedly, what is it? Ansel sat up and put his head down between his knees. He took deep breaths, trying to slow his breathing. He then jumped up. He felt like he needed to do something. He needed to help someone. What's wrong? Asked Max. He put his hand on Ansel's arm. Ansel looked at Max with wide eyes. I don't know. I just feel like something is wrong. Is it like before when you weren't feeling well? Yes, but it is so much worse. I don't know what it is, but it's bad. Come on, let's get you in the house. Maybe you should try some of those things we found in the Protector's journals. Ansel nodded and let Max lead him into the house. They passed Issa in the parlor as they walked to the study. Is everything all right? Asked Issa, putting her book down. I think Ansel is having issues with his Protector's magic. We are going to try some of those things Griffa and I found. Issa nodded as Ansel and Max entered the study. Ansel sat behind the desk and leaned back in the chair. Max looked through the drawers until he found the piece of parchment he was looking for. Here, try some of these. I'm going to get you a glass of wine, said Max. He turned and hurried from the room. Ansel sat still, trying to breathe. He wished he knew why he felt this way. He at first wondered if it was because he was dueling Max. He had been dueling Max for many months, and he would never really harm Max, so he couldn't think that would be it. Perhaps someone was planning on harming Max. They could be plotting in Oramus this very moment. Ansel didn't know, but he knew he felt someone was in danger. He felt his magic rise to the surface of his skin, waiting to be unleashed. It felt like it was searching for something. He could only think that it must be his Protector's magic. Ansel looked down and pulled the parchment close to him. He read a few lines on how to calm Protector's magic. He tried the first technique. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths, imaging Math safe and happy. His breathing slowed down a little, but the feeling of dread still enveloped him. Ansel read the next thing to try. He was to think of someone he loved. He closed his eyes and thought about Griffa. He imagined her with her mischievous smile. He took a deep breath and could almost see her deep blue eyes looking at him. He thought about what it felt like to hold her. He found that his breathing had slowed down. While he still felt off, the knot of dread in his stomach had loosened. Ansel opened his eyes as Max came in with a glass of wine. He handed it to Ansel. Ansel took a large swig and looked at Max. "Do you feel better?" asked Max. "I do. I still don't feel completely well, but it's much better than before." "Just sit there and do whatever it is that works," said Max. "I'll be here if you need me." Max sat down in front of the desk. Ansel nodded. He took a sip of wine and closed his eyes. He thought of Griffa, how she made him feel strong and loved, how she made him laugh. He even thought of how she aggravated him. He smiled to himself. Eventually he sat his head back in his chair and drifted off. Ansel had no idea how long he dozed. He was awakened by Issa calling out Griffa's name in the parlor. Ansel's eyes snapped open. He saw Max stare back at him with concern as he held a small book. They both jumped up, and Max laid his book on the desk. He walked out quickly to the parlor, Ansel right behind him. Griffa was being carried to the sofa by Talon. He carefully laid her down. Ansel's eyes went to Griffa. Her face had blood caked on one side, and there was a rough gash across her cheek. Her hair next to it was matted to her face with dried blood. Ansel immediately went to Griffa's side and kneeled down next to her. She looked at him with pain in her eyes, but she smiled. "I'm all right. I really am. I know I probably look a mess, but it's not that bad." Ansel gently turned her face with his hand to get a better look. The wound went from just below her eye to almost her lips. It looked like it was partially closed by a healing spell. "Issa," said Ansel, looking up at the girl, "go tell Nora to get some warm water and a rag. We will need to clean this." Issa nodded and ran from the room. "I really need a salve from my potion room. It will heal the bomb nicely in a few days," said Griffa. "Just let me go get it." Ansel put his hand against her shoulder. "You stay right there. Tell me where it is, and I'll go get it." "I know where it is," said Max. "I'll get it." He walked quickly towards Griffa's potion room. "What happened?" asked Ansel. He turned to look at Talon, who had sat down in a chair close to the sofa. "We were ambushed on the mountain pass by some Ormus soldiers," said Talon. "They hit us quickly, and Griffa got grazed by one of the curses." "Ormus soldiers were on the mountain pass?" Ansel shook his head. "Where were my guards?" "They showed up eventually," said Talon. "I don't know if they were too far away or not paying attention, but by the time they showed up, we had already taken out most of them, and Griffa was hurt." Ansel closed his eyes. He would go to see those guards later today. He would let them know this was unacceptable. "It's fine, Ansel, it is," reassured Griffa as she placed her hand on Ansel's cheek and looked at him. Ansel held it with his own hand and gave her palm a short kiss, letting her hand fall back to her side. "It's not fine," protested Ansel. "Both of you could have been taken, severely hurt, or worse. This is bad enough." Issa came into the parlor followed by Nora. Nora had a large bowl of water, and Issa carried some rags. They placed them both on a table close to Ansel and Griffa. Max came into the room with a small container. Ansel cleaned Griffa's face with the water and the rags. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths. He knew she must have been in pain. When he finished, he carefully put the salve on her face. Griffa made an audible noise of relief. "That's much better." She pushed herself up into a sitting position. Talon stood up and walked over to Griffa. He sat down next to her and put his arm around her. He pulled her in for a hug and kissed her on her uninjured cheek. "I'm glad you are all right, Griffa. Is there anything I can do for you?" Griffa shook her head slowly. "No, I'm fine. I just need to rest and let the salve work. I'll be better by tonight." Talon let her go and stood up. "I'm going to go home and rest my sore body. I suggest you take it easy for a few days. Maybe delay that return to Abscon." "We will see," said Griffa. "Thank you, Talon." Talon smiled at her. "Think nothing of it. I'm pretty sure you saved my hide more than once out there. I left your staff by the front door." Griffa nodded, and Talon walked out of the parlor. Ansel stood and followed him. He stopped him in the entryway. "Why do you think there were Ormus soldiers in the mountain pass?" asked Ansel. "I'm not sure. It can't be good. We better all keep a close eye on our king." "Should we go back to Abscon, do you think?" asked Ansel, thinking maybe they would all be safer in Keen Manor. "Probably not. If there are soldiers outside the valley, I am betting you will find some in the forest outside of Abscon as well." Ansel nodded. "We will need to have the forest searched." "Try to make Griffa stay here for a few days, Ansel. She will need to rest no matter what she says. When she goes back, make sure she has plenty of guards watching her at all times. We can't have anything happen to her before the war. She is too important to all of us." Ansel felt momentary irritation listening to Talon tell him how to take care of Griffa, but he knew Talon and Griffa had been friends for many years. He knew how Talon felt about her. He would of course care about her. She was also the leader of the ring and was needed. "I will see to it," said Ansel. "I'll stop in tomorrow to check on her, if that's all right." "Of course. Thank you for taking care of her," said Ansel. "I know she means a great deal to the kingdom, but she also means a great deal to me." Talon patted Ansel on the arm. "I know. She means a great deal to me as well. I meant what I said earlier as well. She saved me several times out there. I'll see you tomorrow." Ansel walked back into the parlor to see Griffa sipping a glass of wine. She looked at Ansel. "I think I'm going to go take a bath and lay down for a bit." "I'll get some water for you, Griffa," said Nora. "I can manage the charm for it now."
"Thank you, Nora," smiled Griffa.
Ansel held out his hand and helped Griffa up. "Can you manage the stairs?" he asked. "Yes, my body and face are sore, but it's not bad." "I'll come see you in a bit. I have some things to take care of first." "What are you going to do?" asked Griffa. "First I'm going to write to Hector Delis and tell him what happened. I will also tell him you will not be back in Abscon for at least 3 days. You will not argue. Then I'm going to have a talk with my guards." Griffa looked like she might argue, but Ansel took her hand and squeezed it. "Please just take as easy for a day or 2. Griffa nodded and walked up the stairs. Ansel watched her go. He suddenly realized the feeling of dread in him was gone completely. Chapter 19. Kidden adjusted his cloak and put on some warm gloves. He stood in Daracha's entry hall, waiting for his horses and soldiers to be brought round to the front of the house. Daracha entered the entry hall and stood next to Kedden. "Where will you go, Kedden?" asked Daracha. "I will go back to Oromist. I can't ignore what you have told me. I must try to stop everything from happening." "It will do no good for you to try to talk sense into Golnar. He is too far gone in his quest for power. You will only get yourself killed. You can help the kingdom, Kedden. Many of the people will listen to you, but you have to get to safety first." "I can go to Till. Maybe he will see sense," said Kedden. "Till is an idiot and a coward. He will not help you. He will do nothing to risk his position and safety." "I must try to talk to Turin. She is my wife. If I am to leave the palace, I have to convince her to go with me." "After what she has done to you? She put you under her power with magic and tricks. How can you even know if what you feel for her is real? That's the problem with enchantresses." "She is carrying my child. I can't just abandon her. Besides, how can I do nothing knowing what I do now? I can't let Golnar go forward with his plans," stressed Kedden. "I'm not asking you to do nothing. I'm asking you to wait. You need to wait for the right time to act. There are others who want what you want. Others who are already planning to fight the powers in Oromist. You could join them." Kedden saw his horse and soldiers come into view through the front window. He walked to the door and opened it, stepping outside with Daracha following him. Kedden turned to Daracha. "I will join them if I can find them, but first I have to try in the palace. I at least have to see Turin. I don't know how I feel about her, but I cannot abandon my child and his mother," said Kedden. "What if she tries to enthrall you? What if she tricks you to stay and be quiet?" Kedden looked at Daracha. He didn't know what to say. "What else can I do but try? I know what she is doing now. Won't I be able to resist?" Daracha pulled something out of her pocket. It was a long thin chain with a blue pendant on the end. "If you insist on going to Oromist, wear this. It will offer you some protection against charms and enchantments." Daracha handed Kedden the chain. Kedden nodded and slipped it over his head. He put the pendant down his shirt so it dangled against his chest. "Thank you. I will be in touch soon," said Kedden as he turned. "Wait," said Daracha. Kedden turned back around. She pulled a sealed message out of her pocket. "Take this. When you leave Oromist, go to Clarton and find a messenger bird." Send this message, and then wait just outside of the village in the tree line of the forest." Kedden took the note and looked at the name on front. "Who is Griffon Keen?" "She is the leader of the Ring of Nine, and she will help you. I have explained everything in that note. Don't lose it. You can't recreate it. It's charmed to be delivered to her home in Abscon." Kedden nodded and placed the note in the inner pocket of his cloak. He turned and walked towards his horse. He looked back at Daracha and asked, "These soldiers, will they know what happened here?" "No," said Daracha. "They are charmed. They will remember none of this journey once they get back to the palace. I'm afraid they won't be much company on the trip." "It's no matter," said Kedden. He walked up and mounted his horse. "I will contact you soon." Daracha nodded, and Kedden urged his horse forward, all of his soldiers following silently behind. It was a long 3-day journey for Kedden. He had much to think over. His soldiers never spoke. They only nodded when he gave orders. Kedden's mind was overwhelmed with the information Daracha had given him. Golnar planned to kill many non-gifted people. The magical users would be forced into an order created by Golnar himself. The kingdom would only be safe for those Golnar and the ancient council deemed worthy. The ancients weren't even the kingdom's correct gods. The brother and sister created them and watched over them. Magic was meant to be useful to all, not hoarded by the select who can use it. He learned about the kings and queens of the line of Adalwan. It was a time of mostly peace and prosperity for the kingdom. The true king of Regventus was somewhere amongst the old magical folk. Kedden could never be the king of the kingdom. He knew this now. While Kedden once thought he liked power and prestige, he now realized it had started to disgust him. He could never have been truly happy being in power with Golnar helping to lead the kingdom. He could not sit in the palace while many of the people in Regventus suffered and died. Yes, there was poverty and sickness in the kingdom now, but Golnar's way wouldn't truly help. There had to be a better way. He hoped there were those out there who knew that better way. Perhaps they were amongst the magical folk he would try to find after he visited Oromist. His mind shifted to Oromist and those who lived there. He thought of Turin and his mother. They had tricked him. They had abused him with magic to keep him docile and obedient. They had used their magic to make sure he stayed out of the way of Golnar. He wasn't even sure if Turin really loved him. He didn't know if the feelings he felt for her were real. He had thought himself so in love with her, but it had all been a trick. He wasn't even sure what real love was like. He wondered if it existed at all. The right thing to do would probably be to run as fast from Oromist as possible. He could go straight to the great surrounding and contact this Griffon and find out what her side had to offer. Better yet, he could run to the East Sealand, board a boat, and sail off to whatever land he could find. Kedden may have daydreamed about leaving Regventus, but knew he really couldn't. He could not abandon the kingdom. He may not really be the king, but he felt a responsibility to the people. Kedden also had a child on the way. It didn't matter if his and Turin's love was real or not. The child was very real. He didn't know if he could leave his child in the palace. He had to at least try to convince Turin to leave with him. He didn't know if he loved her, but he would protect her and take care of her as the mother of his child. Maybe the magical folk in Abscon would take them in. Turin could have her baby there and be safe. He would work out his feelings later. After 3 days, Kedden found himself riding through the rings of Oromist. He passed through the poorest rings. There were so many people who lived there. Many looked underfed and dirty. People were begging in the street. Some looked half dead already. Kedden looked in the eyes of every person he passed as his guards rode by his side. He would not turn away. He would find a way to help them in any way he could. He entered the first ring of Oromist and rode up to house in which he grew up. The Bell's mansion was the largest manor in Oromist. It was built of solid dark stone. Kedden wondered what ancient magical family actually built this house where his mother and father now lived. He understood now that most things in Oromist had once belonged to the magical folk. Taken from them by the followers of the false gods, he walked up to the front door, seeing the familiar old carving over the door of some large bird spreading its wings. He knocked, and a servant opened the front door. "My king!" exclaimed the servant, bowing down quickly. "No, please stand up. I need to see my mother and my wife." The servant stood slowly, but remained bowed over. "They aren't here, my king. I believe they went to the palace to work on a place for the baby." Kedden nodded and turned. He mounted his horse and pressed on. He rode through the first ring until they came to the palace gate. He stopped and looked up at the large stone castle. It was not built as a tribute to the ancients as he had been told. It had been created with magic by the line of Adalwin. It would always belong to the line of Adalwin. He knew he had no magical blood, but he swore he could feel the magic in the air as he looked up. The gates opened once Kedden was identified. He rode through the gates to the front door and hopped down off his horse. A man came out to take the horse, but Kedden asked that it stay out front. He grabbed his sword and fastened it to his belt. He hurried through the front door and into the entryway. A couple of servants came and offered to take his cloak, but Kedden refused. He walked into the throne room to find it deserted. He supposed that Golnar was in his room in his tower. Kedden walked through the throne room into the large hallway and up the stairs. He went on towards his rooms. As he got close to his door, he saw it was slightly open with light spilling out into the hallway. Kedden paused for a moment, took a breath, and then pushed open the door and walked in. His mother and Turin were sitting in the large chairs by the fire with teacups in their hands. Their faces registered shock. "Kedden!" exclaimed Turin, clumsily standing up. "What are you doing back? I thought you would be gone a few more weeks." Turin walked over and tried to put her arms around Kedden. He pushed them away and stepped back. "I know what you did, Turin. It was your plan after all, wasn't it? Or was it yours, Mother? You wanted me far away so I wouldn't know what was going on." Camellia Bells stood up. "What are you talking about, Kedden? You were sent to help in the forest of the lowlands. It is a part of your duty as king." "I am no king," roared Kedden. "I know that. Everything in this palace is a poisonous falsehood, and I want not part of it." Turin and Kedden's mother looked at each other. Turin turned to Kedden, stared at him, and smiled. "Oh, Kedden, what nonsense. Come sit with us and have tea. We have missed you." Kedden turned away. "Don't you dare try to use your magic on me. I know what both of you have been doing. I will not be enthralled by either of you." Turin looked at Kedden with wide eyes full of tears. She opened her mouth to speak. Kedden cut her off. "Do not try to deny it. It was all a trick. Our love isn't even real. You've been using me to get what you want. You wanted position and power, and I was just a way for you to accomplish your goals." "No, Kedden. It's not like that. I love you. I have loved you for a long time. I just wanted to keep you safe," said Turin hysterically. Tears fell from her eyes. She walked to the chair by the fireplace and sat down, sobbing. "What about you, Mother? What's your excuse? Was I in the way of some plans of your own?" "I am your mother, Kedden. I would do anything to achieve your safety," said Camellia with conviction. "I will not apologize. I don't know what you think you know, but sit down and we will talk about this. You are upsetting Turin. She doesn't need this in her condition." "I will not sit down. What I know is the truth. I'm going to leave Oramus today. I'm going to find those who fight for the truth and join them. I came to the palace only to collect you, Turin." "Collect me?" asked Turin, sniffling. "What do you mean?" "You will leave with me. I will take you somewhere safe where you can have our child. I don't know how I feel about you, but I will not abandon you," declared Kedden, looking at Turin. "Kedden, I can't leave Oramus. I can't leave the palace. I am the queen." "Have you not been listening?" demanded Kedden loudly. "You are no queen. I am no king. I will explain everything to you, but you must leave with me now. Mother, I don't know what you will do, and I don't care." "You can't take Turin anywhere in her condition," said Camellia forcefully. "She will stay here. You will calm down and do what needs to be done as king and as the father of your child." "I am going to do what is right for the kingdom and my child. I am going to help make things right. I am going to help create a safe place for my child to grow up." Kedden turned from his mother and kneeled by Turin. "I don't know how I feel about you, Turin. I don't. You have lied to me and enthralled me. I can't trust you, but I will keep you and our child safe. I will find a good life for us somewhere far away from here. Come with me, please." Turin looked up at Kedden. She put her hand on Kedden's face. He wanted to pull away, but he let her touch him. "I do love you, Kedden. I love you so much. I'm sorry for what I have done. I knew it was wrong. I wanted to keep you safe, but it was wrong. You may never forgive me or trust me, but I will never stop loving you." Turin dropped her hand and stood up. She walked over to Camellia. "I can't go with you, Kedden. I have a responsibility to this child. I will keep him safe here in the palace. If you stay or go, I will accept it, but I will stay here. This child will be the next king of Regventus, and I cannot risk his future." Kedden stood up. "This is your final decision." Turin nodded. Kedden stared at her. He wasn't sure what to do. He couldn't stay in Oromist, but he didn't know if he could really leave his child here under the watch of Golnar. They all turned as they heard a noise in the hallway. Kedden cracked open the door and looked out. Golnar was standing outside with several soldiers. Kedden closed the door and locked it. "Kedden, I didn't realize you were back, my king. Come and meet with me. We need to talk about your journey," said Golnar through the door. Kedden looked at Camellia and Turin. He wondered if Golnar knew what had happened at Daracha's. If so, he wondered how Golnar found out. Perhaps the charms did not work on the soldiers that traveled with him. Camellia put a finger to her lips. She waved her hand in a large circle. "Kedden, you can't go out there," whispered Camellia. "He has spies everywhere. We must have been overheard. I have put up a ward now, so they shouldn't be able to hear us." "You have to go, Kedden. You need to leave," said Turin urgently. "How can I?" asked Kedden. "The passageways, the ones I used all those years. I don't think Golnar even knows about most of them," said Turin quietly. "Come on." She led him to his bedroom. She pressed on a blank wooden wall on a tiny crack. It pushed open, revealing a small stone hallway. "If you walk down this passageway for about 20 minutes, you will come to a passage to the right. Take that right and walk until you come to the end. Then take a left. It will lead you under the castle, past its walls, and to the river. You can find cover in the trees that line the river. Follow the river, and it will take you out of Oromist to the edge of the great surrounding. The forest there is dense, and it can hide you." She grabbed a couple of candles out of the nearest drawer. She put one in a holder and lit it. She handed it to Kedden with the unlit candles, and he stuck them in his pocket. Kedden nodded. He entered the passageway and turned to Turin. "Come with me, please." He looked at his mother. "Both of you, please come with me. I can find a place for us to be safe. You won't be safe here. Golnar will know you helped me." Turin shook her head. Camellia walked to Kedden and took his hand. She kissed his cheek. "Golnar will not harm us. We will say we tried to enthrall you, but you went into your room and disappeared. We can't go with you, Kedden." Turin looked at Kedden. "I do love you. I hope you will forgive me one day." Camellia shut the door, leaving Kedden alone in the dark passageway. Chapter 20. Max sat up late the evening after Griffa had left for Abscon. She delayed her journey for 2 days. She had left after dinner, insisting that she felt well. He could see that her cheek still looked raw and painful. Ansel told her to wait another day to let it heal, but Griffa said she would go that night as planned. She said she would heal as easy in Abscon as she would in the valley. She needed to meet with the ring and have the forest checked. Ansel had gone to his room soon after Griffa left, saying he felt tired. Max wondered if he was having issues with his protector's magic again. If he was, Max hoped he would take a little of the potion Griffa had made him. Isa had sat with Max for a while as he read, but as the hour grew late, she went up to bed. Max would not rest until he found what he was looking for. He wasn't really sure what he was looking for. He couldn't explain it. He just had a feeling that he needed to finish Malin Keene's journal. Something about her life, her brother's life, and Griffa connection to them didn't sit well with Max. It needled at his mind. It was like a puzzle he had to solve. Max was nearing the end of Malin's journal. The entries he had read tonight had been full of her marriage, her training of leading the ring, and the fact she believed she might be with child. The entry Max was currently reading was all about Malin's growing responsibilities, and her hope she could live up to her mother's example. "My mother says my training for the ring is almost complete. She is ready to hand over the leadership to me, but she said she will wait until I have safely delivered my child. As I get ready to follow in my mother's footsteps, I wonder if I am worthy. She has long been a strong leader of the ring. She was once more than that. Horatio tells me she was glorious in Oromist. He says she was wise and strong from a young age. I am afraid I have always been soft and rather foolish. My mother insists that is not so. She says I may not be as bold as her, but I am wise and strong in my own way. I hope she is right. I wonder why I was chosen to follow her and not Vaughn. He is the eldest. Mother says it's because Vaughn is too wild and unsettled. He isn't even the head of the council of the valley. Some other Wendell is the leader. Vaughn spends his days with his wife traveling. He is talking of living outside of the valley or Abscon. Mother doesn't like it, but what can she do to stop it? Tonight, Mother gave me her journals. They document her time in Oromist to her time on the run, with my real father to her time in Abscon. I sometimes wonder what my real father was like. Papa says he was a very good man who loved my mother very much. He says I remind him of my father, Alistair. I wonder if Mother misses her first husband. I know she loves Papa, but as I read her journals, she seemed to be very in love with Alistair. As I close tonight, I ask the gods to grant me a safe delivery of my child. I hope that he or she is strong and wise as a Keene should be. I ask that I might live up to my mother's legacy. I hope that no one on the ring looks at me and wishes I was Agatha Keene instead of Malin Keene. Max looked up from reading. Agatha seemed a familiar name to him. He didn't know why. He had never met an Agatha. Not that he could remember, and Max was very good with names. Max went to turn the page, but found that his head hurt and his eyes were heavy. He sat his book down and laid his head back against his chair. He closed his eyes. The information from the journal entries filled his head. He didn't know why he was so interested in the writings of a woman who had no connection with him, a woman who lived 500 years ago. Yet, as he read her writings, he felt like he was connecting with an old friend. Max felt himself start to doze off. He didn't fight it. He slumped down in the chair and felt the warmth of the fire. He was soon asleep. Max found himself dreaming. At least he thought he was dreaming. It felt very real, but it had to be a dream. He wasn't in the valley. He was in a large room. Somehow he knew it was the throne room in the Palace of Ormust. Max had never been to the palace. He had only seen a model of it on Griffa's map, but he had never been inside. Despite this, he had no doubt he was in the throne room in the palace. It was huge. It was empty, but he couldn't see the front of the room. A young woman appeared by his side. She was very pretty with a round face and curly blonde hair that was loose and ran down her shoulders. "Who are you?" asked Max. "I am Malin Keene, the daughter of Agatha Keene," said Malin with a smile. "You know me, don't you?" "I do," said Max. "I have never met you, but I know you." "Of course you do. We are of the same blood, aren't we?" asked Malin with a sideways smile. "You know my brother, too, but he is not here. He has gone off into the kingdom to do whatever it is he does." "I am of his blood, too, aren't I?" "Yes, you are. Now come on. We have to go." "Go where?" "To see the Queen, of course." It felt like a spark had hit Max's brain. He knew where he had heard the name Agatha. "Do you mean your mother?" "No, Queen Agatha hasn't ruled in ages," said Malin with a giggle. "She was tired of ruling, I think." "Aren't you the queen, then?" asked Max. He was confused. "I guess I was as good as a queen once. I ruled the ring as my mother did, but my time is over." "Who are we going to see?" "The Queen. I told you that. We know her. She is of our blood." Max nodded as Malin took his hand. She started running with her hair blowing behind her, and he kept up as best he could. They got to the front of the room, and Max could see the Ring of Nine crowded around a dais with their back to Max and Malin. He saw Hector, Helmer, and even Madame Sidora staring at the dais. Max was breathing very hard. He didn't know if it was from running or because of what he was about to see. "Malin, who is the Queen?" Max turned to Malin. Malin smiled and pointed forward. The Ring of Nine moved out of the way. Max walked forward through them to the front of the dais and looked up. He saw Griffa. She was looking straight ahead. Her dark blue eyes were shining. She was clothed in a blue gown with a falcon flying over a sun stitched in silver on her skirt. Her hair was loose and wild. On top of her head was a golden crown with pointed tips all round. As Max watched Griffa, Ansel walked up to her side. He looked at Griffa, took her hand and kissed it. He gave her a small half-smile, and then turned to look off in the same direction she did. A moment later, Max was surprised to see Talon walk up to Griffa's other side. He gave her a quick wink before taking her hand and squeezing it. "Griffa," whispered Max. "Yes, Queen Griffon Keene of the blood of Adalwin. I told you we know her," said Malin. She took Max's hand again. Max looked at Malin. "She has taken her place just as Agatha did, just as I did. She has restored the line to the ring to the throne." Max nodded. "You will serve her, won't you, Max? You will help her? She will need you. She won't always listen to you, of course, but don't leave her," said Malin adamantly. "I won't," said Max. "Even if it's bad, don't leave her, Max," begged Malin. "She's our family, Max. She's of your blood." Max nodded. "I will never leave her. I will serve." He stared at Griffa as everything else faded away. He felt Malin's hand slip out of his own. Max woke up breathing heavily. The room was filled with sunlight. It was morning. Max jumped up. He didn't know what to do. He paced in front of the fireplace. It was just a dream, he told himself, but he knew it was a lie. It didn't feel like a dream. It felt real. Max felt the magic inside of him rise to the surface. His hands felt warm, and he felt unsettled. Max stopped pacing. He closed his eyes and could see Griffa wearing her gown and crown. He heard Malin's voice in his ear. "Don't leave her, Max. She's of your blood." Max opened his eyes. He tried to work out the puzzle in his brain. Malin was a Keen, wasn't she? No, thought Max, she wasn't, not by blood. She had said in her journal that her real father had been Agatha Keen's first husband. Was Agatha Keen really Queen Agatha, the last queen of the line of Adalwin? If so, Griffa was of Adalwin blood, at least on her father's side. In Max's dream of vision, Malin had said Griffa was of their blood of his blood. She said Griffa had restored the line to the ring to the throne. Who was Griffa's mother? She was a Hyde. Hyde was Vaughn's last name, and Vaughan was Malin's older brother. He must have been Agatha's son with her first husband, Alastair. Could Griffa's mother have been of the line of Adalwin? Max needed information. He needed to confirm what he thought he knew. First, he needed to find out if Agatha was really the last queen. Malin had said Agatha kept journals of her life. Where were they? Probably somewhere in Keen Manor if they still existed. Max didn't know how he would confirm Griffa's mother's bloodline. There really wasn't a way, but he had to start somewhere. He had to go to Keen Manor, and he had to find Agatha's journals. He would start there. Maybe it was just a stupid dream, but it didn't feel like one. It felt so real. It felt like it meant something. Max started pacing again. He looked up as he heard someone come into the room. It was Ansel. "Max, are you all right?" Ansel gave him a concerned look. Max stopped and looked at Ansel. "I don't know. I had a dream or a vision or something. It was so real." "What was it?" Max shook his head. "I can't talk about it yet. I don't know why, but first I need to figure out some things. I don't think anyone is in trouble or hurt, but I just feel like this is important." "What can I do to help?" asked Ansel. "We need to go to Abscon today. I have to go to Keen Manor as soon as possible. I know I promised to stay here in the valley, but we won't be gone long. I think I can be done by tonight." "Max, can you give me some idea of what is going on? Maybe I can help you. Maybe we can find whatever information you need here." "No, Ansel, I have to go to Keen Manor. I'm sorry. I can't say more yet, but you have to trust me. This is important. It's important to me, and maybe important to the whole kingdom." Ansel looked at Max with a puzzled look. "Please, Ansel," pleaded Max. "I will beg if I have to. I have to go." "All right, Max," said Ansel. "I will take you to Abscon. Go get ready. We will leave in an hour." Max ran upstairs to his room. He took off his shirt and splashed cold water on his face. He put on a clean tunic and grabbed his staff. He walked out of his room and met Issa coming out of her room. "Max, are you all right?" "Yes, but I have to go to Abscon today. There is something important I need to check in Keen Manor. I can't say more yet, but I have to go." Issa looked at him closely. "I'll come with you. Maybe I can help in some way." Max nodded. "Let's eat really quick. Ansel said we will leave soon." After a hurried breakfast in which Max barely ate, he said goodbye to Nora, who seemed confused. Max walked to the edge of town with Ansel and Issa. "How are you feeling, Ansel?" asked Max. Ansel looked tired and worried. "I didn't sleep well. I'm not sure why. Maybe because you were agitated all night." Max thought he knew exactly why Ansel was off. If what Max thought was true, it made sense why Ansel was so bothered when Griffa was gone. It made sense why he had his attack when Griffa was injured. "Are you good to travel to Abscon? Is your magic working?" asked Max. "I have learned how to manage things better now. I'll be fine. You take Issa to be safe, though," replied Ansel. Max nodded. They walked a little further until they were out of the range of the magical travel wards. Max grabbed Issa's hand and closed his eyes. He felt himself travel. He soon felt his feet hit the ground. He opened his eyes and saw the gates of Abscon. Ansel appeared at his side and touched the tree to activate the gates. They walked through the gates and towards Abscon. Max walked quickly, wanting to get to Keen Manor as soon as possible. The few miles there seemed endless. The house finally came into view, and Max practically ran to the front door, Ansel and Issa hurrying to keep up. He put his hand on the door and felt the wards fall down. He opened the door and walked in with Ansel and Issa following him. "Oh, good you're home. I was getting worried," said Maybelle as she walked into the entry hall. She stopped and started. "Oh, I thought you were Griffa. Max, Ansel, Issa, what are you doing here? I thought you would be in the valley for a few months yet." "We are just here for the day, Maybelle," said Ansel, smiling at her. "Max needs something from the house." Maybelle nodded. "Where is Griffa?" asked Max. He would need to talk to her at some point. "She's gone off to the forest," replied Maybelle. "She left before the sun rose this morning. I thought she would be back by now." "She's gone to the forest?" said Ansel with concern. "Was she alone?" "She took some of your guards with her," said Maybelle. "She said she needed to get some herbs and things for a potion she's working on." Max looked at Ansel, who was taking deep breaths with his eyes closed. "Do you know where she went in the forest?" Maybelle shrugged. "I know where," said Ansel. "Then you should go check on her," declared Max. "Go find her. I'll stay here at the house until you get back." "Are you sure, Max? Do you need my help?" asked Ansel. "No, I'll be fine with Issa helping me. Go, find Griffa. You'll feel better when you do." Max gave Ansel a reassuring smile. "If you are sure, I'll go now. I shouldn't be gone long." Max nodded. Ansel turned and walked out the door. "Come on, Issa. I need you to help me find some old books," said Max, taking Issa's hand and leading her to Griffa's study. They spent an hour digging through all the books on the shelves. "So what do these books look like exactly?" asked Issa as she stacked books on the desk. "I don't know, but they will be old journals, maybe like the one I have here." Max held up Malin Keene's journal. Issa nodded, and they kept looking. He was about to give up when Issa said, "I think I might have found them. They were behind all these books on potions at the very bottom." She stood up with 4 small dusty books in her hands. She handed them to Max. He sat down at the desk with the books. Issa sat down in front of him, watching. He opened one to find the name Agatha Keene in faded writing. He opened another one to find Agatha Keene's name again. He opened a third one to see the name Agatha of the line of Adalwin and Queen of Regventus. Max looked up at Issa and smiled. "What?" she asked. "I'm about to tell you something that sounds crazy, but you have to believe me." She looked at him with a small frown. Before Max could say anything, there was a knock at the front door. He looked at Issa and then walked from the room. Issa followed him. He got to the entry hall as Maybelle was letting Madame Sidora into the house. Madame Sidora turned and stared at Max. He nodded at her. She knew. He knew she knew truth. "Please come sit down," said Max. Sidora nodded and followed Max into the parlor. She sat in a chair by the sofa, and Max sat down next to her. "Young king, or should I say young diviner, you know, don't you?" "I do," said Max, understand exactly what she was talking about. He saw Issa and Maybelle standing by the door, staring at Max and Sidora. "I was wrong. I thought you were the one, but you aren't. You are important, but you are not the king." "No, I'm not," agreed Max. "I know who I am, and I know who the queen is." Sidora smiled at him. "Good. You have much to learn before you take your chair. I will teach you, but first we must have our queen crowned. I foresee dark times, but that does not mean there isn't a light up ahead. I will do whatever it takes for her to rule. I am not the king, but I am of her blood. I will serve her and the kingdom." "I believe you, young diviner, but you will be tested. You and your queen both will." "Max, what is she talking about? What is going on?" asked Issa. Max looked at Sidora, who gave a small nod. "Issa, come sit down. You too, Maybelle. I have something to tell both of you. It's going to be hard to understand and believe, but it's true." Chapter 21. Golnar sat behind the large desk in the palace study off the throne room. Both of his hands were on the desk, and he was drumming his fingers against the wood. They had a problem. Kedden had defected. He had stupidly thought he knew what was better for the kingdom more than Golnar. He had gone to visit Daracha and came back with new ideas in his head, which meant Daracha was probably working for the other side as well. Kedden's disappearance would be costly. He would be missed quickly by the people and the rest of the council. Daracha's defection would be a huge blow as well. She was on the council. She knew much of their plans. She could have been feeding the old magical folk secrets for a long time. These were things that could get in Golnar's way. These were things that could cause all of Golnar's hopes to come crashing down. Besides all of this, his magic was acting up again. He was having a hard time performing simple spells. He could barely summon a cup from a short distance. His magic that ran in his blood felt weak. The power he usually felt was not there, making him feel tired and irritable. He didn't know what was causing it. No one else seemed to be having any issues. He tried resting more. He tried eating different foods. He tried abstaining from wine, but nothing seemed to help. He woke up every day being able to do less and less magic. Golnar had spent days researching his problem. He looked for potions and spells that could cure him. He hadn't found much to help him. He wondered if he drank the potion again with different blood if it would help. He didn't know how it would affect him or whose blood he should use, so he had held off. He had also been reading about the old kings and queens that were in power before the followers of the ancients took over. They may have been weak in sentiment, but they were powerful in magic. Golnar wondered if this new king of the magical folk was powerful as well. He would love to get his hands on this boy. Maybe a potion made with his blood would spark Golnar's magic back to life. Golnar looked up and saw Till staring at him from a chair in front of the desk. "Has there been no sign of Kedden anywhere in the city?" asked Golnar. "None. We have searched every ring. He is either hiding very well or he has left the city," replied Till. "How did he get out of the castle to begin with?" "There have long been rumors of secret passages in the castle. I suppose there was one in his rooms," answered Till. "I have searched all of Kedden's rooms 3 times, and I have found nothing. There is nothing but solid walls. I can find no secret passages." "What do Camellia and Turin say happened?" asked Till, sitting forward. "They say Kedden locked the door and ran into the bedroom. They went in after him, and he had disappeared." "And you believe them?" "I don't know. If they did help him, how would they do it? They can't travel magically within the castle due to the many wards Philo has set up." "Could they have hid Kedden somehow until you and the soldiers left?" "We searched that room up and down. We left nothing unturned." "Where would they have hidden him?" asked Golnar testily. Till threw his hands in the air. "I guess he disappeared then. What can we do? He's not much of a loss anyway. What did good he really do?" "Don't underestimate his appeal to the people. He was much loved by the people of the city and beyond. We will have a hard time explaining his disappearance," said Golnar. "Do you really think Daracha is involved in this? Why would she be against our plans? She is on the council, and she only stands to benefit." "I have sent her messages with no return. Philo sent some soldiers to Nemmer to collect her 4 days ago. He received a message from them yesterday," said Golnar, folding his hands. "And what did they have to say?" asked Till. "They couldn't find the village." "What do you mean they couldn't find the village? It's not overly large, but it is by far the largest village in the forest of the lowlands. They followed the map, they got to where the village should be, and it's not there. They can't find it." "So Daracha put up some heavy protection wards." Till sat back and gave a sigh. "How did she manage it? She's only had magic as long as I have. I can't do anything like that yet." "I'm beginning to think Daracha may have had magic for some time, probably her whole life. I think she's been against us from the beginning," said Golnar. "So we can assume our plans are well known by the powers in Abscon." "Yes. She also took my notes and some of my elixir. I think it is safe to say they have that as well." Golnar hit both of his hands against the desk. "These are complications we do not need." "So what do we do next? How do we go forward from this?" asked Till. "I'm not sure yet. If we go forward with our plan, we will have to watch out for attacks from the old magical folk. If they have the elixir, my writings, and the plan, they may know how to attack us in a way we could not recover." "Do we attack them first? How did Philo's soldiers in the mountain pass and the forest work out?" "Philo said he hasn't heard from either group in over a week. I think we can assume they have been dealt with. I suppose it was a foolish errand after all," answered Golnar. He leaned back in his chair at a loss of what to do next. They could go on with their plan, but it would be dangerous. This had to go perfectly. There could be no mistakes. If something went wrong, it could throw the whole thing off. If there was even a small spark of revolt from the people before the changes could take place, it could turn into something they wouldn't be able to control. "Where is Philo?" asked Till. "Shouldn't he be in here, discussing this? He is in charge of our soldiers. He should have some idea of what to do." "I have summoned him, but he has not come. I don't know what is holding him up." "Have him sent for again. He thinks he can do as he pleases because he thinks he is too important to face consequences," said Till with disgust. "He is too important to us at this point. He can do as he pleases as long as he does his job. We need him to train and lead our soldiers. We need him to train the people. He can perform spells and curses we couldn't dream of. What about the other man he brought to the city? That Gorm person, can't he do what Philo does? Till leaned forward, wiping the palm of his hands against his pant leg. I've met him. He doesn't have the stomach to really face his old friends. He just wanted safety and a place in the first ring. He has no interest in fighting, replied Golnar, as he stretched his fingers, trying to see if he could feel any magic in them. They felt cold and numb. Why keep him around then? Why not dispense of him? If word gets out that we treat those who help us badly, do you think anyone else will want to help? No, we have to keep our word while we can. There may come a point where we can't, but as long as Gorm keeps quiet, we will not have a problem. The door of the study opened suddenly. Golnar looked up and Till turned around in his seat. Philo strode into the room with a smug grin on his face. I see you don't even bother knocking any more, Philo, said Till, rolling his eyes as Philo sat down next to him. Where have you been? I summoned you an hour ago, barked Golnar. I had correspondence to attend to, said Philo casually. It really couldn't wait. Then I had to go speak with my soldiers. What correspondence was so important you had to keep us waiting? Asked Till. What do your soldiers have to do with it? I've received a letter from a friend in the valley, said Philo, smiling. He is a powerful friend from an old family. He had some interesting information for us. Golnar sat up straight. What information? Do you still want to get to the young king? Do you want him alive? Golnar nodded. That would be ideal. I've thought it over, and killing him probably wouldn't even stop them from fighting. If we can use the boy for our advantage, it will work out better. I believe I can get the boy for you, said Philo. How? Asked Till disbelievingly. He is kept in Abscon, and we can't even find the village. He isn't in Abscon. The young king is in the valley. He is staying there through spring, informed Philo. So, said Till, we can't find the valley either. My friend can take the wards down so we can lead a group of soldiers right into the town center. This young king will still be hard to get to, said Golnar, looking at Philo. Isn't his protector always by his side? Aren't there numerous guards available for his protection? If we are going right into the heart of the valley, our group of soldiers could get slaughtered before we even see the boy. True, but the information I have from my friend has given me an idea. I don't need a large group of soldiers. I just need a group large enough to cause problems. My friend can get me the one thing that could convince the protector Ansel to give up his king, said Philo, leaning forward. How sure are you of this plan? Asked Till. Look what happened at the end of last summer. We will lose soldiers in this plan. If we come back empty-handed, it will be a huge blow. Golnar nodded. What makes you think the protector will give up his king at all? What's so important that he would even consider it? Not a what but a who, said Philo. Even if Ansel won't give the boy up, she would be a valuable hostage. Or if we chose to kill her, it would be a huge blow to the old magical folk. It seems Ansel thinks he is in love with the woman. Maybe he will trade her for the king. Who are you talking about? Asked Till impatiently. Griffon Keen, the leader of the ring. Golnar sat back. You really think you can pull this off? Philo nodded. What does your friend want in return? Asked Golnar. He wants a safe place for him and his wife. He also doesn't want us to hurt Griffon. We can try our best, but what happens, happens. He should be happy enough with his own safety. All right, Philo, but if things go wrong this time, there will be consequences. Chapter 22. Griffa made her way to her tree dwelling in the forest. She had gathered all the ingredients she could find. She would need to check her supply in her tree dwelling to see if she had the other things she needed. She was making more potion for Ansel, and she was out of many of the ingredients in the valley and in Abscon. She could find a few of the ingredients in the marketplace in the valley, but some were harder to find. She was almost certain she had what she needed in her tree dwelling, but it had been a while since she had visited. She would just run in and check before going back to Abscon. She looked around as she walked with her basket on her arm and her staff in her hand. She was careful in the forest, but she was not scared. Guards had been sent 2 days ago to scout for Oromist soldiers. The soldiers were found and dealt with quickly. Though Griffa was still hesitant about using extreme force, her tangle with Oromist soldiers in the valley had helped harden her resolve. She had brought 4 guards with her today. She would glimpse them every now and then. They stayed closer to her since the incident on the mountain pass. Griffa was almost to the large tree that was home to her dwelling when she felt a change in the air. She stopped and looked around. She almost called the guards over when she realized what she was feeling. More accurately, she realized who was nearby. She smiled and walked over closer to her forest home. Ansel was leaning against the tree with a small smile on his face. His hat was low on his head. She could barely see his eyes looking at her as she walked over close to him. "What are you doing out here?" she asked as she drew near. "Looking for you? What else could it be?" "How did you even know I was out here? Why aren't you in the valley with Max?" Ansel grabbed her free hand and pulled her close to him. He raised his hat a little and looked down at her. "Max is in abscond at your house. I'm not sure why, but he was desperate to look for something. Maybelle told us you were out in the forest looking for potion ingredients. I figured out where to find you." Griffa looked up at Ansel confused. What did Max need to find in the manor so urgently? He could have just asked me to send him whatever he needed. Ansel gave a little shrug. "I'm not sure, but I wasn't going to argue if it meant I could see you." He touched the red mark on her cheek. "At least that looks better. Does it hurt?" "No, I'm afraid it might leave a light scar, though," said Griffa sadly. "I've never thought much of my own beauty, but I'm vain enough to admit it bothers me." "I think I might like it," said Ansel, rubbing his hand against her cheek softly. He pulled her face gently towards his and kissed her. Griffa pulled back. "Ansel, your guards are very close." "So I've never taken you for being shy?" He kissed her again. "What has gotten into you?" grinned Griffa as he pulled back. "I've missed you. I don't like being apart from you." "I haven't even been gone a full day," said Griffa. She couldn't help but keep smiling. "It's still too long? Are you planning on going in?" Ansel nodded his head towards the tree. She moved over and tapped her staff against the knot in the center of the tree. A door formed, and she opened it. They entered the little room with a small staircase going down leading to the main area. She took off her black cloak, hanging it up, and sat her staff against the wall. Ansel came in after her, taking off his own cloak and hanging it up next to Griffa's. He came up behind her, moved her hair out of the way, and kissed the back of her neck. Griffa sighed and leaned back into him a little. "Shouldn't we be getting back to the manor soon?" "Max said it could take a while to find whatever it is he is looking for. I think we have some time." She turned around and leaned up to give Ansel a short kiss. Ansel smiled and took her into his arms, kissing her. She put her arms around his neck and pulled back. She started kissing him underneath his jaw. "Griffa," he moaned as he pulled her even closer. She reached up and took his hat off his head. She leaned to the side and put it on a hook by the door. He pulled her close and kissed her hard. She made a noise as Ansel moved his hands from her back and to her sides. After a few moments she broke apart. "Can we at least go downstairs first?" Ansel smirked. "After you." Later Griffa sat on the rug in front of the fireplace. She smiled slightly, looking at the fire, feeling very relaxed. She adjusted the skirt of her red dress slightly to cover her bare feet. She leaned against Ansel, who sat behind her. He was placing lazy kisses on her neck and shoulder. "Ansel?" Ansel rested his chin against her shoulder. "Yes." "How are you feeling today?" He kissed her the side of her face. "I'm feeling quite well right now." "I mean overall. Are you having any issues?" "I was feeling a little rough last night, but one of the suggestions you found works well. I also took your potion, and it did help me sleep." He went back to place his small kisses on her shoulder. Griffa sighed contentedly. "Which suggestion worked?" "I think about you, actually," Ansel said quietly in her ear. She turned slightly. "Me? You think about me?" "Yes. Thoughts of you distract me enough to make me forget some of what I'm feeling." "I remember when you said distractions were a bad thing," said Griffa. "I was wrong. Sometimes distractions are a very good thing." He kissed her neck. Griffa leaned back even further into him, and Ansel wrapped one of his hands around her waist. He rubbed her stomach lightly while continuing to kiss her neck. "What thoughts do you have of me?" asked Griffa seductively. Ansel gave a small chuckle. "I think you can guess after this morning. I also just imagine being near you. I even imagine you aggravating me." "You like it when I aggravate you?" "Sometimes, especially when it leads to certain situations."
Griffa shook her head as Ansel chuckled again.
"We probably should think about getting back soon," said Griffa. "We've been here for some time. They might come looking for us." "We've still got time. It's probably not even after lunch yet, replied Ansel. I am in no hurry. When did I become the responsible one? Asked Griffa, laughing. I think you've corrupted me a bit. I don't mind it, though. Griffa stared into the fire as Ansel held her. He would occasionally drop a kiss on her shoulder or neck. She wondered what it would be like to be able to have time to do things like this often. She wondered if there would ever be a time when she and Ansel could disappear for days, moments when they could travel or come here and hide away. She wondered if they won the war, and if Max became king, would there be more times like this one? What are you thinking about, Griffa? Asked Ansel softly. The future. I wonder what will happen after the war and Max is on the throne. I wonder what our lives will be like. I know exactly what they will look like, or at least I hope I do. What do you think? Asked Ansel. I think we will probably both have to live mostly in Oromist. You will be Max's protector, so you will live in the palace. I will probably be on the ring, so I will be needed in the city often. There won't be much point of staying full-time abscond. I guess I'll have to find somewhere in the city to stay. Ansel sat up a bit and leaned away from Griffa. She turned around a bit to look at Ansel. What's wrong? What makes you think you won't be staying with me in the palace? Asked Ansel, looking down at her. Griffa frowned slightly. She turned so she was facing Ansel. I didn't want to make assumptions. Do you love me, Griffa? You know I do, Ansel. He gave a half smile. And you know I love you. Tell me, why wouldn't you be with me in the palace? We aren't married. I wouldn't presume to make plans for your living situation. No, we aren't married yet. Ansel took her hands in his. Griffa, I don't want you to answer me now, but one day when this war is over, I will want to marry you. When we win and Max is on the throne, I want you to be my wife. You know who I am, and you know what comes with my position. I know it's a lot to take on, the wife of a protector, but I love you. I can promise that you will always be my first priority when it is possible. Griffa looked up at Ansel. Why wouldn't I answer you now? My answer today would be the same as a year from now or 5 years from now. I once told you I know what I want and who I want. I want you, Ansel. I want to be with you, and that will not change. So yes, I will be your wife whenever you are ready. If that's this winter or 6 months from now, or even 10 years from now, I will marry no one else but you. So that's a promise? Is this a proposal? Asked Griffa with a mischievous smile on her face. Yes, it is. Griffa, will you be my wife? I can't tell you when, but I promise it will be sooner than 10 years from now. I will, Ansel. I will marry you whenever you want. Ansel leaned forward and kissed Griffa. If it was when I wanted, it would be today. As soon as it's possible, I will marry you, Griffa. Griffa crawled up in Ansel's lap. He wrapped his arms around her, kissing the side of her head. You do realize we will have to have at least 2 children, right? You will need an heir to the line of protectors, and I will need a Keen to keep the family legacy going. I can handle that. We can have 3 or 4 if you like, said Ansel. If they are all little girls with their mother's attitude, then God's help me. Griffa smacked his arm as he laughed. I believe all protectors are male, so you will get at least 1 boy. Of course, he might still have my attitude. Soon after, Griffa found the ingredients she needed. They made their way up the stairs and out of the tree dwelling. Once they were outside, Ansel grabbed Griffa and pulled her to him. He kissed her one more time. He then nodded to one of his guards in the distance. He smiled at Griffa, and they traveled together to the gates of Abscon. Ansel reached up to touch one of the tree of the gates. Ansel, said Griffa with alarm, look. She held up her arm with the bracelet Talon had given her. The circle was glowing. The valley, it must be under attack. Ansel nodded. Go ring the town bell and assemble all you can who will fight. I will gather my guards. Is it just Max at the manor? Asked Griffa as Ansel touched the gate. No, Issa is there as well. They should both stay there. Max will want to fight. He will want to go, and he should go, said Griffa. Keep him close to you, and he will be fine. If it is too bad, we can get him out of there, but he needs to start fighting for his people. Ansel nodded. I'll run and get Max after I assembled my guards. I'll meet you in front of the meeting hall. Griffa nodded, and Ansel kissed her quickly. They both ran through the gate. Chapter 23. Ansel hurried up the path and into Keen Manor. He had sent his guards to the meeting hall. He just needed to grab Max and go to meet Griffa and everyone else. He walked into the parlor to find Max sitting with Maybelle and Issa. Issa looked shocked, and Maybelle looked like she had been crying. "Ansel," said Max, jumping up, "did you find Griffa? I need to speak to her and you." "Yes, I found her," said Ansel, looking over everyone in the room. "We will have to talk later. The valley is in trouble. We have to go meet Griffa and some others from Abscon by the meeting hall to travel now." "What?" exclaimed Max. "What's happened?" "I'm not sure, but Griffa's bracelet was glowing, so Talon must have activated it." "I'll go get my staff," said Max. He ran from the room. "Issa, you stay here. We will come back here when the danger has passed," said Ansel, looking at her. She nodded with wide eyes. "Ansel," said Maybelle hoarsely, "you will watch out for Griffa, won't you? I know you will, but will you promise to keep a close eye on her? Don't let her do anything too dangerous." "I will look out for her, but you know as well as I do, I can't stop her from doing anything she wants." Ansel looked down at Maybelle, wondering at the tears on her cheeks. "There are things you need to know. Things are different now," sobbed Maybelle as fresh tears fell down her cheeks. Ansel looked at Issa. "What is going on?" Issa looked at him with her mouth opened. She looked like she was at a loss for words. Max ran into the room. "I'm ready. Let's go." Issa jumped up and walked to his side. "Be careful," she whispered. "I will. We'll be back soon. We all have much to talk about." Issa nodded, and Max kissed her. "Come on, Max," said Ansel. "We need to go." They walked out of Keen Manor and to the main path. They ran towards the meeting hall. "Are you going to tell me what was going on in there?" asked Ansel, breathing heavily. "I will, but it will take some explaining, more than I can do at the moment." Ansel was curious to know more, but they were arriving at the meeting hall. They found Griffa standing in front of Ansel's guards. She had gathered the Ring of Nine and many of the townspeople. "Ansel," called Griffa loudly, "come over here." Ansel and Max walked to Griffa's side. "We have about 300 who can go now. We could probably gather more with time, but I don't think we can wait. We will travel to the entrance of the mountain pass. 12 of our youngest members will stay there. If we don't contact them after an hour, they will come back here for help." Ansel nodded. "Have you taken down the wards here?" "I have. Madame Sidora will put them back up after we leave. We are ready." She jumped up next to the statue of King Nathan and looked out at the crowd with her staff in hand. "We are ready to leave. We aren't sure of the situation, but you know what to do. We must protect our king at all cost, as he will fight with us. Travel to the mountain pass entrance, and everyone take care of each other." Griffa hopped down and looked at Ansel and Max. "Are you ready?" She held out her hand. "Yes," said Ansel. He took her hand and put his other hand on Max's shoulder. Ansel felt the familiar feeling of traveling, and soon he felt his feet hit the ground. Griffa let go of his hand and turned to Max. "Stay close to Ansel at all times, Max," commanded Griffa. "He should offer you some protection." "Griffa, there are things you have to know. You need to stay with us, too." "I will try to stay close by Max, don't worry," said Griffa as she turned and looked towards the valley. Ansel could hear screams coming from the town center. All around them people from Abscon appeared. His guards gathered behind them. Ansel looked at Griffa, and she nodded. They all ran towards the town center. As they ran to the marketplace, people were running towards them. Many had children in their arms. Some were old and ran with the support of staffs and canes. None of them looked injured, so Ansel kept going, following Griffa, making sure Max was close by. They got to the edge of the town center, and Ansel could see a group of about 30 Ormus soldiers with their back to them. Before he could react, Griffa ran towards them. She slammed her staff into the ground and pushed out her hand. A ripple went through the ground, and a strong wind pushed through the air. The soldiers were thrown into the air and slammed down onto the ground. Griffa ran forward, and Ansel and Max ran behind her. Ansel threw his hand to the side, tossing a soldier against a nearby wall. He saw Griffa crouch down and stick her leg and staff out. 2 soldiers to the right spun in the air and hit the path with a crunch. He was aware of Max sending a curse at someone to his left. Griffa stopped and turned as she heard Talon yelling her name. Ansel looked over and saw Talon, Clara, and Cillian in between 2 buildings. Ansel's guards caught up with him, Griffa and Max, as they paused and looked at Talon. The guards flung spells and curses all around them. They took down soldiers and threw others through the air. Griffa turned and hurried over to Talon, looking all around. Ansel grabbed Max and ran after her. "Griffa, thank the gods you came," said Talon with relief in his voice. Griffa grabbed Talon's hand and held it for a moment. "What is happening? How did all these Oramus soldiers get into the valley?" "I don't know. They just showed up. I don't know how they found us." Talon shook his head. "They came in and just started destroying things and hurting people. I just managed to get most of our most vulnerable away from the town center. There are so many soldiers, and they just keep coming. We didn't know what to do next." "I'm sorry it took so long for us to get here," apologized Griffa. "We came as quick as we could." "Is all the fighting taking place here?" asked Ansel. "Where are all the soldiers coming from?" "The main group seems to be here in the center. I think they stretch back to Wendell House and beyond. They just keep appearing. I've tried to put the wards back up, but they keep coming back down." Talon gave a frustrated huff. "Does anyone but the council have ability to affect the wards?" asked Griffa. "No, and I've talked to everyone on the council. Devlin said he thinks he knows what's going on, but we were forced apart before he could tell me," said Talon with agitation. "Where is Devlin now?" asked Ansel. "Over on that side between those two buildings," replied Talon, pointing across the town center. "Ansel, stay here with Max," said Griffa. "Talon, come with me. We are going to get to the other side and see if we can talk to Devlin. We need to get those wards back up if we want this to stop." Ansel sucked in a breath as Griffa turned to leave. He grabbed her hand. "Wait, I can go with you. Max can stay here with Clara and Cillian." He had a feeling she shouldn't leave her side. He couldn't explain it, but he couldn't bear to part from her at the moment. "No, you are the king's protector. You have to stay with Max. Your magic can protect him like no other," replied Griffa. "We won't be gone long." Ansel nodded and let go of her hand with reluctance. "Griffa, you can't go," said Max desperately. "You have to stay here. You don't understand." Griffa gave Max a concerned look. "I'll be fine, Max. I'm just going to run over and speak with Devlin. I'll see if we can do something to get the wards back up." "No, Griffa." Max grabbed Griffa's arm. "You can't. You have to listen first." Griffa wrenched her arm free. "It's fine, Max. Stay here." She ran out into the open with Talon following her. "Ansel, go after her now," cried Max urgently. "We can't leave her. We can't." Ansel turned to Max to calm him down when he heard a loud noise. He looked up to see Talon flung against the statue of King Nathan. Griffa was thrown the other way. She jumped up and spun around with her staff. Ansel saw two soldiers fly against a building. Griffa ran towards where Devlin was located. Ansel looked at Talon, who was getting up slowly. He could see a group of his guards fighting soldiers to the left of Talon. Others from Abscon were engaged in battle with soldiers to the right. There were people on both sides laying in various areas on the ground. Some were obviously inured, and others didn't move at all. More groups of soldiers and valley residents had entered the main area of the town. Spells, curses, and bodies were flying everywhere. Several soldiers spotted Talon. "Come on," said Ansel. "We have to help. Max, stay close to me." He ran out followed by Max, Clara, and Cillian. Ansel ran towards the 5 soldiers targeting Talon. He thrust out his hands and 2 soldiers went down. The other 3 looked up and saw Ansel and the others. Max threw out his staff, causing one Saulighter to slip. Clara sent a spell, throwing a Saulighter to the side. Talon was up on his feet. He threw out his hands and brought them back in. Large icicles from a nearby building flew and impaled a soldier close to him. Ansel closed his eyes for a moment as blood spurted from the soldier's body as he fell to the ground. Ansel with Max in tow reached Talon. "Are you all right?" "I am. Did Griffa make it to Devlin?" "I believe so. I can't see her, but she was almost to the space between the buildings a few moments again," answered Ansel. "What should we do?" asked Talon. "We fight and hope Griffa and Devlin can get those wards up. Help me keep Max safe." Talon nodded. They ran together in between crowds fighting. They stopped to send spells and curses as they worked towards the edge of the town center. Ansel didn't really have a plan. He was just trying to take out as many soldiers as he could while keeping Max safe. Ansel sent out curses and spells constantly. He felt so agitated. His magic felt like it was flowing outside his body, searching for something. He thought it was probably trying to cover Max, but it felt like it was reaching beyond his small group. He felt like his magic was frustrated. It felt as if it couldn't do what it wanted. They reached the edge of the marketplace, and they ducked behind a building to catch their breath. "Ansel!" gasped Max. "We have to find Griffa. You have to find her. She's out there, unprotected." "She can take care of herself, Max," assured Ansel. "She's with Devlin trying to fix the wards. She will be all right." Ansel felt like he was talking to himself as much as Max. "You don't understand, Ansel. She's the one you should be protecting, not me. Can't you feel it?" Ansel looked at Max, about to ask him what he meant when he heard his name being called. He looked up to see Desmona and her mother running towards Ansel, Max, and Talon. "Ansel, what is going on?" asked Desmona as she and her mother joined them behind the building. "We aren't sure. The valley's wards seem to be down. Are either of you hurt?" asked Ansel. He kept his eyes on the battlefield before him, trying to see a glimpse of Griffa. "No, we are fine," said Desmona's mother. "Is there a plan? What should we do?" "Griffa and Devlin are trying to fix the wards," answered Talon. "We need to hold off the soldiers as well as we can." "There!" exclaimed Max excitedly. "There's Griffa and Devlin." Max pointed to the area to the left of the meeting hall. Ansel looked and saw Griffa running with Devlin. They looked like they were trying to get to the meeting hall. Griffa was flinging curses and spells. Her hair spun all around her as she manipulated the magic inside her with her staff and hands. Soldiers were closing in all around her and Devlin. "Come on," urged Ansel, motioning with his head. "We have to help them." They all ran out and moved towards the meeting hall. They took out soldiers and blocked curses as they all worked and moved forward together. Ansel caught a couple glimpses of Griffa, but soon he could see her no more. He hoped she had made it to the building. They all kept fighting, trying to take out as many soldiers as they could. Ansel could see people falling all round him on both sides. He saw blood on the ground at his feet at one point. He constantly checked to see if Max was safe next to him. Max continued to send curses and spells. Ansel tried to concentrate and use his magic to place a shield around Max, but his magic was so unsettled. It was on the surface of his skin, wanting to escape, to go somewhere. Ansel sent a curse, throwing down a soldier when he was knocked to his knees. It was no curse that took him down, it was something within him. He felt his magic cry out in him, and it was deafening. He felt pain. The noise inside him filled his head. He dropped down to the ground and held his head in his hands. Max knelt down beside him as the others covered them. "Are you hit, Ansel?" asked Max urgently. "What's wrong?" "I don't know. I wasn't hit. It's something inside me. Something is wrong with my magic," said Ansel with clenched teeth. "Griffa," whispered Max. "It's Griffa, Ansel. Something is wrong. We have to find her." Ansel sat up, taking deep breaths, trying to regain his breath. The sound in his head lessened a little. "What are you talking about, Max?" asked Ansel. Suddenly he noticed that everything around them had gone still. Ansel stood up slowly and looked around. He saw a group of his guards and people from Abscon and the valley looking around. What was left of the soldiers had retreated to the meeting hall. They stood on each side of the door with their hands up. "What happened?" asked Ansel. "I think maybe Griffa and Devlin got the wards up," said Talon, looking around. Ansel looked around as well, trying to see what was going on. As he was turned looking at the temple, he heard Max gasp. "No," said Max. He sounded like he was in agony. "No." Ansel looked down at Max. "What's wrong?" Ansel heard Talon give an angry growl. "Ansel," said Desmona breathlessly. She placed her hand on Ansel's upper arm. He turned to look at her to see her staring straight ahead. Ansel looked up and followed her gaze. Philo Quick was walking out of the meeting hall. He was dragging Griffa out by the back of her head. Griffa's hands were bound with some sort of rope. The rope circled around her middle. Philo stopped just outside the door. He pulled Griffa back by her hair and held her head up. Ansel felt like he couldn't breathe. He wasn't sure he could move. He found himself coming closer and closer to Griffa and Philo, but he wasn't sure how he was moving his feet. He could hear others following behind him. He got within 15 feet of Griffa when Philo raised his hand. "Stop there, Ansel, if you don't want me to kill her right in front of you," said Philo with a smile. "What are you doing, Philo?" "Let her go," said Ansel angrily. "Why should I? I could kill her right now and be done with her. What's she worth to you, Ansel?" Ansel liked his dry lips. "Everything, my own life. Take me, you can kill me, but let her go." "I might like that, but it's not what I want." "Is she worth a king?" asked Philo. He pulled Griffa's hair, dragging her closer to him. Ansel looked at Griffa. He could see her breathing hard. She was trying to keep a straight face, but Ansel could see the pain in her eyes. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, and Ansel realized he couldn't feel her magic. "What have you done to her?" Ansel could feel his magic swirling all around him like it didn't know where to go. It felt angry and lost. "Nothing, really, not yet. I tried her up with this special rope. It blocks her magic, but it's not permanent. Now I'll ask again. Is she worth a king?" "Ansel," said Max from just behind Ansel, "I'll go. Let them have me. You can't let them hurt her." Ansel turned slightly, putting his arm up, blocking Max. "Stay there. Don't move." Ansel looked at Philo and saw someone walk out of the building and stand next to him. "Devlin!" yelled Talon. "Did you do this? Did you give him Griffa?" "We can't win this war, Talon. We can't. We will be destroyed. I did the only thing I could to assure the safety of my family and this village." "Safety?" asked Talon incredulously. "Look around you. Our village is half destroyed. Several of our people are dead. Is this safety? We will rebuild. If we submit to the powers in Oromist, we can survive as we have." Talon shook his head. "You are a traitor. You have no place here any more. I should kill you where you stand." Talon held out his hands. "I wouldn't if I were you," advised Philo. He put his face close to Griffa's. "We wouldn't want Griffon to get caught in the middle, would we?" Talon stared at Griffa for a moment before he turned to Ansel. "What do we do, Ansel? We can't let him hurt her." "I don't know," answered Ansel. "I don't know." He stared at Griffa. She shook her head at him. He knew what she was trying to say. She didn't want Max traded for herself. "You are almost out of time, Ansel," said Philo. "A king for your love here. It's not a bad deal, is it?" "Ansel, I have to go," stressed Max. "No," said Ansel firmly. "Wait." Ansel looked at Philo. "Father, let her go, please," said Marcus Quick, coming up to stand beside Talon. "Don't do this. You've done enough." "Marcus, what are you doing here?" "I've looked everywhere for you," said Philo, looking at his son. "I'm fighting for my people. What are you doing here? Why have you chosen to do this? I don't understand." "Of course, you don't because you are a weak fool. Come up here and you will go back to Oromist with me after we are done here. You can have a nice, simple life, being the lazy idiot you are." "No," said Marcus firmly. "Now, let Griffa go. What you are doing is wrong." "What I'm doing is the only way. We are creating a new kingdom where those with magic have power and privilege. Why are we fighting this?" "Because what you are doing is wrong," stated Griffa adamantly. "What you are doing goes against the gods and everything that is good. You are evil, Philo." Philo threw his hand back and smacked Griffa across the face hard. She fell to the ground. She sat up, wiping blood from her mouth, and looked up at Philo with defiance. He grabbed her by her hair and hauled Griffa to her feet. "I'm done waiting. Ansel, do we have a deal?" asked Philo. Ansel didn't know what to do. He looked to his left to see Talon breathing heavily and looking up at Griffa and Philo. He looked to his right to see Max just behind him. He couldn't give them Max, but could he really let Philo kill Griffa? What would stop him from killing her anyway if Ansel did give Philo Max? "I'm taking your silence as a no." Philo raised his hand and lowered it. Griffa was thrown down to her knees. He raised his hand, ready to deliver a killing curse. "Last chance, Ansel." Griffa looked up at Ansel. Tears were falling from her eyes. "I love you," she said softly. She closed her eyes and held her head up. "No!" yelled Max loudly. He pushed in front of Ansel. "No, you will not do this. I will come with you." Philo smiled and lowered his hand a little. Ansel grabbed Max. "You can't go, Max. You can't turn yourself over." "I have to, Ansel," said Max, whispering urgently. "Can't you understand what is going on? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your magic hasn't been trying to protect me. It's been trying to protect Griffa. It's why you can't stand to be away from her. Why you react so harshly when she's in danger. It's not me. It's her. You are her protector." "Max, what are you saying?" asked Ansel. He was so confused and terrified. "Let me go, Ansel, now." "I know what I'm doing," said Max firmly. Max put his hand up and pushed Ansel back with a powerful spell. Ansel fell backwards to the ground as Max walked closer to Philo. "If I go with you, do you promise not to hurt her?" asked Max. "I want a magical oath." Philo put his hand down and smiled. He held his hand out to Max. "I swear I will not kill Griffon Keen if you come with me to Oromist." "Max, don't do it!" yelled Ansel as he hopped to his feet. Max looked at Griffa on the ground and then turned to look at Ansel. He then walked forward and took Philo's hand. "Good," smiled Philo. He waved 2 soldiers over. "Bind him with the rope." Ansel watched as they tied up Max's hands and wrapped the rope around him. "Now let Griffa go," said Max once he was bound. "No, I don't think so." Philo reached down and grabbed Griffa, making her stand. He kept his hand on her arm. "You will want a friend in Ormust. Griffon will come with us. I will keep my word. I won't kill her. If you do as are told, I will make sure no one else does either." Philo grabbed Max's arm with his other hand. "Would you like to say goodbye, Ansel? It might be a while before you see them again." Ansel walked forward. "It will be sooner than you think, Philo." Ansel looked at Griffa. His magic reached for her. "I won't leave either of you. I promise. I love you, Griffa." "Keep building our forces. I will take care of Max, and I'll get us out of this," said Griffa, struggling against Philo. "It's time to go. I trust you both remember that field you sent me and my soldiers to last summer. I'm going to take you there, so I suggest you start thinking about it unless you want to get lost in travel limbo." Philo looked at his son. "Marcus, when you come to your senses, contact me. Ansel, I expect I'll see you again sometime." With that, Philo disappeared with Griffa and Max. Devlin and the soldiers followed after. Ansel felt like his heart stopped. His magic swirled frantically all around him. He turned and sat down on the ground. He tried to still his breathing. He tried to calm his magic, to bring it back inside him. What was it Max had said? It wasn't Max, it was Griffa. His magic was protecting Griffa. He was Griffa's protector. Ansel took a deep breath, feeling a sense of realization come over him. Max was right. He couldn't believe he hadn't recognized it before. He didn't understand it, but he knew what Max said was true. Max wasn't his king. Griffa was his queen. "Ansel," Talon kneeled down close to him. "Are you? Well, I know you aren't all right, but are you able to go on?" Ansel took a deep breath. His magic rested inside him. It was angry, and it was determined. Ansel knew who he was. He knew what he had to do. He stood up. "I am able to go on. I have things to do. I have to get back to Abscon, and the ring needs to get back to Abscon. Talon, you should come as soon as you can. There are things we need to discuss as soon as possible. I will leave most of my guards here to help with cleaning and tending to the injured." "We can't leave them in Ormust, Ansel. What are we going to do?" asked Talon. "Where do we even start?" "We start with doing what Griffa told us to do. We continue to build our forces. We are going to save both of them. We are going to save Max and our queen." Talon looked at him, startled. Ansel only responded with a grim smile. Chapter 24. Max's feet hit the ground hard. He opened his eyes to see a large brown field with patches of snow. It was surrounded by barren trees. In the distance he could see large buildings and houses. Above all he saw the large towers of the palace. "Welcome to Ormust, your majesty," said Philo sarcastically. "Come on." Philo pushed Max forward. He looked behind him and saw Philo dragging Griffa by her arm. Griffa's head was down, and her hair hid most of her face. Max flexed his hands that were bound. His wrist burned and ached. He tried to feel the familiar pulse of his magic through his veins, but it was not there. It made him feel off-balanced and empty. "You said you would leave Griffon alone if we took the king," Max heard Devlin say behind him. "You swore to me, Philo, that she would not be harmed." "She hasn't been harmed much. She is needed in the palace. You will get everything else you asked for, so be happy and stay quiet," snapped Philo. Max walked straight through the field. A few soldiers were in front of him. He followed them, trying to think of something he could do. He heard someone stumble behind him. He stopped and turned to see Griffa on the ground. Philo grabbed her roughly and pulled her upright. He threw her forward towards Max. Max used his bound hands to catch and steady her. Griffa looked up at him. Her bottom lip was swollen. Dried blood streaked down her chin. "Griffa," Max started quietly, but she shook her head. Philo pushed them both forward. They walked out of the field onto a stone road. As they passed, people stared and whispered. Those on horseback actually stopped and looked down at them. Max tried to keep his face forward and his eyes looking straight ahead. They entered a large gate, and Max thought it must have been the entrance to the first ring of Ormust. "You wait here, Devlin. Someone will be along shortly to take you to your living quarters," said Philo. Max didn't hear Devlin say anything in reply. They passed vast manors with large yards. Trees lined the street they walked on. Max looked sideways at Griffa. She walked with her head straight and her eyes forward. He could see tears coming out of her eyes, but she made no noise. They kept on going until they came to the biggest pair of gates Max had ever seen. They were wood and iron. The iron ran over the wood, and Max could make out a sun, the symbol of Adalwin, in the middle of the gate. The gate was flagged by 2 towers on each side. The top of the towers was open to the surroundings, and he could see 2 soldiers in each. "It is Philo. We are returning from the valley with honored guest," said Philo, happily looking up at the right tower. The gate opened slowly, and Philo pushed them on. Max walked next to Griffa. He looked over and saw her wiggling her wrist slightly against the ropes. He wondered what she was doing. It was agony to even have the ropes on. When they moved against his skin, he felt like his flesh was being melted off. They walked to the large front doors of the palace. Philo knocked, and after a few seconds the doors opened. The soldiers in front of them came and stood behind Griffa and Max. They put their hands on their shoulders and pushed them forward through the front doors into the entry hall of the palace. Max couldn't help but look around. The entry hall was vast. There were 2 staircases leading up to a second floor. Max looked up and could see 3 more floors of landings. The ceiling was blue, painted with stars and suns. Hanging from the ceiling was a huge chandelier. It held hundreds of candles. They were lit, and wax dropped every so often onto the floor as it overflowed the candle holders. "Move on through," said Philo harshly. "Your reception awaits in the throne room." They were shoved to the left by the soldiers. Max and Griffa walked side by side. Max could still see Griffa slightly moving her ropes on her wrist out of the corner of his eyes. He could see her wrists were red. A trickle of blood ran down her arm. They entered a vast room that Max recognized from his vision. It wasn't as long as he remembered, but it was still the same as he had seen. He looked up, and on the raised dais was an old man and 2 women. The women were both finely dressed. One looked to be very round with child. They walked forward until they stood directly in front of the dais. "Golnar, may I present to you Griffon Keen, the leader of the Ring of 9, said Philo, standing by Griffa. Griffa looked up at the man in front of her defiantly as he nodded at her. "And this is Maxwell of the blood of Adalwin, the one called the Young King," said Philo, walking to stand behind Max. Max just stared at the man. "And who are we meeting?" asked Griffa sardonically. "You know our names. Now give us yours." Philo tugged her hair back, causing her head to flip back. He said into her ear, "Your impertinent manners will do no good here. Show some respect." "Release her, Philo. That is no way to treat the leader of a great people," said Golnar. Philo let Griffa's hair go. "I am Golnar, the adviser to our King Kedden. This is our Queen Turin, and the mother of our King Camellia Bells." "And where is your king?" asked Griffa with a nasty smile. "Shouldn't he receive us?" "How dare you ask that?" said a man loudly to the left of the dais. "How dare you mock us? We know you have our king." Griffa snapped her head to look at the man. "I have no idea what you are talking about. I have never seen this Kedden you call a king. What use would we have for a false king?" "How dare you?" said the man, looking back at Griffa. "Who are you to speak to me like that?" Now, till play nice," said Golnar. "Miss Keen, I would like your stay here in Oramus to be comfortable and advantageous for both of us. If we can get a little cooperation, you will see we are very good hosts." "I have no use for comfort," said Griffa harshly. "I want none of your hospitality or your lies." Golnar turned to Max. "What about you, young king? Are you willing to listen and see if we can find a peace?" "I am only willing to do what is best for the kingdom," replied Max. "An interesting answer," chuckled Golnar. "That phrase can mean so many things. I think both of our guests need to rest. We need to find them some appropriate chambers. Philo, come here a moment." Philo walked past Griffa to the dais. What happened next was so quick, Max couldn't believe it. The ropes fell from Griffa's wrist, and she stretched and slipped the one off of her waist. She pushed out her hands, and Philo was thrown into the dais. She then turned to the left and swept her hand. The line of people to the left of the dais was thrown sideways. She turned to the right and did the same to the people found there. 2 soldiers grabbed Griffa, and she threw her arms back. The soldiers flew back, slamming into the rear wall, crumpling down in lifeless forms. She pointed her hands at Golnar. 10 soldiers came into the room from the back door. They stalled at the ready, looking at Griffa. She looked at Golnar with a small smile. Release Max, or I will kill you. I don't care what happens to me. You can call your soldiers over, but I will kill you before they even come close to me." "No, Griffa," begged Max. "Please, stop." "You are very impressive, Miss Keen," said Golnar, laughing. He grabbed the woman with child and placed her by his side. He moved behind her. "I have no doubt you would kill me quickly, but would you risk hurting this woman who is with child?" "Golnar," gasped Camellia, "what are you doing?" Max saw Griffa's eyes go wide. Her hands started to shake. "An innocent child? Could you do it?" asked Golnar with sneer. Griffa let her hand and head drop with a sigh. Soldiers ran to her and held her arms. One had more rope. He bound her wrist tightly. He wrapped rope several times around her waist as Philo got up and walked over to her. "How dare you!" raged Philo. He threw his hand down, and Griffa crumpled to her knees. "I should have you killed now and be done with it." "Philo, you will do no such thing," commanded Golnar loudly. Max could see most of the people on each side of dais start to sit and stand up. Some rubbed their heads or backs. Philo waved his hand, and Griffa crashed back into the ground hard. "Griffa," Max turned to Philo, feeling rage flow through his body. "You swore you wouldn't hurt her." "I swore I wouldn't kill her. I told you if you cooperated, I wouldn't let anyone else kill her. So do what you are told," said Philo, turning to Max. Golnar pushed the woman in front of him over to the other woman standing on the dais. "Have Miss Keen brought to my tower. I want to chat with her. I also have something that will help her sleep. Take the young king to a chamber to rest. Make sure his bonds are tight and there are soldiers at his door at all times. I will visit him later." Philo waved his hand upwards, and Griffa was lifted to her feet. She swayed slightly, but stayed upright. He looked at 3 of his soldiers. "Take the young king to his chambers. All 3 of you stay outside his door. I will come visit after I have taken Miss Keen down below when she is done with her visit in the tower." The soldiers nodded. 2 took a hold of Max and started dragging him out of the room. Max turned to look at Griffa, who was staring back at him. She gave him a small smile. He was led out of the throne room and through a hall. He was taken up a flight of stairs and down another hall until they came to a door at the end. The soldiers opened the door and pushed Max inside. One soldier tightened the rope on Max's hands. The tightened rope sent a burning sensation up his whole arm. The soldier then tightened the rope around Max's stomach, and Max felt his breath hitch. The soldier pushed him to the bed and sat him down. "Stay here, don't try anything," ordered one of the soldiers. They walked out and closed the door. Max looked around the room. It wasn't very large, but was serviceable as a bedroom. Besides the bed he sat on, there was a wardrobe and a vanity. There was a fireplace by the door with 2 large chairs. To the right there was a small door that Max assumed led to a washroom. Max looked down at his hands. He wiggled his wrist, and his whole arm ached. It felt like fire was running up his forearms. He tried to wiggle some room from the rope on his stomach, but the more he moved, the harder it was to breathe. He finally fell back on the bed and lay still. He wondered what was happening to Griffa. He tried to think how he could help her. They needed to get out of there, but he had no idea how. Ansel would have a plan eventually. He would come for them, but would it be soon enough? Griffa was going to get herself killed. Max had to find a way to tell her who she really was. He felt hopeless. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes. He tried to think of things to take his mind off his pain. He thought of happy days with Griffa and Ansel, dueling on the back lawn of Keen Manor. He thought of working with Dannon in the stables. He thought of Nora's warm bread and her comforting hugs. He thought mostly of Issa. He thought of how much he loved her. He missed her already. He worried how she would react when she found out where he was. She was strong. She would cry, but then she would try to think of ways to help. Max smiled as he imagined her finding books on Oromist and the palace. She would pester Ansel with her ideas. Max eventually became drowsy, and he didn't try to fight the sleep that overcame him. He had a vision. He was in Keen Manor. He was in the parlor on the floor with 3 other people. It was very dimly lit. It was so dark, Max could only just make out the 3 others who sat with him. He recognized Ansel. His face looked determined. He saw Griffa, who was staring at Ansel. The 3rd person Max couldn't recognize. He couldn't even determine his features. "Do you really want this?" asked Griffa quietly. "Yes," said Ansel. "I could stop you," said Griffa. "You won't. It's what I want. I choose you." Griffa smiled slightly. She turned to Max and nodded. Max looked down. He had a sword in his hands. "Go on, Max," said Ansel. "I'm ready." Ansel held out his hand to him. Max raised the sword and slashed down. His eyes opened suddenly. He looked up and realized he was in the bed in the palace. It was dark. The sun had set outside the window. He heard the door opening, and he sat up, wincing against the pane. Philo Quick and the man called Golnar walked in. "Good evening," said Golnar. "May we come in for a chat?" The two men walked in and sat in chairs by the fireplace. They turned to look at Max. "You will be here for some time, young king," said Golnar. "I think we should get to know one another. I don't want to hurt you." Max said nothing. He just stared at Golnar. "Would you like some food? We can have some brought up. What do you like to eat?" Max was still silent. "Is this room to your liking? We have others. Tell us what you would like." "I want to see Griffa," said Max. "What have you done with her?" "Miss Keen is sleeping right now. She will probably be sleeping for some time. You can visit her later," said Golnar. "Now tell me about yourself. You grew up in Clarton, is that correct?" "I want to see Griffa. I won't speak to you until I see that she is safe." "Come now, can't you take my word for it? I will not harm Miss Keen, not permanently. She did misbehave. She killed some of our soldiers. She injured half of the ancient council, and that can't go unpunished. She will not suffer long-term injuries. I give you my word." "I'd rather see for myself," said Max. "I will talk to you after I've talked to Griffa. I will tell you whatever it is you want to know about me, but only after I see that she is alive." Golnar stood up. "Very well. This isn't a good beginning. I hope we can learn to trust one another. Philo, take the young king to Miss Keen. Let him spend some time with her." Philo nodded and smiled. "It would be my pleasure." Philo stood and walked over. He grabbed Max and stood him up. Max took deep breaths to manage the pain of the ropes. Philo walked him through the door of the room with Golnar behind him. "I hope you have a pleasant evening, young king." Golnar looked at Philo. "Philo, come see me once he is secure." Philo led Max down the hall to the stairs. They walked down to the level of the throne room. They went the opposite direction of the throne room until they came to a door at the end of a hall. Philo placed his hand on it and then opened it. It opened to a spiral staircase going down. They walked down the staircase. It was long and kept spiraling around. Max began to wonder if it would ever end. Eventually they came to the last stair. Max felt like they were probably underground. It was dark, and it felt moist. They walked down a stone hallway until they came to another door. Philo put his hand on the door and opened it like the one before. He pushed Max inside. Max could see iron bars all along the room. He saw the iron bars made small rooms that contained no furniture, and he realized they were to hold prisoners. They were cells. He had seen them in books. Philo walked Max down to the end, to the last set of iron bars. Max looked in and saw Griffa lying on the floor on her stomach with her face turned to the side. Her hair was tangled behind her. Her black cloak covered her body, and her hands were out close to her face. They were still bound tightly with rope. "Griffa," said Max desperately. "Griffa, are you all right?" "She won't answer you. At least not for a while. We couldn't have her pulling what she did again. We gave her a little something to calm her down. I imagine she will be asleep for several hours. She is alive, though. You can see her breathing," pointed out Philo, looking at Griffa. Max looked closely and could see Griffa's back rise up and down slightly with her breath. He felt relief. At least she was alive. "Now, come on. You wanted to be with her, so here you go." Philo pulled Max to the cell next to Griffa's. He placed his hand on the bars, and a small section swung open. He pushed Max inside, and he slipped and fell into the cell. "Good night, Your Majesty. I will probably see you in a few days. Enjoy your stay," mocked Philo. He closed the bars, turned, and left back up the hallway. Max scooted over close to Griffa. He reached through the cell bars, but he couldn't quite touch her. He watched her sleep for a bit. He thought back to the incident in the throne room. He had never seen anything like that display of magic. He knew Griffa was a powerful magic user, but what he had just witnessed her do was beyond powerful. She had released herself from the ropes that blocked magic. The ropes were painful to just have on. Max couldn't imagine being able to wiggle them free. She had taken out Philo and a large group of people with a flick of her hand. He had no doubt she would have killed Golnar if he had not shielded himself with a woman with child. Max did not blame Griffa for relenting. He was relieved she had. She would have been killed immediately. He knew he had one mission during his time in Oromist. He had to keep Griffa alive. He had to convince her to cooperate somehow. Max closed his eyes and said a prayer to the gods that they would be rescued soon. He hoped that Ansel would come. Surely the Protector would come for his queen. "Griffa, hold on. Don't give up," said Max quietly. "We will get through this." Max curled up on his side and watched Griffa. Eventually he fell asleep. Chapter 25. Ansel walked out of Keen Manor. The morning was cold and gray. He walked slowly onto the main path towards the town center. He felt tired, alone, and angry. He had barely slept the night before. He had come home from the valley and tried to tell Issa and Maybelle what had happened. Issa had sat down and cried softly. Maybelle had been in hysterics. He didn't have the strength to comfort them. He sat with both of them for a bit. Issa tried to tell him about Griffa. She tried to tell him Griffa was really the queen, but Ansel told her he already knew. She tried to explain to him how Max had found out, but Ansel didn't really listen. He couldn't focus on anything she said. All that mattered to him was the truth. The truth was Griffa was his queen. Ansel eventually excused himself and went upstairs. Maybelle hugged him, and he patted her on the back. He probably should have been kinder to Maybelle. He should have sat with her and let her talk, but he just couldn't do it. He went to Griffa's room out of habit. He thought of it as his room, their room. He lay on her bed fully dressed and looked up at the ceiling. He felt his magic inside of him. It spoke to him, asking for vengeance, asking for its queen. Ansel could barely believe it. He didn't want to believe it, but it was true. He had no doubt. Griffa was the true queen of Regventus. He was bound to serve her and to keep her from harm. Above all, he just wanted to find her and Max and save them. Nothing else should matter at the moment but Griffa and Max's safety. Still, as he lay in the bed, other thoughts came into his head. He knew what it meant to be a protector. He knew what he owed his queen. He knew what kind of relationship he was supposed to have with her. He was supposed to put her above everything else. He was supposed to be prepared to give his life for her. He had no problems with either of those. He had felt that way about Griffa without realizing he was her protector. What bothered him and kept him awake through most of the night was he wasn't supposed to be in love with Griffa. Protectors never had romantic feelings for their sovereigns. It was made into the magical bond they shared. The protector was devoted to his king or queen, but never in love, not romantic love. Ansel thought, and wondered if his feelings for Griffa had changed. Now that he knew he was her protector, did he still love her? He knew the answer immediately. He loved her. If anything, the protector magic that bonded them had made his love for her even more intense. He wasn't supposed to love her. It wasn't supposed to be possible, but he did. He loved her, and he wanted her. He needed her. He would not give her up. He smiled slightly as he remembered Griffa had promised to marry him. He would see that she kept that promise one day. He didn't care if she was the queen and he was her protector. He would figure out a way for them. He had finally drifted off to sleep early in the morning, thinking only of Griffa. Now he walked with purpose to the meeting hall. He had to go see the Ring of Nine. He had to make them understand what had changed. They had to find a way to get Max and Griffa back alive. There could be no alternative. Ansel would go himself and fight all the forces in Oromist if he had to. He came to the front of the meeting hall and stopped before the statue of King Nathan. He sighed as he thought of Griffa's small ceremony she performed before each ring meeting. Ansel bowed before the statue of King Nathan. He then turned and bowed before the statue of the gods. He did ask for wisdom and humor, but he also said a prayer for Max and Griffa's safety. "Hello, Ansel," said Talon, quietly coming up to him in front of Nathan's statue. "Talon," greeted Ansel, "how are things in the valley?" "Grim, but coming along. We lost several people. I know Ebscon did as well. We are planning to honor the fallen in the coming weeks. I am sure Ebscon will do the same." Ansel nodded. "I'm sure the ring will see to it." Talon hesitated, but then said, "I wanted to ask you about what you said after Max and Griffa were taken, about saving Max and our queen." Ansel looked at Talon. "Yes?" "Well, what did you mean?" asked Talon. "I meant exactly what I said. I will find a way to save Max and Griffa." "Ansel," said Talon impatiently, "you know what I mean." Ansel looked up to see Hector and Helmer arriving at the meeting hall. "You will find out in the meeting, Talon." He walked over and followed Hector and Helmer into the building. Hel heard Talon follow behind him. Ansel walked behind Helmer and Hector into the Ring of 9 meeting space. Many were already gathered, including Madame Sidora. She eyed Ansel as he walked into the room. The group started gathering around the table when they saw Hector. Hector looked at the first chair, but then moved over to his usual second chair. Ansel stood back from the table with Talon. He wasn't sure how to start what he needed to say. The last few members hurried into the room and took their place at the table, and everyone turned to Hector. "Well, I guess we should get started. Since Griffon is unavailable, I will start the meeting." "Wait, Hector," said Madame Sidora. "That is not the correct order of things. In the days of the line of Adawan, when a sovereign was not available or too young to rule, the protector stood in their place. Ansel, come take your chair for your queen." Ansel looked at Sidora. He did as she bid. He awkwardly stepped behind the chair. "What's this nonsense?" asked Helmer. "What do you mean for your queen? We have a king, and he isn't on the ring as of yet." "You are incorrect, Helmer." Madame Sidora looked at Ansel. "Please start the meeting, protector." Ansel looked around the table at confused expressions. He looked down at Hector, who shrugged at him. May the gods guide us in our discussions, and may we always remember the responsibility we owe to one another," said Ansel quickly. He sat down in the first chair. "Please provide a chair for Talon, the leader of the Council of the Valley." A chair was brought over and sat at Ansel's left. Talon sat down, staring at Ansel. "What is this about?" asked Helmer. "Sidora, are you going to explain?" "I am, unless the protector wants to explain himself," asked Sidora. Ansel shook his head. "Very well. I was wrong in my prophecy, or at least I was partially wrong. Maxwell is the blood of Adawan on both sides, but there was another born first. The Keens have long been of the blood of Adawan. When Queen Agatha, our last queen, came to live in the valley with her young daughter, her husband had been killed. She married Brian Keen, taking his name. Her young daughter, Malin, also took the Keen name. Agatha set up the ring here in Abscon. She ruled over it as she had done before in Oromist. Her daughter ruled after her. So the Keens became the leaders of the ring, even though they were really of the blood of Adalwin. At the same time, Agatha's son Von was raised in the valley. He married and took off to travel the kingdom. We lost track of his bloodline. It is true that young Max is of the blood of Adalwin twice, but he is not the only one. Griffon's mother is from the line of Adalwin through Von. I have seen this. When she married Renward, the line was made complete again in Griffon. I think Renward knew it, but that is a discussion for another day. When Griffon took her place as the leader of the ring, she accepted the throne Agatha and Malin had left. She is the first from the full line of Adalwin to lead the ring since Malin Keen. When she took her place at this table, she essentially declared herself our queen. "But you said Max was the one," said Hector. "You declared he was the king." "I was wrong, Hector. Do you think prophecy is easy? Do you think visions are always clear? The boy does have an important part to play. He is the next great diviner. He will serve his queen." "What does this mean?" asked Helmer with agitation. "What are you saying?" "She is saying that Griffa is our queen. She is the rightful queen of Regventus. I can tell you it's true," declared Ansel. "My magic knows it to be true. Even now it calls out for her return." There were murmurs around the circle. "So, what now?" asked a brown-haired witch. "What do we do?"
"We do as our queen commanded," said Ansel. "We continue to strengthen our forces, and we devise a plan to save Griffa and Max. I will not stand for them to be held in Oromist for any longer than is necessary."
"The valley will help you where we can, Ansel. We will go fetch our queen and young Max," said Talon emphatically. "You can say that with certainty?" asked Hector, looking at Talon. "Griffa has always kept her word to the valley. She fought for us. She is brave, and she is kind. I can think of no better queen to lead us. I know my people will stand behind her." "You mean like your council member, Devlin, did?" asked Helmer. "Didn't he turn her over to Philo?" "He did, and he will pay. One day I will take care of him myself. He is a disgrace to the council, the valley, and his family name." "Everyone else on the council feels the same way," said Talon, his eyes flashing at Helmer. "Thank you, Talon," said Ansel, trying to diffuse the situation. Fighting amongst themselves would get them nowhere. "Now we need to find every magic user we can to fight for us. We need to go out to non-magical villages and spread the words of warning. We need to unite as many people as we can to face the powers in Oromist." The council discussed villages to visit. They made plans for different ring members to reach out to small magical communities throughout Regventus. Talon pledged the valley's help in the endeavor. After that was settled, they talked about how to save Max and Griffa. "I hate to ask this, Ansel, but I must," said Hector. "Do we even know if they are still alive?" "They are," said Ansel with conviction. "I know Griffa is for certain. They think Max is our king. They will want to keep him alive for some time to bargain with us at some point." Hector nodded. They discussed ideas, but kept coming to dead ends. A large force would be seen easily. They would have to face an all-out war, and Ansel knew they weren't ready for that. A smaller force would be better, but how would they sneak into the palace? Ansel said he would do some research on the palace and the city. They agreed to meet within the next week. Talon walked back to the manor with Ansel. "If you don't mind, I would like to stay at the manor for a few days and help you do some research. I know Griffa has a fine collection of books. I will find what I can here and then go look in the valley." "You are welcome to stay, but I'm sure you can find everything you need in your own library or the main one in the valley." "Probably, but I would like to stay here," insisted Talon. They walked in silence for a few minutes before Talon asked, "Ansel, how are you feeling? I mean, how are you really feeling? I know this can't be easy for you." Ansel looked at Talon. He had never really been close to him, but Talon sounded sincere. "I am doing as well as can be expected. I believe knowing who I really am and who I really serve has helped me in some ways. It's still difficult to Ansel settle at times." "Do you still have some of the potion Griffa made for you?" asked Talon. "A little. She was gathering ingredients yesterday before the valley was attacked," said Ansel softly. He couldn't believe it had barely been 24 since his time with Griffa in the forest. "Are the ingredients in the manor?" "Yes, her basket was delivered to the house while we were gone yesterday. Why do you ask?" "I'm not bad at potions. I could brew you some more while I'm here." Talon looked at Ansel. "Look, Ansel, Griffa asked me to watch out for you when she wasn't around. I know she just meant when you were in the valley, and she was in Abscon, but I would like to keep my word all the same." "Fine, brew the potion, but don't think you have to watch my every move, Talon. I am capable of taking care of myself and my duty." "I know. It can't hurt to have help, though, right? I care about Griffa, you know I do. I've become quite fond of Max as well. I want to get them back. Let me help you." Ansel gave Talon a little smile and nodded. They arrived at the manor to find Nora hugging Issa. Cillian was standing close by. Nora broke off from Issa and came over to Ansel. "Ansel, I am so sorry," she said softly. "I know this can't be easy for you, any of it." "It's not. I'm sure you are hurting as well, but we will get them back soon. I promise you I will bring Max home safely." Nora took his hand and squeezed it. They all sat down to eat a late lunch together. They discussed Griffa and Max. They talked about how everything had changed. They shared stories of Max and Griffa, and some made them laugh. They worked on plans to save them both. Ansel appreciated them all, much more than he ever had before. Later, before dinner, Ansel was reading a book on the palace in the parlor when there was a knock at the door. He got up and walked to the entry hall to answer it. It was Desmona. Ansel felt his irritation rise. "Yes?" he asked briskly. "I won't come in and take up any of your time, but I was helping clean up in the valley, and I found something I thought you would want." She held up Griffa's staff and handed it to him. Ansel took it slowly. He held it, running his hand down the staff. He looked up at Desmona. "Thank you, Desma. This means a lot. Griffa would hate to lose it." Desmona nodded. "I am sorry, Ansel, but she is strong. She will get through this, both her and Max." "I know," said Ansel. "My father told me what happened in the ring today. Is it true?" "It is," said Ansel simply. "I know how difficult this news must be for you. This must change many things." Desmona reached out and touched Ansel's arm. "If you ever need to chat, I am here for you." Ansel looked up at Desmona, and she smiled at him. He moved out of her grasp. "Thank you, Desma, but I find myself with an extraordinary amount of support at the moment. I do appreciate you dropping this by, but I must go." Ansel shut the door. Later that evening Ansel sat with Talon and Issa in the parlor. They were all reading books on Oromist and the palace. Talon would get up every now and then to go stir the potion he was making for Ansel. Talon had just walked back in the room when the bell over the front door rang. "Don't get up, I'll get it," said Talon. He went to the front door. He came back soon with a letter. "Ansel, there is a message for Griffa." Talon walked over and handed it to Ansel. Ansel opened it. As he read the note, he felt his eyebrows rise. "What is it, Ansel?" asked Issa, watching him. "It is from our spy. We haven't heard from her in a while. She says she has someone Griffa needs to meet. Someone who could help us on our quest to save the kingdom," said Ansel, looking up. He handed the note to Talon. Talon read over it and looked at Ansel. "It says we should meet with this person mid-morning after we receive the letter. Will you go?" Talon handed the note to Issa, who was asking for it. "I will. If they say they can help us, I must go see what they think they can do. I will take guards with me in case it's some sort of trap," replied Ansel. "I will go as well. I've been to Clarton. It's been a while, but I can still remember how to get there," said Talon. The next morning Talon and Ansel walked to the gates of Abscon. Ansel had sent a few of his guards ahead to check things out. Before they left, one came back and told him all looked clear. Ansel nodded to Talon and closed his eyes. He traveled to the forest edge near Clarton. Talon appeared by him. They stood in silence, waiting for someone to appear. Before long, a man in a tattered black cloak slowly walked towards them. He looked at them and stopped. He looked like he might run. "Are you looking for Griffon Keen?" asked Talon to the man. The man nodded and walked slowly towards them. Ansel could see he was filthy. He had scratches on his face, and the gloves he wore had holes in them. "Who are you?" asked Ansel as the man got close. "I am Kedden Bells. I was told to come here and meet with Griffon Keen. Is she with you?" "No," said Talon. "Can you take me to her? I need to speak with her." "That's impossible at the moment," said Ansel. "She is currently being held in the palace of Oromist." Kedden looked at Talon and Ansel with wide eyes. "Who am I speaking with?" "This is Talon Wendell. He is the leader of the valley. I am Ansel of the line of Raya. I am the protector of the kingdom and the rightful queen of Regventus, Griffon Keen." Kedden looked confused. "I'm sorry. I was under the impression that you had a king." "You have the wrong information," said Ansel coldly. "What do you want?" "I want to help you. I want to help save Regventus." "How do you think you can do that?" asked Talon doubtfully. "I was once the lord of the kingdom. I was crowned as a false king in the fall. I have spent over half my life in the palace of Oromist. I can get you in the palace to save your queen." Talon and Ansel exchanged glances. "How are we going to get him to Abscon?" asked Talon quietly, looking at Ansel. "I don't want to walk all the way back." Ansel sighed and turned away. He wasn't sure what to do. Could they really trust this man? Ansel suddenly felt a warmth on his chest. His hand went to the keen pendant he wore. "Griffa!" Ansel whispered as he pressed the pendant into his skin. If there was a chance this man could help them save Griffa and Max, Ansel had to take it. He turned and looked at the man. "Kidden, is that your name? If you want to prove you are really on our side, I'm going to need you to trust me completely. I'm going to need you to close your eyes and think of 2 large oak trees. They are both bent in towards each other. Right now they have no leaves." Chapter 26. Golnar sat with Till in the study off of the throne room. He was in a very good mood. Things were definitely looking up. They had the young king of the magical folk. They had their current leader. He had many ideas of what to do with both of them. He had been searching old blood magic books to find new potions to help him with his magic. Both the young king and Miss Keen had old magical blood. Golnar believed an elixir made with it could unleash great power in him. He just had to find the right potion. "Why do we keep the Keen girl alive?" asked Till, stretching. "She nearly killed me and the whole council." "Yes, she did, and she did it after somehow escaping from magical bonds that should have left her powerless," said Golnar, smiling. It was an impressive display. "I think you mean frightening. Every minute we keep her alive is dangerous. What if she can escape her cell?" "I will keep her sedated until I have use of her," said Golnar. "What do you plan to use her for? Isn't the king all we need to try to sway the magical folk?" Till shifted in his seat. "I can think of many reasons to keep her alive, but the main one is she is the key to getting the young king to bargain with us. If we can assure him of her safety, I think we will find he can be persuaded in many things." Telling the council that the magical folk took Kedden with Daracha's help was a stroke of genius. "It buys us some time, but what happens if Kedden starts talking throughout the kingdom?" asked Till. "We will say he is charmed or enthralled. The poor man doesn't know what he is saying. We will say he is kept under the control of the magical folk and must be set free," replied Golnar. There was a knock at the door. Before Golnar could inquire who was there, it busted open, and Camellia Bells walked into the room. The fire burning in the room flared as she walked in. "Golnar," she said loudly, "how dare you put Turin and my grandchild at risk? I've already lost Kedden. I will not lose his child." "Camellia, calm down. Come sit here, and we will talk about this." Golnar pointed to a chair. "I'd rather stand," replied Camellia. "You shielded yourself with Turin. How could you?" "I knew Turin would not be in any real harm. I knew Miss Keene could never hurt an innocent child. Her kind is weak and sentimental," said Golnar dismissively. "Is it weak to care about the life of a child or of its mother?" asked Camellia with disgust. Golnar huffed. "Camellia, you have played the power game in Oromist for a long time. You know how feelings and love get in the way of doing what you need to do to win. You practically sacrificed Kedden to be where you are. You gave him up to the kingdom as the lord almost as soon as he was born. That was my husband's idea. I was young and in awe of him. I never wanted Kedden to be taken from me. I suppose I did get swept up in the grandeur of it all, but Kedden's safety was always my top priority. I'm older now and wiser. I would take back everything if I could." "But you can't. What's done is done. You are in this now, Camellia," said Golnar with a sneer. "I know you helped Kedden escape from the palace. I don't know how you and Turin did it, but I know he only left here because of both of you. I am willing to overlook this one momentary slip of motherly love, but you will need to fall in line." Camellia looked at Golnar with hatred. "I have no wish to fall in line with you. I should have grabbed Turin and left with Kedden. You are evil." "Evil is a harsh word. I only do what I think best for the kingdom," smirked Golnar. "You do what is best for you," said Camellia scathingly. "And you need to start doing what is best for you and your grandchild. He will be king some day if you and Turin continue to do what you are told. The child is guaranteed safety and power. Go away, Camellia. Go and think about what is really best for you and for that child. You are important to my plans, but you are not indispensable." Camellia snorted in disgust, turned, and fled the room. Till looked at Golnar with a questioning look. "She will choose wisely. She just needed to get that off her chest. She will realize who she really is. She likes power and wealth too much to quit now." Till cocked his head and shrugged. "I hope you are right, Golnar." Griffa blinked her eyes open. She didn't know where she was. It was dark and cold, and she was laying on the hard ground. The air smelled musty and sour. She looked at her hands in front of her. They were bound. Her whole body ached. Her magic that usually swirled through her body was silent. She felt herself tremble with cold and fear. Griffa pushed herself up to a sitting position. Her vision was blurry, and her head felt heavy. She looked around and saw iron bars all around her. Everything came back to her. She was in the palace of Oromist. She was a prisoner. She felt hopelessness creep up on her. She would not leave there alive. She would never see Abscon again. She would never run through the forest wild again. She might have seen the sun for the last time. What was left of her short life would probably be here, lying amongst filth. She thought of those she loved, and it was too hard. She couldn't dwell on any of them. She thought of her last day with Ansel, and she wept. Ansel would come for them. He would try to save Max and Griffa. Only Max really mattered. He was the future of Regventus. She would do everything she could to keep Max alive. She was expendable. Max was not. "Griffa," said a quiet voice to her right. Griffa looked over quickly and saw Max lying on the ground in the cell next to her. "Griffa, don't cry," said Max, sitting up. "Don't give up." "Max," said Griffa through her tears, "are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine. They put me in a bedroom and tried to talk to me, but I wouldn't until I could see you. I thought they might kill you." Griffa scooted over as close as she could to the bars to be near Max. "Max, you have to understand. You have to get out of here alive. Do what you need to do to keep alive. Ansel will come for you. Do not worry about me. I know I'll more than likely die here, and I've accepted it." "No, Griffa, you don't understand," said Max forcefully. "Ansel will come for you. He will come and save you. You are the one who has to stay alive. You need to stop trying to get yourself killed. Max, you are the true king of Regventus, and Ansel is your protector. He will do his duty by you. His magic will not allow anything else. The people of the kingdom need you. I am just the leader of the ring, and I can be easily replaced. I am not the true king of Regventus. I never was. It was a mistake. Griffa's head swam. She was so tried. Why would you say that, Max? Because it is the truth, replied Max. Griffa, you have to listen to me. This will be hard to hear. It will be hard to understand, but you must listen. I am not the king. There is someone else who has the blood of a Dalwyn on both sides. Someone older, more gifted, and more suited to rule the kingdom. What? Asked Griffa. She was so confused and so exhausted. It's you, Griffa. You are the true queen of Regventus. Madame Sidora had it wrong. It was you all along. When you took your position in the ring, you were essentially declaring yourself as queen. You are the first true king or queen to sit as the leader of the ring since Malin Keen. Malin Keen was the daughter of Queen Agatha and her consort King Alistair. They were the last true rulers of Regventus. Your mother is from the line of Prince Von, Agatha's son. Griffa shook her head. What was Max saying? She couldn't take it all in. Every part of her body hurt, and she just wanted to curl up and sleep. She lay down on her side with the top of her head against the bars. No, I don't understand what you are saying. How is any of that possible? Asked Griffa quietly. It's true, Griffa. You are the queen. I think you know it if you just let yourself believe. When you feel your magic again, you will claim it. Ansel will come for you, Griffa. He is your protector. He won't leave you here long. He can't. Griffa's body was racked in sobs. How could any of this be true? She couldn't be the queen. Ansel couldn't be her protector. That would be impossible. She made a noise as she brought her bound hands to her neck. She slowly grabbed the chain there and turned it until she felt the pendant in her fingers. She could feel the tree engraved on it, the sigil of the line of Raya. She winced as she pressed the pendant to her chest. A moment later she felt her pendant warm against her skin. Ansel, she whispered. Yes, Griffa, he will come and save you. You have to believe and stay strong. Stop trying to oppose them. You are the one who needs to survive. Griffa lay there and cried. She tried to process what Max was saying, but it was too hard. It was too much. She heard Max move closer to her. She opened her eyes and saw he was leaning on the bars, looking down at her. Please don't give up, pleaded Max. You are the future of this kingdom. You are the leader the people need. I believe in you, Griffa. You are my queen. I will make sure you get out of here alive. I will do whatever it takes. Max slowly reached his bound hands and placed them next to the bars. He reached his finger towards her hand. Griffa saw what he was doing, and she moved slightly so she could stretch her hand and fingers towards his. Their fingers touched, and Griffa felt a bolt of magic move through her body. She took a breath in, relishing in the power and warmth that flowed through her. The magic made its way through every part of her, singing to her. She felt Max's magic combine with hers. She felt her magic reach out for Ansel's, searching. It asked her where her protector was. The magic sang to her of the kings and queens of old. She closed her eyes and listened. The magic told her a tale of her people, magical and non-gifted. She knew who she was. She was Griffon Keen of the blood of a Dalwyn. She was the queen of Regventus. Griffa opened her eyes and looked up at Max. He was smiling down at her. She propped herself up slowly, keeping her fingers intertwined with his. She rested her head next to him.
You know, Griffa, you know who you are.
Yes, said Griffa in a whisper. She felt different. She felt powerful. She felt like she finally knew herself. I am Griffon Keen, and I am the blood of a Dalwyn. I am the true queen of Regventus. My people need me. We do, Griffa. You are the hope of our kingdom, and you cannot die here, said Max, looking at Griffa. He had a strange look in his eyes. This is my true home, Max. The palace is mine. I will not die here. I will leave here alive to come back and claim it. You will leave with me. You are of my blood and my kin. Yes, my queen, I will leave here with you, and I will fight with you. I will serve you and the kingdom, said Max. We are going to get through this, Max. We are both going to get out of here alive. We are going to save Regventus. The end?